Chapter 917, Unmoving Troops. After dismantling the battlefield killer move 8 doors labyrinth, everyone's field of vision widened, seeing Yulu blessed land's true appearance. Only to see that there were flashing lights in the sky. They were like traces of silk or streams of water. Some were moving slowly, while others were creating dazzling ripples. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, each light had a bright color. Dazzling light shined on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others did not speak. They looked at this amazing sight as they showed some excitement and amazement. This Yulu blessed land was very different from normal blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had the sky, ground, vegetation, flowers, birds, worms, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Yulu blessed land was very unique. It was merely a broad space without any concept of sky or ground. There was no living beings, and there were also no resources that GU immortals usually accumulated. Maybe this uniqueness is the reason why Yulu blessed land can set up battlefield killer moves of countless paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, there were huge conflicts between battlefield killer moves in blessed lands or grotto heavens. Few GU immortals were capable of setting up battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Because battlefield killer moves used GU worms to engrave Dao marks and temporarily create a battlefield. Meanwhile, grotto heavens and blessed lands were made of Dao marks. Because the Dao marks varied, they conflicted. When Langya blessed land was attacked by Qin Bai Sheng and the others, Langya land spirit did not use a battlefield killer move to resist them. That was because within the blessed land, establishing a battlefield killer move was detrimental to oneself. But Yulu blessed land went against this common sense of the cultivation world. In Fang Yuan's case, when he attacked Yulu blessed land, he had encountered 3 battlefield killer moves: Freezing Rain, Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. These 3 were evidently immortal killer moves from different paths. They would not normally gather in the hands of a single GU immortal and become used in their immortal aperture. But within Yulu blessed land, not only were these 3 used, they did not clash with the blessed land at all. In fact, they seemed to complement each other in a way. Fairy Yulu was a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is not strange that her immortal aperture blessed land is like this. Su Bai Man looked as she let out a deep breath, saying this. Even though there are fewer resources here, if we can learn Fairy Yulu's methods and use it in our own immortal apertures, we would be able to use battlefield killer moves in it. That would be a huge gain. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. At this time, a GU immortal who went with them pointed at a direction as he shouted, "Quickly look, immortal GU." Everyone quickly looked towards the direction the GU immortal was pointing. As expected, they saw a GU worm that had a special appearance. It was long and slim, like a twig. It had numerous thin golden-colored wings, fluttering in the sky. The entire GU worm looked like a branch of a long golden willow. This GU worm quickly drilled into a nearby flashing light and vanished. But during this moment it was seen, its immortal GU aura was undeniably exposed. Everyone's gazes became heated, their breathing became rough, but they were not surprised. There were naturally immortal GU in Yulu blessed land. If there were no immortal GU, how could those battlefield killer moves earlier be constructed? Even though Yulu blessed land did not have an accumulation of resources, with so many battlefield killer moves, it had to have a good number of immortal GU. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed, breaking the silence. Even though the main gains had to be given to Zombie Alliance, he was the person who took down the blessed land. He would gain the biggest reward of at least 1 or 2 immortal GU. Other than that, by succeeding in taking down Yulu blessed land, he would also receive a huge sum of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If Shark Demon could find an immortal GU that suited him, he would definitely take it for himself. This was the benefit of being the person in charge. If he found any mystical immortal GU that could help him and his wife revive and get rid of the zombie status, that would be best. Reviving from being a zombie and becoming human, not only was Fang Yuan working towards it, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were doing the same. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, everyone started congratulating him. Su Bai Man smiled more subtly. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had put in huge investment into the mission of invading Yulu blessed land. They had almost used up their savings. On the surface, it could not be noticed, but Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were facing immense pressure. Right now, their investment was finally bearing fruit. As long as they obtained a ranked 7 immortal GU, all of their investments would be essentially paid off. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were joyous, the weights on their minds had been removed. Once Yu Lu blessed land is captured, everyone here will be compensated according to the contributions you have made, you will not be shortchanged. Shark Demon smiled as he spoke seriously. Everyone nodded, they stepped back and asked Shark Demon and Su Bai Man to go ahead. With immense benefits in front of them, some GU immortals might become rash. Shark Demon's words were both an assurance and threat. Everyone could understand his underlying meaning. Alright, everyone can wait and see. Shark Demon did not refuse, he struck. He willed and turned into a flash of light. With a swooshing sound, he tore through space and shot out. The direction was towards the golden willow branch like Immortal GU earlier. Everyone saw Shark Demon rapidly approaching the Immortal GU, but suddenly, there were ripples in space as Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a shocked expression. What happened? Su Bai Man asked in suspicion. Shark Demon shook his head, he said in an uncertain tone, it seems to be another battlefield killer move. Next, everyone tried but they could not move out, it attested to Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move, even though it has no offensive power, it is definitely more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did all of you notice, every time we get transported back, we would be in our original spots. Our positions would not change at all. Such an ability, this has to be the legendary unmoving troops. The GU immortals discussed and eventually came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move, unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move, it obstructed everyone. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin, it was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally. The work of an Immortal Venerable was truly profound. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a mild and kind temperament, he was vast different from the other 9 GU Immortal Venerables. He was merciful, he did not like killing since he was young, he often subdued people with kindness, taking down enemies without fighting. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops, once someone entered this formation with any intent to battle, malicious thoughts, or lust, they would be unable to progress at all, unable to move. In the past, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 GU Immortal, he used this move to subdue a famous rank 7 Sound Path GU Immortal, Gao Ming. In that battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not move, he only used the battlefield Immortal Killer move unmoving troops. No matter what methods Gao Ming used, he exerted all of his strength and did not even manage to get one step closer to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This battle made the arrogant Gao Ming lose his temper. He then followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard henceforth. Since this has to do with wills and thoughts, why don't we shut our minds and temporarily stop thinking? Fang Yuan said, it was not hard to achieve this. GU immortals mostly had some wisdom path techniques. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as Xianxia Audiobook, he was also partly a wisdom path GU immortal. But everyone's attempts ended in failure. Some GU immortals did not have outstanding wisdom path techniques. During this process of moving forward, their desires and thoughts were stirred up, breaking their thoughtless state. Only certain GU immortals, including Fang Yuan, could achieve a state of having no thoughts. But the problem came after that. Without any thoughts, how could one capture any GU worms? The body's movement was decided by the thoughts that were generated in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stay still on the ground. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move, the GU immortals themselves could not move. Sigh, no wonder back then, GU immortal Gao Ming became dejected and willingly submitted to the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard. To get through this round, it is hard. The worst part is, Yu Lu blessed land is right in front of us, undeniably, this is the final obstacle, but we can only watch here and look on, unable to gain anything. Maybe this arrangement was the intention of Fairy Yu Lu. She purposely let us see hope, luring out our thoughts and desires, it increases the difficulty of taking down this battlefield killer move. If we really cannot succeed, we will have to retreat and seek reinforcements. Su Bai Man suggested as she frowned. Shark Demon looked ahead, becoming silent. Earlier, he had invited a Wisdom Path GU immortal over, but he lost an immortal GU to her, thus he did not at all like this idea. At the crucial moment, only a person on their own side could be trusted. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was part of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he was one of them. Shark Demon asked, Xianxia Audiobook, do you have any means? If you do, use them, don't worry, your compensation will not be small. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. To unravel this battlefield killer move, it can be said to be both easy and difficult. Oh, what do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around. Seeing that he had attracted all of their attentions, he said slowly, everyone, do not be scared due to the reputation of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, we are facing an unmanned battlefield killer move. It is far easier to deal with this one. That makes sense. Indeed, with a GU Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move, it could transform and replenish continuously. But a battlefield killer move without any GU Immortals controlling it is very inflexible. Everyone saw hope and felt joy after hearing Fang Yuan's words. But next, Fang Yuan's words threw them into dejection again, attacking an unmanned battlefield killer. Move is relatively simpler, but to me, it is extremely difficult to unravel this current one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions crumbled, they cast somewhat unkind gazes towards Fang Yuan. One of the GU Immortals said agitatedly, Xianxia, you talked a lot of crap, just tell us if you're useless. Speaking like this, are you trying to toy with us? Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon showed no expression on his face, but it was obvious that his mood was currently terrible. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped his smiling expression, he bowed to Shark Demon as he said solemnly, why would I dare to toy with everyone? I am truly restricted by a lack of resources. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal GU, I would have great confidence in unraveling the battlefield killer move on moving troops for sure. Chapter 918, Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Sea, Underwater Palace. Delicious delicacies filled the table, the aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the lantern lights shined brightly. In the banquet, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man sat on the main seats, treating two GU Immortals in the hall with utmost cordiality. These two GU Immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. After they ran into a barrier in Yulu Blessed Land, and knew that staying longer would be of no use, Shark Demon and the group sensibly retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had originally intended to leave, but were invited over by Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had participated in Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. Gulping down the fine wine, Shark Demon put down the wine cup and looked at Fang Yuan, suddenly asking, Xianxia, how much assurance do you truly have in unraveling unmoving troops? Fang Yuan thought inwardly, the time has come. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had been talking about all sorts of irrelevant matters, but he just kept quiet and did not speak about the matter first. Shark Demon finally could not hold it in and spoke about the subject. Fang Yuan immediately replied, Lord Shark Demon, you are also aware of how things stand for me. The wisdom path inheritance I inherited is complete. Moreover, recently, I have comprehended many mysteries, thus I could unravel the battlefield killer move 8 doors labyrinth. But up until now, I have been suffering from having no relevant wisdom path immortal GU, thus my methods are limited and my capabilities insufficient. If I could refine this wisdom path immortal GU, I can definitely unravel unmanned unmoving troops. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside him, also backed him up. I have known Brother Xingshang for many years, I know he is not someone who exaggerates or speaks empty words. Since he says he has confidence, then he definitely has confidence. I can guarantee this. Su Bai Man, however, was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yunsheng's guarantee, as she looked at the person in concern, Fang Yuan, and pursued, if you have the wisdom path immortal GU, can you guarantee you can unravel that battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan did not answer directly, instead taking a step back in order to advance further, intentionally giving a bitter smile, how can I have complete certainty? This matter concerns Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 supreme experts in history. If something unexpected happens, it would be normal. But for now at least, based on the part that is shown, I am quite confident of unraveling it if I can have the help of the wisdom path immortal GU. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man glanced at each other. Although they were angry at Fang Yuan's slippery words, they were moved as well. There was no other way. They had suffered much hardship beforehand. Previously, they had spent a considerable price to invite other Wisdom Path GU Immortals to help, but the outcome was emphatically not ideal, they even lost an Immortal GU in the end. As for Xianxia, they had cooperated with him many times now, and knew many details about him. More importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, and could be considered a person on the same side. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's first choice was Fang Yuan. However, financing Fang Yuan to refine Immortal GU was difficult as well. The cost of refining Immortal GU was rather high, while the success rate was too low, and depended on luck. If luck was good, one could refine successfully in the first attempt. Then everything would be a joyous matter. But this situation was very rare. If luck was not good, there was a possibility of always failing. At that time, even if there was a huge pile of Immortal Essence stones, they would just be wasted with no gains. This was also the reason most GU Immortals would rather capture wild Immortal GU than to think of refining Immortal GU themselves. Refining Immortal GU was difficult. In the present cultivation world, many ranked 6 GU Immortals did not have even one Immortal GU on them, and could only use Mortal GU to hold their own. Fang Yuan was a special case. He had a lot of Immortal GU, so many that were they to be exposed, perhaps people would not believe it. However, he had reborn, had fortuitous encounters, taken deadly risks, and faced all sorts of harsh conditions to obtain these Immortal GU. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not know these details, but they were aware of Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on them to lend him a hand in refining Wisdom Path Immortal GU. As far as they were concerned, Fang Yuan could not afford this expenditure and had no accumulations to refine Immortal GU, thus he was making them help him. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely have scoffed and not even given a thought. How silly would he be to help others refine Immortal GU? However, in the current situation, Shark Demon had to request Fang Yuan's help in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon had one question on his mind: was Xianxia fooling them? Was he using this chance to blackmail them, when even without Immortal GU, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, but did not speak and only drank the wine. This moment and time was just perfect. Fang Yuan had confidence. Previously, the timing was wrong. Now Yulu blessed land was laid out in front of them like a juicy piece of meat dangling in the air, tempting Shark Demon. This had indeed done a great favor to Fang Yuan. As long as they completely dismantled unmoving troops, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would gain lots of benefits, obtaining hundreds of times what they had invested. Naturally, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of devouring these alone, and backstabbing them. However, his strength was not enough to beat even just Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a veteran ranked 7 Immortal Zombie. Although Fang Yuan had ranked 7 battle strength, it was not outstanding among ranked 7 GU Immortals. But this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at the bottom tier of rank 6. Fang Yuan could not defeat even Shark Demon, let alone when there were Su Bai Man and other GU Immortals as well. As for Zombie Alliance behind Shark Demon, there was even less need to mention them. For a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat running across the street. Fang Yuan was rational and calm, and knew his own limits. He had observed and evaluated the situation before he joined this expedition, in order to get a share of the profits and extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank the 3rd cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already finished their secret discussion. They quickly reached a consensus. They decided to aid Fang Yuan financially and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Even if it was Fang Yuan blackmailing them, they had no choice but to settle for it. They did not even force Fang Yuan to make an oath or use GU worms to probe out his true thoughts. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were, naturally, not foolish. Besides urgently needing Fang Yuan's help for this final important hurdle, they also had another intention. That was to improve their relationship with Fang Yuan. After all, the Wisdom Path potential Fang Yuan showed was already worth it for them to make an investment. Wisdom Path GU Immortals were rare. Having a friendship with a Wisdom Path GU Immortal was very precious. However, just as Shark Demon was about to reply, there was suddenly a change. The immense sea shook intensely, thunder crackled, and countless chaotic sea currents pressed on towards the underwater palace. Immediately, a piercing fire pillar shot down from outside the sea, directly striking at Shark Demon's underwater palace with shocking might. A loud sound reverberated through the area, and the magnificent underwater palace shined with the radiance of a defensive GU formation. However, the light could not last for even a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire pillar. In an instant, stones and bricks broke and flew in all directions, the palace turned into ruins, the fire kept on burning and was actually not extinguished by the sea. The extremely pleasant banquet had now thoroughly ended, as the endless sea water surged in, sweeping away all the furnishings and the delicacies of the banquet, and soon submerged Fang Yuan and the group. However, the four were all GU immortals, and had no problem staying in this depth of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, and did not need to breathe in the sea. He was dazed for a moment before suddenly standing up and looked at the sky above the sea, shouting in fury, "Such audacity! Who dares to attack my sea area?" Su Bai Man also stood beside Shark Demon, similarly gazing up, her expression pale. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng glanced at each other, puzzled. Shark Demon had outstanding strength, and with Su Bai Man accompanying him everywhere, they could advance or retreat easily. Such a duo was already extremely dangerous to provoke. More importantly, there was also Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance behind them. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. They were a colossal force, a level stronger than even super forces, and could even be called an overlord of the Eastern Sea cultivation world. Who is it that came to attack Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon? Ha ha ha, Shark Demon had just shouted, when a voice resounded in everyone's ears, "This is only a small appetizer. I am not only going to destroy your palace, I will also beat you lowlife lovers till you can't even stand up." The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. Moreover, from the voice, it was a female immortal. "It's her," Su Bai Man said, her eyes widened, showing a clearly surprised and grave look. A bright red figure descended from the sky, pressing down into the sea and towards the 4 on the seabed. Fang Yuan gazed above at this female immortal and saw she was descending extremely fast. Her whole body was blazing with fire which swayed in the water. As for her true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 GU immortal, Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, adding a sentence inwardly, more precisely, "This is a rank 8 female immortal zombie." Immediately, Shark Demon shouted out the female immortal's identity. "Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone crazy? You dare to attack a person belonging to Zombie Alliance like you? You are challenging Zombie Alliance's authority, and will definitely be severely punished." Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, as he recalled that he had heard this name before. This name was a famous one. Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 GU immortal. She was from Northern Plains, the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. After Fang Yuan had infiltrated into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he had heard other members mention and talk of her many times, praising and revering Blazing Heaven Demoness' formidable strength and domineering style. Fang Yuan had not expected to see such a person in this way. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was covered in fire, laughed loudly, "Shark Demon, don't talk nonsense. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak, what are you trying to do by stealing my immortal material?" Su Bai Man was just about to question Blazing Heaven Demoness, but had not expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to blame them first. Shark Demon shouted, "Nonsense. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, go find a better reason. These last days, I have only been paying attention to doing the assignment of Zombie Alliance, invading Yu Lu Blessed Land. When would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are just trying to start a quarrel." Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, was not flustered, instead confidently laughing, "Ha ha ha, I came here with a witness. Shark Demon, you won't be able to deny it." Shark Demon was so furious that he laughed. Good, let me see what witness you have." Chapter 919, Angry Bird. In the sea and under the water, the two sides were in a stalemate. It was a tense atmosphere. A moment ago, Fang Yuan was still enjoying a banquet with Shark Demon and his wife, having a joyous time. But at the next moment, they were attacked. The entire underwater palace of Shark Demon was turned into rubble. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng as the latter transmitted, "Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert, she is not someone we can fight." Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's intention, that was to sit and watch. At GU immortal level, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between them. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shark Demon, and Su Bai Man collaborated and worked together sincerely, they might not be able to hold off Blazing Heaven Demoness over multiple rounds even if they disregarded the cost. This was an absolutely powerful foe. Normally, only rank 8 GU immortals could fight other rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this, thus, even though his house was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. With Shark Demon's temper, if his house was destroyed, he would burst into anger and attack. But because it was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 GU immortal, he had to control himself even if he was angry. He knew he was not a match for the rank 8 GU immortal. The best way to solve this problem now was to use Zombie Alliance's rules and negotiate with her. Blazing Heaven Demoness had gone against the rules of Zombie Alliance. She was finding problems with an ally. How could that be allowed? Such blatant attacks are simply giving no regard to Zombie Alliance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled confidently, like she had already won. Shark Demon, isn't it simple to justify my actions? Bo Dan, come out. Blazing Heaven Demoness called. GU Immortal Bo Dan stood out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He lowered his head, his expression was bitter as he bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Su Bai Man, I was forced against my will. Seeing Bo Dan, Shark Demon's expression turned dark. His wife Su Bai Man also snorted coldly. She had an idea of what Blazing Heaven Demoness' plan was. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scream, Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, the two of you instructed Bo Dan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicine ice. I was in closed cultivation and was careless, the two of you actually succeeded. Today, I am here to seek justice. As it turned out, Bo Dan was quite pitiful. Even though he was alive, he had no choice but to join Zombie Alliance. Just earlier, his private sea area was taken over by Blazing Heaven Demoness using brute force. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea using Xing Zi's identity and joined Shark Demon in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Bo Dan was a half-baked Wisdom Path GU immortal. His skill was lacking, he was schemed against by Fang Yuan. To protect his status, he had to bribe Su Bai Man and give her the rank 8 immortal material medicine ice, so that Su Bai Man would defend him. But Bo Dan was still too incapable. He and Shark Demon slowly became estranged. Bo Dan was left with no choice. He attempted to use Zombie Alliance to exert pressure on Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she would return him his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she was a higher up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Bo Dan's plea and complaint, they dragged out his request and tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for this mere Bo Dan? Thus, Bo Dan's situation became increasingly pathetic, until Fang Yuan unraveled the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth and obtained a huge breakthrough in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Ever since Shark Demon invaded Yulu Blessed Land, he had been receiving heavy attention. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, with such great benefits, Blazing Heaven Demoness' greed was stirred. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level, she was superior to them and had great strength, but she could not forcefully take over the fruits of the labor of Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was the Zombie Alliance headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent Bo Dan a message, lying that she would return him his private sea area and would compensate him. Bo Dan had no long-term accommodation. As he was wandering about, he received this news and was overjoyed. In the end, when he returned, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Bo Dan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he also did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and was in deep regret, but now that he was in Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice left. In the end, he was captured by Blazing Heaven Demoness and was brought to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bo Dan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bo Dan was just a minor character, he was not crucial. This accusation would not hold up against any investigations. Shark Demon held in the anger inside him as he sneered at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, just say it if you want to pick the fruits, why must you implicate an innocent person? Su Bai Man followed. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert, aren't your current actions too ugly? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was weak. But that did not matter. She just needed a cover, just an excuse would do. This excuse was only used to respond to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to obey her. To force Shark Demon and his wife, what was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Thus, she came here personally with overflowing battle intent. She was here to find trouble with them. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter stopped. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked at the sea, suddenly saying, 3 moves. What? Su Bai Man was shocked. I will finish you off in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves of mine, I will pretend I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said sternly. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed, all right. Let the 4 of us experience your power. Blazing Heaven Demoness' 3 moves agreement made Shark Demon see some hope. Of course, the most important reason was that they were helpless in this situation. He had to agree regardless of his wishes. Weaklings had no choices in the first place. Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned slightly. He did not want to take action, but Shark Demon was crafty. With a few words he directly included Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng on his side, against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was calm, showing no change of expression. Su Bai Man transmitted to them, if we can survive this ordeal, both of us will owe you a favor. As for compensation, we will pay you a sum that is sure to satisfy you. We hope that both of you can support us. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fang Yuan transmitted in return. In his mind, he had made his decision. He would just pretend to exert effort. Only an idiot would help in such a dangerous and pointless request. Su Bai Man nodded at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, showing a hint of gratitude in her gaze. I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, while Tai Bai Yunsheng is skilled at healing. Even if we perform badly later, we have sufficient reasons to justify ourselves. Fang Yuan stood out, standing with Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, facing Blazing Heaven Demoness who was at the surface of the sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed internally, standing beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed lightly, with a look of nonchalance. She stretched out her hand, opening her 5 fingers. Suddenly, with a soft sound, an orange-yellow flame appeared in her hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, rubbing the orange-yellow flame. This lump of flame was extraordinary. It was very elastic. Blazing Heaven Demoness squeezed it as if she was squeezing a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame gradually formed into the appearance of a bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her hand as the fire bird jumped up from her palm, flapping its wings and chirping, happily fluttering around Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness toyed around with the fire bird, not attacking, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they showed extremely ugly expressions. This fire bird had a cute appearance, but it was terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the 4 Gu Immortals. Once released, it would unleash shocking might. Not just this underwater palace, the rest of this shark sea, countless living beings in a huge surrounding area of water might be exterminated by a single blow. A rank 8 Gu Immortal cannot be blocked by rank 6 or rank 7 Gu Immortals. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this one attack, Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, may I know what is the name of this move? Shark Demon asked after a while. He spoke in a dispirited tone with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was careless when cultivating and flames of anger were burning my heart. I almost lost my life. When I was recovering, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 level killer move. I named it, Angry Bird. Angry Bird. This joke-like name made Shark Demon feel some shock and also bitterness. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this on purpose. She wanted to display overwhelming strength to force Shark Demon to surrender. This was a very crude method, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was too overbearing. She was straightforward and had incredible cultivation level. With her battle strength, it was an effective plan. With just one move, Fang Yuan and the others had given up. Only Shark Demon was still hanging on. He said to the rest of them, "You 3, retreat first, I will handle this move." Before Fang Yuan and the others replied, Shark Demon took one step forward and said, "Angry Bird, it is a good move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please attack." Blazing Heaven Demoness was shocked. She squinted as she asked in suspicion, "Are you sure you want to face this move? Let's retreat." Su Bai Man's eyes shined with brilliance. She spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness move was incredibly powerful, there was no hope even if the four of them collaborated. Right now, Shark Demon was facing her alone. Not only did he not want other people's help, even his wife Su Bai Man had such confidence in him. What was he relying on? Alright, I want to see what is giving you courage. Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated. At her will, the angry bird tore through the water, shooting towards Shark Demon. But when it got to the bottom of the sea, a strong aura burst out, contesting Blazing Heaven Demoness equally. Shark Demon showed a smiling expression, like his plan had succeeded. Far away, Su Bai Man let out a sigh of relief. She explained to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, "Back then, we chose this location to build our underwater palace, we naturally had our reasons." Chapter 920, Immemorial Desolate Beast, One Finger Flow Shark. A surging, vast aura. Everyone's gazes were attracted to it. The sea became turbulent and tides started to rise. Countless undercurrents formed in the seabed and moved rapidly while intertwined together, like countless giant dragons or pythons. Undercurrent vortex started forming and continued to increase in numbers sharply. Soon, the dangerous vortexes numbered to thousands, filling this sea area. This is, Tai Bai Yunsheng was startled. Immemorial Desolate Beast. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences comparable to rank 8 GU immortals. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man stared fixedly at the center of this aura. There, the form of the immemorial desolate beast was gradually revealed. The state of the enemy was unknown. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had no choice but to stop her attacks for the moment, recalling the small fire bird to her side. The sea tides rose and fell along with the rough waves. The surface of the sea became dangerous while the undercurrents flowed chaotically inside the sea. Several breaths later, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast's true appearance was completely revealed. This formidable immemorial desolate beast was unimaginably small and dainty-looking. It was so small that it was actually the size of an adult's finger. This was a shark, an extremely exquisite and cute shark, the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver light. This light was not dazzling but mild, like a silk cloth that gently covered the small shark. Such a formidable aura, yet its body is like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed, having a strange expression at this sight. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, showed a trace of seriousness. The small shark ignored Fang Yuan, Shark Demon and the rest behind it. From the start, its two eyes had been gazing at Blazing Heaven Demoness, revealing intense enmity. Shark Demon let out a breath, and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. "My plan has fortunately succeeded, don't underestimate this small shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark." Tai Bai Yunsheng looked surprised and shocked. Ordinary GU immortals would not know of the one-finger flow shark, but as a time path GU immortal, Tai Bai Yunsheng had long since heard of its name. In fact, almost all time path GU immortals knew a mnemonic, one-finger flow shark, an instance of brilliance. Flowing water and clear voice, heaven is impartial. It was no exaggeration to say that the one-finger flow shark was known widely because of the mnemonic. It was a rank 8 time path desolate beast, bearing extremely large amounts of time path Dao marks, thus it could swim in the river of time with its physical body. The one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and does not reveal itself. The two of us also found its tracks by chance. Later, we intentionally requested for this sea area from Zombie Alliance, and built this shark sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly chuckled. "So it was like that, no wonder you two stopped at no expense to exchange for an immortal killer move of the enslavement path Grand Master, 180 slaves, from Zombie Alliance, lower controls higher. It was to use this enslavement path killer move to subdue this one-finger flow shark, right? Enslavement path had always been about enslaving higher beasts to control lower. For instance, back when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, using Wolf King Chongshan Yin's identity to participate in the contest of the Imperial Court, he had used myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and so on to indirectly control the whole wolf army. After all, one had a limited soul foundation. Enslavement path GU masters could not directly control all the wild beasts. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the controlling power of the enslavement path GU master would be. the more their soul would have to endure and the less capable they would be in displaying skillful control. But this was not absolute. The wisdom of humans was undoubtedly at the top of all living beings. In the long history of GU cultivation, there once appeared an enslavement path grandmaster. He had a rough childhood, being born as a slave, and thus had very meager status. He used all the opportunities he obtained and took risks, continuously maturing and finally climbing to the pinnacle. He was 180 slaves. A generation's genius. Normal enslavement path. Methods were to use those of higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. This was not without reason. For instance, an emperor was the ruler, wielding absolute power, sitting high above. But sometimes, when the people are united and of one mind, the emperor would also be trapped by the people's will, and would be forced to do things against their own will. Facing blazing heaven demoness speculation, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed right, that is the case. I have been constantly managing the shark groups in this sea area. It is to use these shark groups to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment is insufficient and I also don't have the immortal GU forming the killer move lower controls higher, thus, I haven't succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon had a huge target. His ambition truly was not small. He was only a ranked 7 immortal zombie, but wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Those able to advance to GU immortals indeed were not simple. If he truly succeeded and had such an aid, Shark Demon could be considered half a rank 8 GU immortal. His status would immediately rise, with fame and benefits flowing in rapidly. Currently, he might not have succeeded, but he had made some achievements. At the least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it had not cared about Shark Demon's side, and instead directed all its hatred and anger to blazing heaven demoness. Shark Demon continued, "Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also contains several time path immortal GU." The intention of his words was to make blazing heaven demoness aware of what she was dealing with and make her retreat. This was not revealing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was overflowing with the aura of immortal GU without being concealed. Even Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could clearly feel it, let alone the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven demoness. It is rumored that the river of time is home to countless time path GU worms. The one-finger flow shark can freely move around in the river of time, thus having immortal GU is not strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng whispered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. He had to move deep into the river of time to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability. The one-finger flow shark was extremely rare, and there were probably not many even in the river of time. To put it in other words, this was a major opportunity that could not be sought out and only found through chance. No wonder Shark Demon and Su Bai Man stopped at no expense, spending endless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven demoness laugh loudly. "Listening to what you say makes my urge to strike even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on an outside force to make me retreat? To win without fighting? Hee. Wishful thinking." The moment she finished speaking, blazing heaven demoness pointed with her finger. The small fire bird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, flying straight towards Shark Demon's direction. "It's coming." Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest felt their hearts chill. Their whole body turned tense as they became extremely vigilant. The fire bird seemed harmless, but in truth, its power was vast and extraordinary. However, at this moment, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, resembling a silver firefly as it pounced at the fire bird. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and there was no explosion. The instant they collided, a strange thing occurred. Both sides, which were extremely fast, suddenly stilled. Turning from extreme speed to extreme stillness, at that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird seemed to have transformed into a painting. Such a transformation gave the spectators a feeling of being too abrupt. Shortly, Fang Yuan and the rest saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, using its exquisite nose to lightly poke the small fire bird. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark made an extremely elegant motion. Its whole body leapt over the small fire bird and continued to swiftly move ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stillness ended. The speeds of the one-finger flow shark and the small fire bird were restored. However, the former had already moved past the small fire bird and was charging towards blazing heaven demoness, while the small fire bird was moving towards Shark Demon and the rest of the group. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were already extremely alert, and when they saw the small bird nearing them, they held their breaths, preparing to contend with it. Fang Yuan was almost about to pull away and retreat, but right at this moment, the small fire bird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc as it turned around, chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon was able to avoid this confrontation, but he was instead pale from shock. This small fire bird can move smoothly according to the controller's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, there are definitely wisdom path methods mixed in it. Fang Yuan analyzed rapidly. That scene just now should be because a certain time path Immortal GU in the one-finger flow shark activated. This Immortal GU can cause the flow of time in a certain range to become extremely slow. It seemed like the two turned from extreme speed to almost complete stillness, but their speed had actually not changed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly said. Su Bai Man nodded and added, not only that. When the one-finger flow shark poked the fire bird's body, the Immortal GU's aura had changed again. It should be the activation of the second time path Immortal GU, it is just that its effect is unclear. The moment she finished speaking, the effect showed up. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression suddenly changed, because the small fire bird chasing the one-finger flow shark had suddenly detonated. Like a crack of thunder resounded over the area. Flames accompanied the surging blast, as it ferociously spread everywhere. In an instant, an immense quantity of seawater evaporated and countless lives were lost. A hemispherical crater formed over the whole sea. When the fire bird had detonated, it had already flown out of the sea, but the bottom of the crater had unexpectedly touched the soil of the seabed. Next, the surrounding seawater surged in to fill the gap. Tides surged, and huge waves stirred up in the sea. The soil on the seabed rolled and mixed in with the water, making visibility extremely poor. Fang Yuan and the rest were in a rather miserable state. They had no choice but to fly out of the sea and float in the sky as they continued to watch the battle. They saw the one-finger flow shark shoot directly towards Blazing Heaven Demoness' face like a silver arrow. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression became more focused. How would she dare to take it head-on? Man is the spirit of all living beings. This phrase was not false, but when strength, recovery, speed and so on were compared, humans were not outstanding among the endless living beings. Even after becoming GU Immortals, they usually could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark was small, but it was an immemorial desolate beast. Its small body concealed incomparably frightening brute strength. Chapter 921, Big Fish Eat Small Fish. The one-finger flow shark shot forward. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, she had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small fire bird had huge value. Fang Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire path killer move, 5 fingers blazing chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand. Her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits and huge numbers of time path Dao marks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness' head. Success! Su Bai Man was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eyes shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal GU immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path GU worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced, although not fatal, it was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack, the moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. A dark fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness' head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Fang Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move, it can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. He, interesting. This has 3-time path Immortal GU, one can slow down time, one can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time path Immortal GU they were and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the small fire bird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first time path Immortal GU to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the fire bird. The fire bird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the fire bird, causing the fire bird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest, it used the last time path Immortal GU to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness' perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 Immortal GU. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 GU Immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of Immortal killer moves to Immortal GU. GU worms had one ability, others could often find the details of the Immortal GU after it was used just once. However, Immortal killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless GU worms. Not only did this conceal the core Immortal GU, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones, each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end, they don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative Immortal GU, maybe it could see through these clones, a pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demoness was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Subai Man. But do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fang Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. But Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Subai Man. Even Shark Demon and Subai Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demoness. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Subai Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, if you can succeed, we will reward you heavily, you won't regret it. Without any consideration, Fang Yuan refused. With a bitter smile. Lady Su Bai Man overestimates us. You two have been ranked 7 GU Immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you. Even you two don't have a way to solve this. How can the two of us be of any help? Tai Bai Yun Sheng, similarly, shook his head. I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability. Su Bai Man did not say anything more while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, his expression clearly not pleased. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demoness method could not be resolved. But Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demoness Fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man feared Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway, thus they wanted to make Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man realized Fang Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, but in the end she failed, despite being on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, after burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words, as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit, and Blazing Heaven Demoness decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line, those who follow the rules are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high and no one could bully them. It was only after Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that Blazing Heaven Demoness had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, Blazing Heaven Demoness was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fang Yuan even had a slight suspicion that Blazing Heaven Demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Demon was not duped, Blazing Heaven Demoness move had created a rift between Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3-time path immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill in strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, GU Immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived, but no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly, she had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Demon and Subai Man's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Subai Man's hearts sank to rock bottom, their intent to battle kept lowering and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was the normal course of behavior in this world of GU. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8, how could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Subai Man simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not capable enough. In consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation, it would be better if you lead us to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He, Shark Demon, you know when to advance or retreat, very good. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped, and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Demon heaved another sigh, as he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds. The one-finger flow shark was pacified, it lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again and soon disappeared. Clearly, it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path Immortal GU on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xianxia Zi. I am. Blazing Heaven Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. From now onwards, I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, you must use your full capabilities, I won't allow any slacking. Chapter 922, Conclusion of the 100 Days Battle. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness command him so overbearingly, Fang Yuan was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Subai Man, this couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Yulu Blessed Land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Subai Man had put in so much, almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled, they lost a great deal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Subai Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Fang Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Subai Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish, this was the rule of the cultivation world, it was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand, this was the norm, it extended to all parts of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other, brothers would become enemies, this was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark, they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Fang Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level, she is also astute and calculative, more difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Subai Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth, maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought Immortal GU. There is also another advantage. Getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench, in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Fang Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. But I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal GU first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Fang Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Su Bai Man thought to herself. This Xing Shangzi seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily, but to think that he was without a backbone, he could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor, he had no integrity at all. Fang Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine Immortal GU, he, this is easy, I will fund you. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luopo Valley was in bad shape, crushed rocks were everywhere, it was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The GU Immortals from Central Continent had various injuries, they were focusing their attentions on Feng Zhuzhe right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity, they had a number of different emotions. Feng Zhuzhe won again. His opponent is Qin Bai Sheng, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Zhuzhe's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Bai Sheng is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Zhuzhe. The 100 Days battle, only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Bai Sheng is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Zhuzhe. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luopo Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of shadow sects Qin Bai Sheng and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, GU Immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 GU Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved, they were all shining experts. One could say, for the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the Central Continent GU Immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden shadow sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Feng Zhuzhe and Qin Bai Sheng. Initially, they were equally matched, it was a stalemate. Qin Bai Sheng, who had the territorial advantage and the battlefield killer move 100 million slaughterfield, showed a slight edge. But after that, Feng Zhuzhe got stronger as he fought, he displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even, then Feng Zhuzhe expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Feng Zhuzhe's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting, and finally defeated Qin Bai Sheng. 1 or 2 wins was nothing. But winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Feng Zhuzhe firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopo Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Feng Zhuzhe stood proudly at the front, seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley, he spoke calmly. His expression was pale, he had over a dozen injuries on him, blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming GU Immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Bai Sheng, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Feng Zhuzhe could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Feng Zhuzhe joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Zhuzhe had a high status and reputation, nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other GU Immortals feel pain and anguish, but Feng Zhuzhe felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path. But there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path, using all of my strength to fight, it is a pity, I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Feng Zhuzhe had a family, he could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these GU Immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects, their intentions were hard to decipher. If Feng Zhuzhe really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Feng Zhuzhe remembered what his wife, Bai Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Feng Zhuzhe had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Feng Zhuzhe spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Feng Zhuzhe's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough cough cough. After Qin Baisheng retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper. Each time he coughed, there was blood. Your injuries are getting more severe. Fairy Zhang Yu, who was holding him, said in worry. She was frowning tightly. Feng Zhuzhe is too despicable. He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively? Qin Baisheng said grimly. Say no more. Winner takes all. A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses. This Feng Zhuzhe truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority, that is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qin Baisheng coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 Days battle, only 5 were left: Wei Fengzi, He Cheng, Zhang Yu, He Lang Zi, and the mysterious black-robed Ji Immortal. Originally, they had Shui Songzi, but when they attacked Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Ji Immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent Ji Immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent Ji Immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, as well as 2 Ji Immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect had died. Trying to take advantage of Qin Baisheng, how could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, the most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qin Baisheng, was heavily injured. Luopo Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 Ji Immortals knew, the 100 Days battle had ended, they were the losers. Qin Baisheng tried to improve their mindsets. Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Zhuzhe's group is not united. They cannot fight as wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night. When that immortal Ji matures in the valley, we would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent. Lord Qin Baisheng. Everyone was shocked. Qin Baisheng's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Wei Fengzi, He Cheng or He Lang Zi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or, was this a trap? Wei Fengzi, He Cheng, and He Lang Zi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect secretly. Qin Baisheng, Zhang Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Ji Immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect, the others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not. Qin Baisheng waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. He Cheng, Wei Fengzi, and He Lang Zi felt very heavy. Their gazes was uncertain. The 3 wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the 3 were summoned by Qin Baisheng. Chapter 923, Breaking Out. Late at night, in Luopo Valley, Qin Baisheng and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qin Baisheng handed an immortal Ji to the mysterious black-robed Ji Immortal openly. This immortal Ji is very important. I am entrusting it to you now. The black-robed Ji Immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the Ji Immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, around the upper tier of rank 7. Qin Baisheng turned around, instructing Zhang Yu seriously. I can die, you can also die. But he is needed for the plan, we cannot lose him. Fairy Zhongyu nodded solemnly in return. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these GU Immortal disregard losses to themselves, even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they had to complete the mission. To make GU Immortals so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luo Po Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mei, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Zhang Yu, Wei Fengzi, He Langzi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force, how could Fairy Ling Mei defend against them? She only had one thought, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon GU. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon Slash if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei had always been together constantly, they were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luopo Valley. Thus, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill her. Fairy Zhang Yu, who was at the lead of the 5 GU Immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 GU Immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Ling Mei was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely chose to destroy an immortal GU, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Ling Mei activated a GU formation. Her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Ling Mei breathed roughly. Her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. So close, so close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this GU formation. Fairy Ling Mei felt gratitude inside. This GU formation was set up by GU Immortal Hong Kai Ming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Kai Ming came from Wind Cloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in GU formations and was famous in Central Continent. GU formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate, and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. They were often faster than immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Ling Mei survived. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Zhang Yu sighed internally. The other 4 GU Immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier, during the 100 Days battle, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the GU Immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their GU formations one by one, and now, the Central Continent GU Immortals created their own GU formations. The outer area of Luopo Valley was now their territory. Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out. Fairy Zhang Yu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. Ling Mei, are you alright? Fairy Ao Shui wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. We won't let you go. Die here. Chen Zhenkai shouted. Isn't it too late now to want to leave? Bu Fei Yan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, they were situated quite closely, thus, she could arrive first. As for Chen Zhenkai and Bu Fei Yan, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Ao Shui because they had incredible speed. Zhenkai of the 9 heavens, followed by Fei Yan, damn it. He Cheng gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. Chen Zhenkai and Bu Fei Yan were 2 famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent GU Immortal world. Genkai of the Nine Heavens referred to myriad dragon docs Chen Genkai, while, followed by Fei Yan, was speaking about heavenly lotus sects Bu Fei Yan. Zhang Yu and the other immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these two. Seeing the three of them get close, the five immortals on Shadow Sect's side did not even say a thing, they only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the five immortals. It was the activation of a GU formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Kai Ming. Although Hong Kai Ming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the GU formation. Lord Feng Zhuzhe had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now and we might spare your lives. Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent, Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Zhuzhe. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the five immortals knew clearly, even if they worked together, they were not Feng Zhuzhe's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the five immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Kai Ming's body shook and jolted, as if he was shocked by electricity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Bai Sheng. How could he watch as the five immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Chen Genkai, and Bu Fei Yan. The four Central Continent GU immortals arrived quickly but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Zhuzhe, Qin Bai Sheng was not someone the other Central Continent GU immortals could stop. Qin Bai Sheng did not kill the four immortals from Central Continent, he allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe's gaze was shining, he had already understood Qin Bai Sheng's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about, it is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song, right?" The five immortals on Shadow Sect's side retreated. Someone cried out in pain while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the five immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The five immortals were resolute figures, they knew this was a problem and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, blood flowed like a river. At the next moment, Qin Bai Sheng struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Zhuzhe's face, pressuring him. Feng Zhuzhe's expression changed, he quickly defended himself. Qin Bai Sheng had two major trump cards, one was the soul path killer move Soul Suppression, the other was the sword path killer move Five Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary GU immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Zhuzhe had three trump cards, the first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, they were also profound and mystical. Feng Zhuzhe's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the five immortals felt their pressure decreasing, they quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Bai Sheng used a metal path killer move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Zhuzhe's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Zhuzhe was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Bai Sheng's metal path killer move had little effect on Feng Zhuzhe. The golden chains were much more effective against Chen Genkai and others. Against Feng Zhuzhe, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Bai Sheng showed a wry smile on his face. "I'll let you see the true secret within Luopo Valley now." Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley, one of them hit Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. The power of Space Path. How can this be so strong? Not far away, the two fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the mystical light, their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Chen Genkai and Bu Fei Yan, they were extremely fast, they dodged the mystical light. Qin Bai Sheng did not care about them, his main goal was to restrict Feng Zhuzhe. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. "Don't struggle, this light is harmless." Feng Zhuzhe understood at once, he shouted as he reminded them. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were uncertain, but at the next moment, they saw that Feng Zhuzhe stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luopo Valley by the mystical light. Qin Bai Sheng's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Zhuzhe. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Chen Zhenkai reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect Immortals, "Take them down first." This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect Immortals were held back by Chen Zhenkai and Bu Fei Yan. Next, Hong Kai Ming, Old Lord Kenyong, and Old Man Tian Long arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. "Ah, someone save me!" He Cheng shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. "Ignore him, protect our main target," continued to break out. Fairy Zhang Yu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Cheng, protecting the mysterious black-robed Ji-Yu Immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within Luopo Valley, in a mysterious place. "Where is this?" Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Zhuzhe, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. This is actually a hidden thieving heaven demon venerable true inheritance. Chapter 924. Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze. In the mystical area, light shined warmly. There were no mountains or rivers, neither wind nor land. It was completely blank. That is true. Once Feng Zhuzhe spoke, Qin Bai Sheng appeared in front of him. Looking at the 3 immortals from Central Continent, he smiled deeply. "If not for thieving heaven demon venerable's arrangement, how could I lure Brother Feng here?" Indeed, even though Qin Bai Sheng was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1 in 1,000 years monster like Feng Zhuzhe. Especially when Qin Bai Sheng's 2 trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Zhuzhe, he had to activate the arrangements that thieving heaven demon venerable had personally set up in the past. "This really is thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance?" Fairy Ling Mei asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of Ji-Yu cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Ji-Yu immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, thieving heaven demon venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation paths simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos. Thieving heaven demon venerable also had a close relationship with long hair ancestor. The failure to refine space escape Ji-Yu became long hair ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Ling Mei or Ao Shui, these 2 fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Zhuzhe quickly discouraged them. "Don't even think about it. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain." Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. That's right, there was still Feng Zhuzhe and Qin Bai Sheng here. With these 2 experts around, how could thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance become theirs? At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt great disappointment. Feng Zhuzhe's back was facing them. He stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued, "You misunderstand my words. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it, I do not fulfill it, and even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mei and Ao Shui were shocked. One of them asked, "There is such a thing?" Qin Bai Sheng laughed loudly. Brother Feng really knows a lot about thieving heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of thieving heaven demon venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains. Feng Zhuzhe's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qin Bai Sheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of thieving heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Ling Mei asked, "May I ask Lord Feng Juzhe, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it, who knows?" Feng Juzhe's gaze had been fixed on Qin Baisheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions, he is from the outside world, an otherworldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor: they have to be an otherworldly demon. I am obviously not one, Brother Qin cannot be one, otherwise he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Are you 2 otherworldly demons?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui replied, Qin Baisheng flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. Impossible. All the GU immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here? Otherworldly demons, they really exist. Since the start of my life, I have never seen one. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was actually an otherworldly demon. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were taken aback. Feng Juzhe nodded. Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the GU world. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They asked again. Other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside. Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place, while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Juzhe's power, you cannot take it forcefully. They were unwilling to give up. This was a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more, they just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qin Baisheng sneered. Wishful thinking. Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? The 2 of you think you can obtain this true inheritance. There was such a thing. This is too absurd. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 GU immortal. He could not even take one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances even after he died. Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Juzhe did not refute it. He said solemnly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory, because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path GU immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the GU world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications, thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped in shock. The 2 of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Juzhe and Qin Baisheng. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt their horizons expanding. But soon, they became worried and anxious. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry, as long as we do not move, in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Juzhe replied confidently. If it were other GU immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, and Feng Juzhe was a higher up in Spirit Affinity House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qin Baisheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Juzhe, since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qin Baisheng struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mei and Ao Shui acted like they were facing a strong foe. Feng Juzhe quickly said, don't move. In this place, it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap. Feng Juzhe was very aware regarding this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe Feng Zhuzhe. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qin Bai Sheng showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident, but it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into thieving heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action. He spoke calmly as he activated the GU worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Feng Zhuzhe felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qin Bai Sheng fixedly. But at the next moment, Qin Bai Sheng's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qin Bai Sheng recite. Even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone, the sword chi in my fist dominates northern plains. 400 years passed rapidly, how can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud, he spoke with a calm expression, his gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Feng Zhuzhe. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Feng Zhuzhe frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qin Bai Sheng had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qin Bai Sheng's body. Behind Feng Zhuzhe, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed, their voices were trembling from fear, they screamed, winds of assimilation. As it turned out, in order to stop Feng Zhuzhe, Qin Bai Sheng had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless, he directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary, they assimilated everything, even rank 8 GU immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inheritance space, if five-finger fist heart sword or heaven and earth song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew. Even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking. It was as if water on a lake was boiled, there were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Feng Zhuzhe had a solemn expression. Against Qin Bai Sheng's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had activated their GU worms, protecting their bodies. Even Feng Zhuzhe had to activate his immortal GU, of course they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first. Otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. Chapter 925, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. 2 flowers blossomed, each branching in different directions. Ignoring the situation of Qin Bai Sheng sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Feng Zhuzhe, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Zhang Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but He Cheng was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives, every second was important, at the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him, they only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Zhang Yu was even more heartless, she directly told them to abandon him, disregarding He Cheng's life or death. They were so close to escaping, freedom was right in front of them. He Cheng was lagging behind, couldn't he be useful in stalling the Central Continent GU immortals? However, he controlled the immortal GU House Dark Prison. After He Cheng died, it might end up in the Central Continent GU immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Zhang Yu and the others. But it was only slightly regretful, compared to the immortal GU House, their own lives were more important. He, you can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Wei Fengzi laughed loudly. His speed rose sharply, in a few breaths of time, he was way ahead of Zhang Yu and the others. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others' fiery gazes, Wei Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me, Hong Kai Ming shouted. GU formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent GU immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Chen Zhenkai and Bu Fei Yan moved out, using a GU formation at the periphery to chase and block Wei Fengzi. Wei Fengzi was known as the fastest in northern plains, he came and went like the wind, central continent GU immortals had to admit that. Just Chen Zhenkai or Bu Fei Yan alone could not stop Wei Fengzi. But now, they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Wei Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Chen and Bu. His speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it. Zhang Yu and the others felt gratified. They turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down. Old Lord Kenyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Kai Ming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. He Cheng's body was burning in flames, he screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, He Cheng was trapped, while Wei Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Kai Ming left He Cheng as he chased He Langzi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Langzi. He Langzi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Zhang Yu and the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal were not far away, they were obstructed by Old Man Tian Long and Old Lord Kan Yong. They did not waste time in trash-talking, the four immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, winds surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The four immortals displayed their might, they shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created, mountains rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kan Yong was a famous rank 7 GU Immortal. When Dong Fang Chong Fan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought unfettered scholar, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han alone, he had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tian Long's strength was similar to Old Lord Kan Yong. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the Sound Path GU Immortal Feng Zhuzhe. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Zhang Yu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tian Long and Old Lord Kan Yong had the upper hand, they obtained a good chance to strike. Oh no, Fairy Zhang Yu was shocked, she wanted to dodge but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Zhang Yu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh, strange. Old Lord Kan Yong was slightly shocked. The mysterious black-robed GU Immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance. Old Man Tian Long shouted, his hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black-robed GU Immortal blocked them as his robe was torn, his appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Kan Yong was stunned. You have the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. One of the 10 extreme physiques, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old Man Tian Long howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black-robed GU Immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. HMPH. Since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black-robed GU Immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Kan Yong. Old Lord Kan Yong was a Fire Path GU Immortal, he was countered by the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique, he had the disadvantage. Old Man Tian Long wanted to help, but Fairy Zhang Yu risked her life to block him. Quickly go, Fairy Zhang Yu screamed. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Kan Yong. He did not look back, he flew out of Luopo Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Kan Yong roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Zhang Yu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tian Long's expression was cold, he descended from the sky and his hand hit Fairy Zhang Yu's back firmly. Fairy Zhang Yu was at her wit's end, she could not defend herself, her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared, one could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow, her purple dress fluttered in the sky, like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Zhang Yu's corpse landed on the ground, her bones and tendons were broken, her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Zhang Yu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Kenyang and Old Man Tian Long were free now, they could deal with He Langzi and Wei Fengzi. Hong Kai Ming's focus was on restricting He Cheng. A moment later, He Langzi screamed in a deafening tone, the giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into two. His corpse turned into a human body, blood flowed as his internal organs were torn, he died a terrible death. He Cheng was left without a choice, he reluctantly activated the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the Immortal Gu House was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Cheng was already bankrupt, he did not have much immortal essence left. There was insufficient immortal essence to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, it had less than 1% of its full power. Hong Kai Ming used his Gu formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Wei Fengzi lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities, he did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent Gu Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Wei Fengzi was like a fish that was caught in a net, even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. Don't kill me, I surrender. At the moment before death, Wei Fengzi surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances, the Central Continent Gu Immortals understood why Wei Fengzi surrendered. Don't play tricks, hand over your Immortal Gu. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax, they surrounded Wei Fengzi tightly. Wei Fengzi did not have any chances left, he sighed deeply as he handed over his Immortal Gu. Without his Immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth, his threat level dropped. Only until he was completely under control and his life and death was at their whim did the Central Continent Gu Immortals breathe out deeply in relief. Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Wei Fengzi's surrender gave the Central Continent Gu Immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their immortal essence, the Central Continent Gu Immortals suffered great losses, their pressure was immense. After capturing Wei Fengzi, the Immortal Gu they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent Immortals. But unexpectedly, where is He Cheng, so decisive? He abandoned this Immortal Gu House immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Wei Fengzi, he secretly dug underground and escaped, he really managed to deceive us. HMPH, a coward who is afraid of death, a person who is barely surviving, he is not worth considering. At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended, the battle was over and the dust had settled. Qin Bai Sheng, Fairy Zhongyu were sacrificed, He Langzi died, Wei Fengzi surrendered, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had escaped with the crucial Immortal Gu. He Cheng, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Langya blessed land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qin Bai Sheng was sacrificed inside Luopo Valley. This showed the cruelty of the Gu cultivation world. Even at Gu immortal level, they were not free from danger, one could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, it was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily, he did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench's terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. I am finally here, the mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who had escaped from Luopo Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then when Central Continent's group attacked Luopo Valley, Qin Bai Sheng and Zhang Yu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luopo Valley. But this trump card was extremely important, if it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Bai Sheng and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense, they had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully, but only sacrificed the hairy man Gu immortals in vain. Now, Luopo Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not come here thinking of revenge, and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself, and place the crucial immortal GU here for safekeeping. This immortal GU was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan, it could not be lost. For this, Qin Baisheng and Zhang Yu had sacrificed their lives. Just a bit more time, we just need a bit more time. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the immortal GU and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie, it was too easy to disguise as a member. However, just when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that his ordeal was over, and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting, to think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old ancestor Shui Hu, why is he here? Chapter 926, Refining Star Thought Immortal GU. Hu immortal blessed land, underground cave. The Blood G forest had already spread out to an area of over 30,000 square meters. At the center of the Blood G forest, the Blood Lingzi shined with a dark red light, but currently the light of wisdom had already overpowered it. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the wisdom light halo as he sat and concentrated. His expression was calm, he was like a statue, but his mind was working rapidly. Countless thoughts were created and destroyed, they crashed into one another like a meteor shower, or the eruption of a volcano. He grunted. Fang Yuan's body shook, he slowly opened his eyes. His mind, which was undergoing a storm made of thoughts, had returned to a peaceful state. He frowned, thinking deeply. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his nose. The immortal zombie body's blood was pale green, there was no warmth at all, it was icy cold. Fang Yuan indifferently cleaned up his nosebleed, he evaluated, it seems that the GU formation that I newly created still has many flaws. Ever since he had become a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained countless inspirations. As for how to use Wisdom GU more efficiently, he had many new ideas. This GU formation was created by him not too long ago. Not long ago, he had a low Wisdom Path attainment level and could only use the light of wisdom directly. Now, with this GU formation, he could intensify the rate at which his thoughts collided. Even though it could not raise the effect of his deductions, it could save him a lot of time. Wisdom GU was rank 9, while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 immortal zombie, it was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This GU formation could be considered a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, this GU formation was not in its original state, it had been modified several times. The first few versions had all sorts of flaws. Once, the GU formation even exploded inside Fang Yuan's body. When he used it this time, Fang Yuan withstood the backlash of the GU formation and suffered a minor injury. The GU formation still needs to be modified, but that is not key. Now, the difficult problem is the modification of the Star Thought Immortal GU recipe. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. A few days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness had recruited Fang Yuan. He used this chance to request the refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU to her. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very generous about funding Fang Yuan. She provided the materials to refine Star Thought Immortal GU for him, dispatching Bo Dan to send them over. These immortal materials were very precious. Not only were they expensive, if Fang Yuan had to collect them himself, he would need to expend a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness, using her rank 8 cultivation level, her zombie alliance status, and her deep foundations could gather 3 sets of these immortal materials in such a small amount of time. Fang Yuan was well prepared, he naturally got to refining GU. But he had tried 3 times consecutively and failed them all. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared in regards to failing. After all, he did not have the success Dao mark from the Refinement Path Convention this time, he could only rely on his own skills and luck. Relying on skill was easily understood, but why did he have to rely on luck? Looking at the example of Star Thought Immortal GU, during the refinement process, there was a step that needed 2 immortal materials. He needed a portion of pale flame white bones, and a portion of green beetle water lotuses. The former was a fire path immortal material, the latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, the two immortal materials have to be processed at the same time, fusing water and fire, to create a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. There were fire path Dao marks on the pale flame white bone, and water path Dao marks on the green beetle water lotus. To process them and form the clear liquid, the fire path Dao marks and the water path Dao marks have to be equal in number. Even if they were not equal, the difference had to be very small. That was the only way the fire and water could cancel out each other. If one side was higher, more than the range allowed, the liquid would be extremely murky. This sort of murky liquid could not be used. But the liquid could not be stored for long, it needed to be refined right before use. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal GU to seal the state of the liquid. Thus, Fang Yuan had to create the liquid while refining immortal GU. And the difference in Dao marks was extremely subtle. Even if Fang Yuan focused all his attention and used his best methods, he could not inspect all of them, he could only estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path GU immortal, he was already reaching the limits of his investigative abilities. Thus, the immortal GU recipe strictly stated the age of the green beetle water lotuses, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, even among green beetle water lotuses of the same age, they would have different water path Dao marks on them due to the environment that they were in. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, there would also be fewer Dao marks on them. All of the GU refinement materials met the immortal GU recipe's requirements after Fang Yuan checked them meticulously. But when they were used in practice, there was bound to be failure. To refine the clear liquid, there was luck involved in it. The entire immortal GU refinement process had many such examples like the fusing of water and fire. Succeeding once or twice was not difficult. The difficult thing was to succeed every single time. Thus, the success rate of refining immortal GU was extremely low. Many GU immortal went bankrupt trying to refine an immortal GU without success. Immortal GU were a huge boost to the GU immortal in all aspects. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, GU immortals had an even more intense desire in regards to immortal GU. But in the history of GU cultivation, there were countless instances of immortal GU refinement failing. These painful experiences landed countless people in terrible straits. At present, many rank 6 GU immortals did not even have a single immortal GU. GU immortals would rather attempt to capture wild immortal GU than take a risk and refine immortal GU themselves. Of course, there was another reason: refinement path attainment levels differed between GU immortals. Many GU immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal GU themselves. Especially when it came to immortal GU with higher ranks, GU immortals would have even less confidence in refining them. In the past, even two venerables, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven, had to ask Long Hair Ancestor to help them refine immortal GU and immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan was modifying the immortal GU recipe in this aspect. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment also rose to Grandmaster level. This gave him the ability to modify the immortal GU recipe of Star Thought. Including this current deduction, he had already modified many aspects of the original immortal GU recipe. 11 processes that were similar to this water and fire fusion had been taken out, they were replaced with more stable steps with higher success rates. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send me the 4th set of GU refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, Fang Yuan's financial difficulties had been alleviated. Blazing Heaven Demoness had been wanting to attack Yulu Blessed Land. She was generous in allowing Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal GU. She would not stop until he succeeded. But she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness and get the GU refinement immortal materials, he would not succeed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement: all of the funded immortal materials would become Fang Yuan's debt towards her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal GU, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal GU but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take an immortal GU from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon who gave this condition, Fang Yuan would not agree to it, he would propose one that suited his interests more. But this was the demanding and domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan also needed to refine Star Thought immortal GU as soon as possible, he could only agree to it. Thus, it was in no way suitable to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness funding. Fang Yuan failed 3 times, the losses were all on him, he already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan could clearly discern some of Blazing Heaven Demoness' plans. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay his debt, with the wisdom path attainment that he displayed, Blazing Heaven Demoness could make use of it and force Fang Yuan to work for her. After all, wisdom path GU immortals were very rare. Those with Fang Yuan's level of attainment were extremely useful subordinates. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought Immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier. Because this would allow her to take down Yulu Blessed Land. The conclusion was that Blazing Heaven Demoness would only earn from this regardless of what happens. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. According to my current situation, I can only do 7 refinement attempts. Now, I have already failed 3 times, I have 4 chances left. In terms of refining GU, I have already reached the limits. I can only work harder in terms of luck. Fang Yuan thought it over. He had Connect Luck Immortal GU, he could forcefully link to other people's luck and boost his own luck. But there was a drawback with this. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck along with it. He could only connect, but not break. If the target of his luck connection became unlucky, Fang Yuan would be implicated. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen several targets earlier. These people had extremely powerful luck, they were moreover unceasing and would not fade or become bad over time. But these people were very rare. In the entirety of the 5 regions, looking over his previous life, there were only so many of them. Fang Yuan calculated. The remaining ones have not been born yet. Among them, Song Yishi had already killed the ancestor of Li Xiaoyao on the Nameless Island. There is no way he can be born now. The soonest and best target can only be Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very incredible. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was one of the most outstanding characters in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao in the past, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was a great era of turmoil. The 5 regions were in unprecedented chaos, the appearance of dream realms broke the balance of the different forces, a new GU cultivation path, Dream Path, was produced, everything hinted towards the emergence of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In this great era, heroes emerged, conquerors surfaced, capable people were everywhere, dragons and snakes rampaged all while Fairy Black Moon remained as the representative of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects. She had incredible talent, it was surely first-rate in the 5 regions. Furthermore, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent GU Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She had outstanding achievements and incredible battle strength, her methods were also profound. Ever since Fairy Black Moon emerged, she grew stronger with each battle, turning disaster into fortune. Her luck had been very strong. She was indeed an ideal target for Fang Yuan's luck connection. Chapter 927, Fang Yuan's Opportunity. Unfortunately, Fairy Black Moon wore a mask and had a mysterious status. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like a rising sun, she was dazzling and bright, there was no biography on her. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple in Spirit Affinity House, or maybe she is the descendant of a GU immortal. In short, I have too little information, there is nothing I can search for about her. Since he could not find Fairy Black Moon, he could only look for other, inferior targets. These people were also very famous characters. But they only had strong luck for a period of time, it was not long-lasting. Several of them had large fluctuations, some even had great misfortune after a period of good luck, dying in the process. If I use Connect Luck on them, my luck can become very strong in the short run, I can surely refine Star Thought Immortal GU successfully. But I do not have Break Luck, when they become unlucky, so will I. Sacrificing the long-term prospects for such small temporary gains, is it really worth it? Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he had Break Luck Immortal GU, this was not a problem for him. But whether he could obtain Break Luck in the future, Fang Yuan had no confidence in that. He was never a person who would do something in which he had no assurance of the outcome. Placing his hopes of success on pure chance, Fang Yuan would not do that. He was indeed willing to gamble and take risks, but he was actually very careful and meticulous at the same time. If not for that, he would not have gotten so far. Several days later, Blazing Heaven Demoness sent over sufficient immortal materials for him to refine Gu again. But Fang Yuan was no longer in the mood to refine Gu. He had just heard some shocking news. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was infiltrated by old ancestor Shui Hu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly ransacked many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Shui Hu was not exposed, Zombie Alliance could only let this matter go. But the problem was, an intense battle caused old ancestor Shui Hu's tracks to be exposed. Zombie Alliance had to make a response to this. Zombie Alliance was huge, it spanned across 5 regions, their territory had just been infiltrated and looted casually. How could they allow it? If they did not punish such wrongdoers, Zombie Alliance's reputation would suffer, their authority would be undermined and many forces would look down on them. How could they hold their ground in the Gu immortal world and compete with other forces? Any organization's face represented a certain extent of benefits. Moreover, just now, old ancestor Shui Hu was found in the immortal zombie graveyard. This greatly provoked all the Zombie Alliance immortal zombies, they burst into anger. Immortal zombies had a lot of Dao marks in their bodies, they were excellent Gu refinement materials. But an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead, thus, they held their own bodies in high regard, this was the last bit of pride they had. Therefore, immortal zombies placed much more importance on their bodies than ordinary Gu immortals. The immortal zombie graveyard was a place in Zombie Alliance that could not be defiled. But their sanctuary was ravaged by old ancestor Shui Hu, could they ignore this? Old ancestor Shui Hu went overboard. This violates the bottom line of Zombie Alliance, it seems that he is taking a risk to refine immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. He actually became a thief and personally stole immortal zombie bodies. Fang Yuan assessed. He thought about his previous life. In those 500 years, this did not happen. In my past life, Ma Hongyun was alive and well, old ancestor Shui Hu did not obtain him, of course he could not refine immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. It seems that now, because of my rebirth, everything is changing as my influence grows. Old ancestor Shui Hu was implicated by me. Old ancestor Shui Hu's plight was a good thing to Fang Yuan. In Dark Flow Giant City, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies were standing guard. How could they be old ancestor Shui Hu's match? After it happened, they could only watch as he flew away. This matter could not be ignored, the 3 immortal zombies could only seek help from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance flew into a rage, they sent 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, along with 10 rank 7 immortal zombies out to punish old ancestor Shui Hu and protect their reputation. Among these 3 immortal zombies, one was Blazing Heaven Demoness, it was necessary for her to go. Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was supposed to be guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Once this happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness who was in Eastern Sea had to bear responsibility. When a mishap happened to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness leaves, the mission of taking down Yulu Blessed Land returns to Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fate worked in mysterious ways, it really caught people off guard and went beyond anyone's expectations. Originally, Shark Demon and Subai Man had no more hope, but because of old ancestor Shui Hu, Zombie Alliance had to focus on protecting its reputation. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to return to Northern Plains, and the ones left that were most suited to invade Yulu Blessed Land were Shark Demon and Subai Man. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took over the mission of Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subai Man had been having a hard time, everyone avoided them like the plague. But now, the situation was reversed, after all, there was only one final round in Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Subai Man would prosper soon. With this change in circumstances, many GU immortals came over to befriend them, to repair the cracks in their relationships that was created earlier. Shark Demon and Subai Man were sighing over the mysterious twists and turns in life. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon was angry at Fang Yuan for turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness so quickly. In this invasion, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan did not give a hoot. Invading Yulu Blessed Land would give him only a small portion of the rewards, it was far less important than refining Star Thought Immortal GU. In refining Star Thought Immortal GU was only the icing on the cake, it was less important than getting into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, since long ago, Fang Yuan had been wanting the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in reviving from his zombie state. In his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance and gained a huge boost in strength, surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to disguise as immortal zombie Sha Huang, in an attempt to make his way into Earth Trench and obtain the inheritance. It was a pity he failed. Feng Zhuzhe and the others ruined his plans. Left with no choice, Fang Yuan had to give up on it. There were many twists and turns along the way. He joined the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, he invaded Yulu Blessed Land, and even obtained 2 or 3 ways to revive from his immortal zombie body. However, his initial goal was still not achieved. Now, it was the best chance for him to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Before Fang Yuan had even made any request, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already requested Fang Yuan to go back to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' attitude was still domineering as ever, and the reason she gave was also valid and enticing. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was the base of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had many immortal materials kept there. She could give Fang Yuan more attempts at refining Star Thought Immortal GU over there. Or perhaps she was worried about letting Fang Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regions' regional walls were hard to pass. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to pass, the difficulty multiplied by several times. 100 years ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness came to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains. Most of her wealth was expended as she even got heavily injured. She only recovered after recuperating for 8 years. Now, facing a strong foe like old ancestor Shui Hu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was uncertain of how much time it would take to settle. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side was more assuring. At the same time, the Wisdom Path GU Immortal Xingxiang Zi might provide Blazing Heaven Demoness some help when dealing with old ancestor Shui Hu. All in all, the chance that Fang Yuan had been trying to create and was waiting for had arrived. It was all thanks to old ancestor Shui Hu getting discovered. Towards old ancestor Shui Hu, Fang Yuan even felt a hint of gratitude. Northern Plains, in the deepest parts of Luopo Valley. The atmosphere was tense. The 5 GU immortals from Central Continent had solemn expressions as they looked at this inconspicuous place. After the battle had ended, only 2 people from Shadow Sect escaped. The Central Continent GU immortals who had come to Northern Plains in secret and were very confident had suffered heavy losses. Only 5 were left now. To think that a thieving heaven demon venerable true inheritance was hidden deep within Luopo Valley. Bu Fei Yan sighed. These last days, they had taken control of Luopo Valley, and while being vigilant, they made every attempt to save Feng Zhuzhe, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui. In the end, they confirmed the existence of the thieving heaven true inheritance, but they could not enter. It is a pity that my sect has no understanding regarding the thieving heaven true inheritances. It is too difficult to enter. We cannot break in for at least 2 to 3 years. Hong Kai Ming said. He was the most skilled in GU formations among the 5 here. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle had died, Hong Kai Ming was most suited to speak in this situation. Not mentioning 3 years, the Central Continent Immortals could not even wait for 3 months. In fact, it had been very risky to stay in Luopo Valley these last days. After all, 2 GU Immortals had escaped. What if they lured over other people, and attacked again? Actually, even if we know how to get in, we might not be able to save them. This is the arrangement of thieving heaven demon venerable after all. Lord Feng Zhuzhe is so strong, yet he is still trapped inside without any commotion. It seems that it is very dangerous inside. If we go in, we might not survive. Qin Bai Sheng had planned meticulously to trap Feng Zhuzhe in there. If we go to save him rashly, perhaps. The Central Continent GU Immortals spoke. Their words contained deep meaning, their gazes were flickering uncertainly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were all under Heavenly Court, but they did not coexist in harmony, they had incessant conflicts. If Feng Zhuzhe, a 1 in 1,000 years genius, were to die here, the other 9 sects would heave sighs of relief. As for Ao Shui and Ling Mei, they had immortal GU. If they died here, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was no small loss even to Heaven's Envy Manor, which had a deep foundation. The enemy had left. The age-old inner conflicts between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had finally started to vaguely show themselves in these 5 immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88 Truyong Building. Even though we took down Luopo Valley, Old Oracle has died and Feng Zhuzhe is trapped, we can only stop here now. That's right, after this battle, we have all suffered huge losses, we need to rest and recuperate now. In my opinion, we should hand over the information of what happened, and the fruits of our investigation over to our sects, that is the most important thing. That makes sense. Don't forget, we have captured Wei Fengzi and the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These gains are all extremely valuable, we need to handle them appropriately. As they conversed, the Central Continent 5 Immortals silently smiled. Internally, why would they save Feng Zhuzhe? Save him so that he could suppress them. Save him so that he could get a share of the loot. But they were in the righteous path, they needed to act on the surface, and not give others excuses to target them. Now that they had made enough excuses for themselves, the 5 Central Continent Immortals agreed on one thing, to return to Central Continent as soon as possible. Chapter 928, Luck Path Backlash. After passing the regional wall, the group from Eastern Sea finally reached Northern Plains. I am finally back, Fang Yuan sighed. He was disguised as Xing Shangzi. As he stepped on the grassland, his wistful sigh was not just an act. In front of him, Blazing Heaven Demoness' gaze flickered as she muttered softly, "Yes, I'm finally back." She was more deeply moved than Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains GU immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains, he was born in Southern Border. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was born and bred a person of Northern Plains. After 100 years, she was finally back. The 5 regions had varying terrains. Eastern Sea had endless mystical sea areas, Northern Plains was mostly flat and had countless grasslands, plains, and mounds. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness had stepped into an infertile grassland, the yellow-brown soil only had a trace of greenery. But Blazing Heaven Demoness felt a strong sense of familiarity inside her. Apart from Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, the other GU immortals frowned slightly. They were Eastern Sea GU immortals, they felt curiosity yet unfamiliarity towards Northern Plains. Going from their homeland to another region, they felt a sense of ostracism inside them, they felt out of place from the environment that they were in. Among them, there were 2 immortal zombies with the strongest auras, they were both rank 8. These GU immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies, there were barely any living GU immortals. Including Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, there was a total of 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. They were a powerful group, they had strength in numbers. Old Ancestor Shui, whose actions had truly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, it sent out such a huge group to Northern Plains just to take revenge. However, all of the GU immortals were injured now. The rank 6 GU immortals were lightly injured, the rank 7s had more severe injuries and were in pathetic states, while the 3 rank 8 GU immortals were weak and had damaged bodies, some were missing arms while others were missing legs. Their bodies were swaying in the breeze, as if about to fall over at any time. The edges of the 5 regions had regional walls. The one surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall, and the one around Eastern Sea was the Blue Water Regional Wall. Because of the existence of regional walls, the 5 regions were isolated. Furthermore, the regional walls were bigger obstructions against stronger life forms. The difficulty of a rank 8 GU immortal passing a regional wall was innumerable times as hard as a rank 6 GU immortal. The Eastern Sea immortal zombies had to go from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains, they had to pass 2 regional walls, the 3 rank 8s were heavily injured, while 4 of the rank 7 immortal zombies died in the regional walls. In contrast, the rank 6 GU immortals faced less pressure. Among all of them, Fang Yuan had the easiest time. He had the lowest cultivation level, at the bottom of rank 6, at the same time, he was also a Northern Plains GU immortal. When he entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea, the Eastern Sea regional wall rejected him and pushed him out, while the Northern Plains regional wall welcomed him and drew him in. Using the same logic, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like travelers from afar returning home, Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness received the warm welcome of Northern Plains. If not for the giant GU formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, we would have to sacrifice at least 1 rank 8 immortal zombie, and half of the rank 7s. Fang Yuan observed silently, at the same time, he inwardly praised Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's deep foundations. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies in the Zombie Alliance headquarters activated a GU formation, causing an earth tide. Once in a while, an earth tide would generate in Eastern Sea. Drawing the force of the earth from deep within the sea trenches, a grand force would move the seawater and create an earth tide. An earth tide was extremely powerful, it could easily whip up giant tsunamis. When an earth tide rushes at the regional wall would become thinner as a result. Thus, every year during the earth tides, many GU immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. When Fang Yuan and the others set off, the earth tides were over already. To think that in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, there was a method to create an artificial earth tide, weakening a portion of the Eastern Sea regional wall for a short period of time. If not for this, Fang Yuan and the others would have suffered greater injuries. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other GU immortals were focusing their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she was the strongest in terms of battle strength, thus, she was primarily directing the group in this mission. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate, she smiled. According to a reliable source, old ancestor Shui Hu has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush there, we should rest and recuperate, and recover our battle strength, that is the best course of action. The immortal zombies nodded in agreement, there were no objections. They had just passed the regional walls, their battle strength had dropped to the lowest point, they needed to recover now. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even go back to Dark Flow Giant City, she chose a hidden and secluded spot. The Eastern Sea GU immortals went into hiding as they recuperated. This was the same course of action as taken by the Central Continent GU immortals when they came. There was no other choice, the cost of passing the regional walls was too high. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. 3 main peaks with countless branch peaks were situated, like a colossal frost giant that was standing straight. Among them, the first main peak was tall and big, it was the residence of old ancestor Shui Hu. Right now, in a certain room on the first main peak, a giant GU formation was flickering with golden lights. Outside the GU formation, there was an old man. It was old ancestor Shui Hu. But at this moment, it was not him controlling the GU formation, it was a female immortal. This female immortal looked like she was in her late 20s, she had a beautiful appearance and elegant disposition, it was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. Lady Wan Shou was old ancestor Shui Hu's wife. She looked much younger than old ancestor Shui Hu, but she was in fact much older than him. Lady Wan Shou once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of GU immortal Wang Ju. Not only did she obtain a few lifespan GU, she also obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods all had drawbacks compared to lifespan GU. But lifespan GU were extremely hard to find. Lady Wan Shou's lifespan extension methods were very popular with other GU immortals. During Lady Wan Shou's early days, many GU immortals had approached her, paying a huge price for her to extend their lifespans. In time, Lady Wan Shou helped more and more GU immortals, she had extended more than 1,000 years worth of lifespan. Not only did she receive countless cultivation resources, her strength also rose drastically, she built a strong network and was very popular. Many GU immortals needed her services, they naturally did not dare to offend her, they promoted her as her reputation soared far and wide. Lady Wan Shou was not only skilled at extending lifespan, she was also a refinement path quasi-great Grand Master, she was known in Northern Plains GU immortal world as one of the 4 refinement path experts. Quasi-great Grand Master, she was only a step away from Great Grand Master level. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wan Shou at all. As for old ancestor Shui Hu, he was an ice and snow path expert, he was also inferior in refinement path. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine GU, he would ask Lady Wan Shou to do it. But now, Lady Wan Shou was using this refinement path GU formation not to refine GU, but to temper an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shui Hu from deep in Earth Trench, inside the deepest part of the Zombie Alliance Immortal Zombie Graveyard. It was palm-sized and was shining in purple gold light, it was like a rock. The refinement path GU formation shined brightly and made great rumbling noises. A while later, the GU formation settled down, and the light also dissipated. The mysterious purple gold rock that had turned completely red now cooled down quickly, it went back to its previous state. Old Ancestor Shui, who looked at Lady Wan Shou with an expectant gaze, he was asking her wordlessly. Lady Wan Shou frowned slightly, she shook her head. Even you cannot tell what this mysterious purple gold rock is? Old Ancestor Shui, who was surprised. This immortal material is truly extraordinary. I have already used my GU formation to its limits, but I could not refine it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation, I need to research it carefully. After saying this, Lady Wan Shou changed the topic. Dear, you were too careless. It would have been fine if you were not exposed when stealing immortal zombies. But now that you have exceeded Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they are sure to take revenge, you need to be careful. Old Ancestor Shui, who nodded, he said heavily, this time, I was overconfident. My original plan was progressing smoothly, I almost looted the entire immortal zombie graveyard, but suddenly, a blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is a superb immortal material for refining fortune rivaling heaven GU, I got too excited and tried to capture him. To think he had already set up a GU formation in the graveyard, I was careless and could not conceal the sound of the battle, thus Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was alerted. Oh, Old Ancestor Shui, who sighed deeply, now that I think about it, it was likely the interference of fortune rivaling heaven immortal. Lady Wan Shou said in a heavy tone, fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU is rank 8, it is to be expected that you were influenced. This is the core immortal GU of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. When I was refining GU recently, I have been failing a lot too, it is likely the effect of fortune rivaling heaven GU. But dear, just now, you have obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies, the rate of immortal material collection was raised drastically. As long as we can refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU, all of this would be worth it. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui, who bought Ma Hong Yun, he had been using the latter as the main material to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU. This matter was not advantageous to Ma Hong Yun, thus, Old Ancestor Shui, who and Lady Wan Shou faced the backlash of fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU. Not only them, many GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had received Old Ancestor Shui, whose orders to collect immortal materials, but they constantly faced bad luck and many mishaps happened to them. Actually, previously, Old Ancestor Shui, who had already experienced a backlash from Luck Path. That was when Fairy Li Shan had just obtained Minuscule Mountain, it attracted the attack of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. But fighting both of them alone, Old Ancestor Shui, who forced them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible by any means, Old Ancestor Shui, who used his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. Just now, it was a near guaranteed success that he would steal the immortal zombie bodies, but due to the Luck Path backlash, he became careless, and the matter was blown up. The more difficulties we face in refining fortune rivaling heaven GU, the more we can see the power of this immortal GU, and the more determined I am to refine it. Don't worry, I have already placed Dark Flow Giant City under close supervision, if anything happens, I will know immediately. We will resist whoever comes here, I want to see if Zombie Alliance can really invest so much into this. Old Ancestor Shui, who laughed, he displayed the dominance and ambition of a demonic path overlord. Chapter 929, Plotting Against Old Ancestor Shui, who. The huge Dark Flow Giant City was situation in a desolate land. Darkness loomed over it, the giant city was like a slumbering beast, quietly lurking. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui, who had ransacked the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the other two leaders had closed the entirety of Dark Flow Giant City, showing a defensive stance. Dark Flow Giant City was focusing on defense, no matter how other forces tried to probe it, they could only obtain a bit of information. When night came, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the other Eastern Sea immortal zombies and secretly returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Subordinates Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Weng welcome leader and both lords, greetings to everyone. The three currently in charge of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance paid respects, they could not conceal the uneasiness and agitation in their expressions. Get up, you were facing Old Ancestor Shui, who, it was not your fault. Blazing Heaven Demoness said first. Yin Lu Gong and the others sighed in relief, their worries were eased. Their lives had been very difficult these last few days. On one hand, they were waiting for the reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, but at the same time, they were worried about their responsibility towards this matter in terms of negligence. Old Ancestor Shui, who was too arrogant, he has to pay the price, we of Zombie Alliance are not to be trifled with. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in admiration. They quickly voiced out their agreement. This rank 8 immortal zombie was known as Corpse Detonation King. He was most skilled at using the smallest cost to ignite immortal zombie bodies and cause terrifying explosions. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed the regional wall, he wantonly attacked allies who disagreed with him and killed them. Among the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were dead because of him. Their corpses were blown to bits, completely shattered. They created a huge explosion in the regional wall which allowed Corpse Detonation King to advance forward. Leader, when are we counter-attacking? When we attack, please let me be the vanguard. Yin Lu Gong and Huang Quan Wang saw the reinforcements from Eastern Sea and felt a strong sense of enthusiasm. They requested to help. Blazing Heaven Demoness was not anxious. She said leisurely, "This matter is very important. Let's go look at the crime scene first. We need to collect evidence there." That's right. Looking at these traces, we might be able to estimate some of old ancestor Shui Hu's methods. Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Fu Wandao, nodded in agreement. Even though they were greater in numbers, they were all immortal zombies. Compared to living GU immortals, they had many drawbacks. Most importantly, the other party was not an ordinary person. They could not pressure him easily. This was someone who could fight both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu alone and force them back. He was a fearsome character, the publicly recognized #1 demonic path GU Immortal in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies moved without pause, secretly going to Earth Trench and analyzing the battlefield. The battlefield was well preserved by Yin Lu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was a mess. The surface was covered in large amounts of frost, some crevices even had some fire burning in them. Everyone displayed their abilities as they investigated. Fang Yuan was among them, but his mind was wandering. He gazed around, but his mind was elsewhere. He was looking for the treasure, but this treasure was not inside the immortal zombie graveyard, it was far deeper in Earth Trench. How can I obtain this treasure without anyone else knowing? I have a feeling this inheritance will surely be of huge help to me. Perhaps I will have to rely on it to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive. Fang Yuan was becoming more excited about it. But currently it was a pity that he was unable to leave the group. He could only follow them as they left Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After observing the battlefield, the immortal zombies' expressions turned very ugly. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wandao had grim expressions. Even though they did not engage in battle personally, just looking at the traces left behind, they could estimate old ancestor Shui Hu's immense power. But this made everyone feel that there was something strange. It was the person who could fight old ancestor Shui Hu to this extent. Who is this person? With rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, even already having set up a GU formation in the graveyard itself. They seem to be an immortal zombie as well, but why do I not have their details in my list of names? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. She asked Yin Lu Gong and the others. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang smiled bitterly. They admitted blame in unison. We have failed our duties. We were kept in the dark and did not know that there was such a person hiding in Earth Trench. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted coldly. Her expression turned cold. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not so simple. Old ancestor Shui Hu's appearance here can be explained. He needs to refine fortune rivaling Heaven GU but is lacking in immortal materials. But why did that mysterious immortal zombie appear in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard? Looking at this situation, he had been here for a long time already. No need to investigate. At this time, the rank 8 GU Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of Zombie Alliance. We are here now to rescue him. Beside him, Fu Wandao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, and everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, do forgive us. This person is not ordinary. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie with outstanding battle strength. Because he is on a secret mission from Zombie Alliance, for his safety, he was kept hidden. Zombie Alliance's headquarters has sent down a top priority order. We have to work together to rescue this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. It was like this. The immortal zombies showed looks of shock. Yin Lu Gong and the other two were slightly taken aback before their expressions turned grim. Dragon Commander Yi Cha cupped his fists at the people from Eastern Sea. I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was on, that he had to come to the highly important immortal zombie graveyard in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, this is not something you are qualified to know. Alright, Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up, she tried to ease the situation. Our enemy now is old ancestor Shui Hu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, we will save him as well. Yin Lu Gong and the others nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. This secret was kept from even Blazing Heaven Demoness. She was, after all, a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for a long time, she was still isolated from the true core of Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Fang Yuan realized something. Zombie Alliance sent out so many people not only to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson, but they most importantly wanted to save this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Fang Yuan saw this interesting situation as he laughed internally. Hee, if this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was sent by Zombie Alliance's headquarters secretly as a spy to check on the Northern Plains branch, that would be amusing. Earlier, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was probably trying to ask about this. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are indeed a valuable member of our Zombie Alliance. If everyone else had your awareness and understanding, why would we have to worry about Zombie Alliance's goal of becoming the overlord of the 5 regions? Ha ha ha, Corpse Detonation King laughed loudly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark, she only learned about the true mission now. But she was a shrewd person, she did not show any displeasure, instead she said, "Next, let us talk about how we will teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson and also save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie." Corpse Detonation King immediately said, "The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body has an abundance of fire path and lightning path Dao marks, he is extremely suited to be used to refine GU. We should not waste time, we should just approach him directly. Going right at him is just an act of a boor." Blazing Heaven Demoness rebuked, not giving Corpse Detonation King any face. Corpse Detonation King stared as he was about to say something, but Pu Wan Dao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That is right, the other party captured the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he has a hostage. If we go there openly, even if we suppress old ancestor Shui Hu, he will use the hostage to threaten us, we will be restricted and all our advantages would be lost. Then we will sneak into Snowy Mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, Corpse Detonation King said again. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted. Outside Dark Flow Giant City, there are countless hidden investigators, some must come from Snowy Mountain blessed land. With just this, we can see how alert old ancestor Shui Hu is. Snowy Mountain blessed land is sure to be heavily guarded. It is not realistic to sneak in, it is like surrendering ourselves to them. Of course, Corpse Detonation King, you are incredibly powerful and have amazing skills. If you want to, you can go yourself. I am sure that with your strength, you will succeed. You, Corpse Detonation King was lost for words, he showed an ashamed and angry expression. Then, in your opinion, what shall we do? Pu Wan Dao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness with a sharp gaze. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Even though old ancestor Shui Hu is strong, and Snowy Mountain blessed land is heavily guarded, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, "Oh, what weakness?" Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around as she said, "Fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU." Fang Yuan had no interest in dealing with old ancestor Shui Hu. When the immortal zombies were discussing about schemes excitedly, he was thinking about how to get to the treasure deep inside Earth Trench. After an exchange of words, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained control as the first in command. The immortal zombies planned and arranged their roles. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go with them, she gave him one mission only, that was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal GU. She even gave Fang Yuan a token, it provided him the highest representation of her authority. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter or exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as the resource points that were controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the storage and use the precious immortal materials that were accumulated inside. As long as they were used to refine immortal GU, he just had to register what he took. The terms were relaxed and in his favor. Fang Yuan could not help but be surprised by this. Does Blazing Heaven Demoness still want to take down Yulu blessed land? That is not possible, not mentioning how long it would take to solve this issue with old ancestor Shui Hu. Now that Shark Demon and Su Bai Man have started invading it again, they are sure to make use of their time and invite Wisdom Path GU Immortals to help regardless of the cost. But once I have Star Thought Immortal GU, together with my wisdom path attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to make use of my ability in this regard to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Chapter 930, Creating a Chance to Enter Earth Trench. There was a loud sound, but the power of the explosion, on the contrary, was not big. The endless starlight flickered leisurely in the secret room, like fluttering butterflies. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. Failed again. This time, the refinement of star thought Immortal Gu did not even progress to 1/3. Fang Yuan exhaled and waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything was cleared, the starlight disappeared without a trace and the large secret room once again recovered its tranquility. This was a secret room in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had obtained enough immortal materials here, thus, he made another attempt at refinement, but tasted the bitterness of failure once again. Despite using Immortal Killer Move Time Assist Luck before refining every time, the effect is not much. In terms of Connect Luck, there are no suitable targets. Forget it, I have already showed enough efforts on the surface, now I should try to enter deep into Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but in many matters, haste was waste. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and just tried to go into Earth Trench hurriedly, it would no doubt be exposing his intentions. It would be easily seen through, this naturally could not be allowed. Although Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the current problem was he did not have freedom and was strictly guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that he was being monitored. After all, he had failed many times in refining the Immortal Gu and owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge amount. If he was not monitored and ran away, what would she do? Even though when they had set the agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had used information path methods and both sides were restricted by Immortal Killer moves. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, as the saying goes, the more aged and experienced a person is, the less recklessness they have, the more knowledge they have, the more careful they are. Who could be certain if Fang Yuan did not have a way to break the restrictions? And Fang Yuan indeed did. His previous life's memories gave him knowledge of many methods that could break immortal level restrictions of information path. But he did not have relevant Immortal Gu, so at present, he did not have the ability to break the restrictions. Moreover, he sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, thus he was cooperating with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, his even more wanted to secretly take that inheritance. During these last days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried refining Star Thought Immortal Gu to make Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, while secretly gathering information and making preparations for when he made a move. Compared to previously, Dark Flow Giant City had already opened its city gates, resuming its dealings with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale gradually started rising and they were in high spirits. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the experts to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu, using a rather intelligent strategy. She did not attack directly, instead exploiting old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness. What was old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness? Almost all Northern Plains Gu immortals knew. That was fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was wholeheartedly trying to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but he severely lacked immortal materials, even though he already had Ma Hong Yun, the main material. This concerned rank 8 immortal Gu. He needed to prepare many sets of materials and do everything to maximize the possibility of success. Thus, his requirements towards immortal materials were extremely huge. Those demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were already endlessly at work from old ancestor Shui Hu. They were in constant torment in order to find the materials. Even old ancestor Shui Hu let go of his status, and personally sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard in Earth Trench, like a 2-bit thief. This showed old ancestor Shui Hu's extreme desire towards immortal materials. Blazing Heaven Demoness used this point to actively deploy and transfer experts to deal with those demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land in particular, using ambushes, plots, wrecking plans and various other strategies. These demonic path Gu immortals already had enough pain as it was when gathering immortal materials. Now that they suffered the backlash of luck path, the immortal zombies had a high success rate every time they moved against them. As these attempts continued to succeed many times, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale unavoidably fell, while Zombie Alliance's morale gradually rose, sweeping away the previous dejectedness. Fang Yuan opened the door to the secret room with an ashen expression. 2 rank 6 immortal zombies were standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie called Dr. Yin Zan immediately bowed. Sir, you have come out. I wonder if this refinement. Fang Yuan gave a grunt, waving his hand in irritation. Don't bother me. Saying this, he walked away. HMPH, who does he thinks he is, to be so arrogant in our base? The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu's eyes flickered with ominous light as he looked at Fang Yuan's receding figure. However, Dr. Yin Zan did not care about being ignored, brightly smiling as he followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked ahead, taking a left turn and then a right, arriving in front of a hall. This was the biggest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City, and was personally watched by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan as well as Dr. Yin Zan and Landlord Lei Yu, the immortal zombie in charge familiarly nodded towards them. Knowing Fang Yuan was here to get immortal materials, he handed an information path GU worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held the GU worm, and pretended to inspect the immortal material list inside, while plotting inwardly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 2 days ago to target the demonic path GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and have not returned until now. This is an opportunity, I need to take advantage of it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie managing the warehouse enthusiastically spoke. Sir Xianxia, you can take any immortal materials you want. Leader has already informed us, and you only need to register the items. You don't need to have any worries. Who knew that? Right as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan stared at him with a fierce look. What worries would I have? Why would I have any worries? I am good. Fang Yuan looked like a mess with his hair and clothes in disorder, and also very agitated. One look at this appearance, and the managing immortal zombie knew Fang Yuan must have failed the refinement. This immortal zombie was dazed for a moment before thinking. Serves me right, why do I have to shoot my mouth off? Whether his refinement succeeds or fails, what has it got to do with me? At once, he kept quiet to prevent any further issues. However, Fang Yuan was not willing to let go. He crushed the information path GU worm, and walked away with his head low and hands behind his back. He was grumbling. Damn it, why is it still not working? Why is it always a failure? I have already failed 4 times, why is it like this, why? Dr. Yin Zan and Landlord Lei Yu looked at each other, and both sensibly stayed away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, became more restless and started swearing while clenching his fists. His words were extremely vulgar and occasionally, he mumbled incomprehensible words. Dr. Yin Zan tried his best to differentiate them, but he could only make out some fragmented contents. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal GU, why am I not succeeding? Fang Yuan revealed hesitation, seemingly having to make an extremely difficult decision. His eyes were very red, giving the impression of a gambler who had already lost most of his assets but decided to go all in to win back the losses. Screw it, I will stake it all. This time, it will definitely succeed, definitely. Right, it will succeed. The 3 immortal zombies watched on, indifferently, and as they looked on at Fang Yuan's restlessness, the disdain and hate in their heart disappeared slightly, replaced by a trace of pity. Many GU immortals had faced such a situation. To refine an immortal GU, they paid a huge price, but they end up making no gains and might even lose all their wealth. It was like stepping on a road of no return, looking at the dozens of years of accumulation and even hundreds of years of resources go to waste. It was unavoidable for them to become irrational and chase after success, unable to turn back, walking further and further on the road of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Dr. Yin Zan and Landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words gave a huge shock to the 3 immortal zombies. Entering Earth Trench, Dr. Yin Zan's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts roaming around in perilous terrain. Who knew how many lives have been buried there? Blazing Heaven Demoness had ordered them to monitor Fang Yuan, naturally it also meant they had to guard him. Hearing Fang Yuan suddenly speak of entering Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Zan agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying firmly, we will gather any immortal materials you require, sir, you don't need to take the risk. What do you understand, huh? Fang Yuan raised his voice, his gaze revealing an arrogant look. Both of us have received leader's command to ensure your safety, sir. Sir, if you enter Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to leader? Please don't make it difficult for us. Dr. Yin Zhan gave a bitter smile, requesting earnestly. Why would Fang Yuan care about his sincerity? He raised his arm and roared, what does your difficulty have to do with me? I only care about refining GU, I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Sir, please hold on, I will check. Dr. Yin Zhan immediately said. He also had information path GU worms on him which contained the records of most of the immortal materials in Zombie Alliance. Soon, Dr. Yin Zhan showed a joyous look as he retracted his consciousness. Earth Shell Snail Mucus is the fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it, we have it. Currently, in warehouse number 6, there are 2 to 3 in stock, will they be enough? If they are not, we will immediately issue a task and summon immortal zombies to gather them. Fang Yuan bellowed furiously, scolding while pointing at Dr. Yin Zhan's nose. Have you become deaf or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you hear what I said? Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Star, Night, Mucus, not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then hurriedly continued. Earth Shell Snail Mucus needs to be sealed and stored within 10 breaths of time, otherwise the fluid will dry up and lose its effect. Star Night Mucus is produced by using my special methods to process the ordinary mucus on the spot. The processing requires 7 breaths of time, and even if the processing is complete and Star Night Mucus is produced, its sealing process is complicated and needs to be finished within 3 breaths. So I need to enter Earth Trench, can you do it without me? If you can do it, I will eat my hat. For a moment, Dr. Yin Zhan and the others choked on their words, unable to retort to Fang Yuan's scolding. Chapter 931, Finally Entering Earth Trench. Earth Shell Snails lived in the depths of Earth Trench, or rather, they could only live there. According to what Fang Yuan said, to collect the Star Night Mucus, he would need to enter deep into Earth Trench and find an Earth Shell Snail, trailing behind it as the snail moves, processing the mucus on the spot. After processing it, he had to collect the Star Night Mucus in a very short amount of time. There was great difficulty in this, and it was very dangerous. Earth Shell Snails had mild temperaments, it was not hard to get near them, one could even stand on their backs and attack them lightly, this desolate beast would not get angry. The danger came from the fact that Earth Trench did not only contain Earth Shell Snails. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, the more fierce beasts, mysterious plants and wild GU worms would show up. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep, the place where the Earth Shell Snails lived was a huge distance from the surface. Around the Earth Shell Snail, there were many powerful beasts that formed into groups of desolate beasts, even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the biggest threat. I definitely have to go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, then I will rely on you. Even if you die, I must live, do you understand? Fang Yuan ordered them in a matter-of-fact tone. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Zhan gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Blazing Heaven Demoness name, these 2 immortal zombies had no choice. The 2 discussed for a while before Dr. Yin Zhan said with a gloomy face to Fang Yuan, this is very important, I have to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first, we cannot decide this ourselves. In the end, the key obstacle was still Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this was something Fang Yuan had expected. Thus, he waved his sleeves, urging them, then go. He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness investigation. The truth was, Star Night Mucus was a real thing. This was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had recently when modifying the Star Thought Immortal GU recipe. Star Night Mucus was a personal innovation by Fang Yuan, it had a lot of potential and had a variety of uses. Not only could it be used for Star Thought Immortal GU, it could also be used for the refinement of other Star Path Immortal GU. It was an easy-to-gather ranked 6 immortal material that also had a lot of use. If I can find a suitable habitat for Earth Shell Snails, I can make use of it to produce Star Night Mucus continuously. This immortal material would be a monopoly if I sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I can definitely sell it for a good price. In the short run, its value and profit would rival Guts GU. Fang Yuan evaluated, but in the long run, the Star Night Mucus method of production would be deciphered by others, they would even mimic him. After all, processing immortal materials was not like producing Guts GU, in the hands of Refinement Path and Wisdom Path GU immortals, it could be easily deciphered. He could not keep a monopoly for long. Dr. Yin Zan stayed and accompanied Fang Yuan. The unlucky fellow, landlord Lei Yu, carried a sense of heaviness and uneasiness as he went to a certain GU formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using an information path GU formation to transmit the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would stop him. In fact, Fang Yuan was rather confident that she would agree to it. After all, Refining Star thought Immortal GU would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. Fang Yuan still owed her a huge debt. If she did not want him to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting him. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's attention was on the demonic path. GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to assault them and prevent them from obtaining GU refinement immortal materials, so that old ancestor Shui Hu would suffer. If Blazing Heaven Demoness really did that, it would be in my favor. Entering deep into Earth Trench, the more people there are, the safer it is. By the time I get to the inheritance, I can shrug them off. If there are few people, I can shrug them off more easily. As Fang Yuan had expected, in the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed with his idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to accompany him. Among them, 2 were ranked 7, and 3 were ranked 6. This was slightly beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He could see Blazing Heaven Demoness' sincerity from this. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. They waited for 2 more days, as the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal GU for this mission. As the locals, no one was more familiar with Earth Trench than them. After making ample preparations, the group set off. What was worth noting was, not only did Northern Plains have an Earth Trench, in fact, the 5 regions all had an Earth Trench. The ground was split open into giant ravines. Some Earth trenches stretched on for millions of li, some were tens of thousands of kilometers deep, some were immeasurably deep. In the GU Master World, it was one of the most magnificent wonders of nature. The Earth Trench in Zombie Alliance was closely guarded by them. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, the 3 ranked 7 immortal zombies, would send at least 1 person to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was full of resources. There were many desolate beasts. In the past, when Dark Flow Giant City was built here, it was to occupy this rich resource point. Everyone knew that Northern Plains has the least amount of cultivation resources compared to the other 4 regions. But in Earth Trench, there was a huge area of rich resources. The only drawback was, there were powerful desolate plants and desolate beasts inside. They were numerous. Normally, only super forces could occupy the Earth Trench resource point. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was like this. The Demon Expelling Sect in Central Continent was the same. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, having 3 GU immortals standing guard in it. It controlled the Earth Trench known as Inzu Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. By night time, Fang Yuan and the others went through the entrance of Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He was not going to sneak in stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He was going in boldly and openly. The giant trench was like a giant beast with a bloodthirsty mouth. It slowly opened its mouth in the deep darkness. Fang Yuan and the others went inside. As their view of the trench gradually enlarged, dozens of times, hundreds of times. After they flew down for several minutes, the interior of the Earth Trench was already wide enough to fit 70 or 80 Dark Flow Giant cities. The eerie darkness shined with twinkling glimmers of light. The cliffs on the 2 sides were smooth and bare. There was only a sparse amount of needle-shaped plants that were stuck there like sesame seeds. Nobody knew how deep this Earth Trench was. Even the immortal zombies who were in control of this place for many years had never explored to the bottom of the Earth Trench. Even though the Earth Trench was full of resources, there was also an unbelievable number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance did not have the strength. Even though they exerted all their efforts, they only controlled the territory up to about 160 kilometers from the surface. In this current world, even though humans had been the overlords for a long time, they were not able to gain control over every area in nature. Compared to the majesty of nature, humans were very insignificant and small. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were merely at the peaks of 1 or 2 paths, being able to observe the rules of the world. Humans were far from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. There was a long road ahead of them. As the group moved deeper, Earth Trench became wider and it showed just how small Fang Yuan and the rest were. Here, they were already around 100 kilometers from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench, it was shrouded in boundless darkness, devouring everything. Everyone was very quiet. Fang Yuan looked around without making a sound. He observed the immortal zombies secretly using his peripheral vision. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7, 3 rank 6. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, there was Dr. Yin Zan and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie, called Lin Danao. In the last 5 days, Fang Yuan had obtained some of their information, he was not clueless about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, the leader was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the strongest person in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he used his own immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Xianxia octopuses, gaining a reputation because of them. Immortal zombies had dead apertures, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha was able to raise large amounts of Xianxia octopuses. This was something others found puzzling, and many immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie was Granny Yuan, skilled in defense. Dr. Yin Zan, as his title suggested, was a healing GU immortal. He could not compare to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but in regards to healing immortal zombies, he had quite the skill. Landlord Lei Yu was skilled in attacking, his attacks were grand and powerful. The final person, the immortal zombie Lin Danao, he was skilled in controlling birds, he was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, one could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness had put in some effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could provide him defense, while Dr. Yin Zan could help Fang Yuan recover from injuries at a crucial moment, saving his life. If they were attacked by desolate beasts and were unable to win, Lin Danao could sacrifice the bird groups that he had, providing enough time to allow the immortals to make an escape. The deeper they went, the wider Earth Trench became. There was a lot of space between the 2 cliffs on the sides, birds could move very freely here. At this moment, birds were flying out of Lin Danao's immortal aperture, flying around the place. Enslavement Path had its conveniences. Ever since they entered Earth Trench, Lin Danao was in charge of the investigation aspect. The inheritance is that way, but I cannot go there directly, it would seem like I have an objective and they would be suspicious. Fang Yuan did not do anything suspicious, he was very patient. After some traveling, Lin Danao suddenly said, "There is a Xianxia octopus in front and towards the left, it is injured." Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression did not change. "Ignore it, we will detour around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very powerful, a rank 6. Xianxia octopus was surely inferior to them. But this trip was to find earth shell snails and gather immortal materials, that was their objective. By that point, they were sure to go through many battles, they should save their immortal essence for now. Earth shell snails lived deep in Earth Trench, they moved very slowly and did not have fixed locations, they were very hard to trace. The stronger the beast, the more they would have a sense of territory. In an extremely deep part of Earth Trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants owned their respective territories. But earth shell snails were a rare species that could move between territories without attracting the animosity of the desolate beasts. Maybe it was because of the earth shell snail's gentle nature, it let the other strong living beings know that it was harmless. But Fang Yuan and the others would not receive treatment like the earth shell snail. Thus, there were bound to be battles. Chapter 932, Xianxia Octopuses, Mouth Earthworm. Without speaking, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already traveled more than 130 kilometers down into Earth Trench. Even though they avoided battles, they still engaged in 16 fights, both big and small. The immortal zombies were more or less injured to an extent. "We can't go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yi Cha said. "At this depth, we are already at the range of the earth shell snail's habitat, let's look around." Northern Plains Zombie Alliance only managed to explore 160 kilometers into Earth Trench. Right now, they were still around 30 kilometers from that limit, but the lower they went, the more dangerous it became. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and Fang Yuan's group would face even more difficulties than now. No immortal zombie objected to Dragon Commander Yi Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone flew quietly. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan had used time assist luck before this trip and raised his luck for a period of time. But in any case, not long after, he encountered an earth shell snail. Great! Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. Don't be anxious, check the surroundings first, make sure there are no dangers lurking around. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was very patient. The Immortals used their methods to thoroughly investigate. In this area, there was a sizable group of Xianxia octopuses guarding their territory. To process the snail mucus, I will need to use starlight, it will definitely alert these Xianxia octopuses. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Everyone's expressions sank. Why didn't you say that earlier? Landlord Lei Yu asked unhappily. Maybe there is a way to conceal this disturbance, Dr. Yin Zan said. Fang Yuan shook his head. That is not possible. I also want to conceal our disturbance, but that is beyond my ability. I cannot reveal my actual method, but in short, we should get rid of these Xianxia octopuses first. Fang Yuan's attitude was firm and his reason was valid. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. In the end, Dragon Commander Yi Cha relented. Then we will fight this group of Xianxia octopuses before Xianxia starts. This time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did the scouting personally. There were 8 desolate beast octopuses in this group. Among them was an octopus king, having ranked 7 GU immortal battle strength. Linda now will be in charge of the surroundings, mobilizing the bird groups to encircle the octopus group. Granny Yuan will draw their attention and distract them. Landlord Lei Yu and I will attack these octopuses. As for Dr. Yin Zan, you will stand guard outside in case of emergencies. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly arranged matters. Fang Yuan did not have to do anything. The Xianxia octopuses were truly unfortunate. The immortal zombies stealthily approached them, scheming against this unknowing group. Thus, once they fought, the Xianxia octopus group suffered a huge blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly gained an advantage as they built upon their superiority. Soon, the battle reached its end as the octopuses were killed, only 2 were left. At this time, Dragon Commander Yi Cha said to Fang Yuan, Xianxia, go ahead and attack. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, he slowly went into battle. He first trapped the Xianxia octopus that was in better condition, before using 6 illusion star bodies to encircle the other one. Starlight shone brightly. Fang Yuan attacked non-stop. He quickly killed this Xianxia octopus which was already close to dying. Next, he turned around and targeted the final one remaining. The Xianxia octopus was half man and half beast. Its upper body was a muscular man with bulging muscles and dark skin that was tough as steel. Its lower body was made of dozens of tentacles, in place of legs. This final Xianxia octopus was in a good condition. It fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle with Fang Yuan, as it slowly fell into a deadlock with him. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend himself while waiting for a chance to attack time and time again, until he finally cut off all of the Xianxia octopus tentacles. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched without doing anything. At most, Lin Da now manipulated the bird groups to prevent the Xianxia octopus which was trying to escape from leaving, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting it. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. He slowly injured the Xianxia octopus. Dark and cold blood flowed out from its injuries. Alright, you can stop. Eventually, Dragon Commander Yi Cha did not want to wait anymore. He personally struck and captured this Xianxia octopus himself. The first few were all killed because they could not afford to go easy on the group initially. This octopus was captured by Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was preparing to raise it inside his immortal aperture. Now, all the immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only showed his star path battle strength, but even so, he was an expert among rank 6s. Landlord Lei Yu, who was unhappy towards Fang Yuan, became silent. He estimated that if he fought Fang Yuan alone, he might not be able to win. In the GU immortal world, strength ruled above all. Even if Landlord Lei Yu was unhappy, he could not show it on the surface. Next, Fang Yuan started collecting Star Night mucus. He requested the immortal zombies to stay back and not use any investigative methods to steal his personal technique. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan internally for being so small-minded, but they had to agree to his request. When processing the mucus, the starlight caused quite a disturbance. Soon, the Earth shell snail stopped moving. Its entire body curled into its shell. The moment it sensed danger, the Earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was very thick. Even though it was only a desolate beast, most ranked 6 GU immortals could do nothing to it. Even ranked 7 GU immortals would need to exert a lot of effort to break its shell. Furthermore, the Earth shell snail was large like a whale. and heavy like a mountain. Once it entered its shell, it could be for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, it would stay inside for even longer. If it was moved away from the habitat of Earth shell snails, even if it was still in Earth trench, even if it was outside of it by a few kilometers, the Earth shell snail would die immediately. Thus, the immortal zombies could only give up on this one and find others. In Earth trench, there were more than Xianxia octopuses. There were bad desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, and desolate plants like earth milk grass. On their later journey, they met with 3 Earth shell snails, among which, Fang Yuan made good use of 2 of them and collected a lot of Star Night mucus. The final one, however, moved towards the territory of an ancient desolate beast red flame snake. This monster had dark path, fire path, and earth path Dao marks on it. It was hard to deal with and was an expert in digging holes. It could move quickly between the walls of Earth trench. Once they fought, the commotion would be unconcealable. Thus, Fang Yuan and the others had to give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to his destination. We've discovered a large number of Xianxia octopuses ahead. Stop moving forward, there are a lot of them. The initial estimation is 30. Lin Da now suddenly reported anxiously. Then we will leave this place and go in another direction. Dragon Commander Yi Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts, that was the battle strength of 30 ranked 6 GU immortals. Such a massive group would surely have at least 3 ancient desolate beast Xianxia octopuses commanding it. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not object to it publicly. He could only memorize this place for now. The immortal zombies took a detour towards the southeast direction. Soon, they found a 4th Earth shell snail. This snail looked quite old. It was carrying a yellow shell. Its white body moved slowly on the walls of Earth trench, at an extremely slow pace. We're finally lucky. After investigating, Lin Da now laughed. This area has little danger, so Xing Shangzi can go ahead and collect the mucus. Fang Yuan nodded without speaking, observing intently. Suddenly, his eyes shined. He saw the danger in this place. This place seemed safe, but it was full of earth path Dao marks. Once someone got close, they would be pulled towards the wall. The heavier the body, the stronger the force of attraction. Desolate beasts have huge bodies and incredible mass. Once they come here, they would be unable to move and would starve to death. The earth shell snail is heavy like a mountain, but this earth shell snail can still move slowly. It seems that this snail is not old. It is an ancient desolate beast earth shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan had an idea. He flew over, purposely acting like he was sucked over, as he screamed. Oh no, it is the gravity soil zone. This should only appear after 160 kilometers in depth. It is actually here as well. Be careful, this gravity soil zone often has mouth earthworms hidden in ambush. At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer he was to the gravity soil zone, the more Fang Yuan felt the suction force getting stronger and his speed increased. With a loud thud, Fang Yuan crashed into the wall. His legs were deeply stuck in the wall as he showed a terrified expression. Immortal killer move, star fire escape. Fang Yuan used his movement killer move. Immediately, his body was covered in star fire as he flew. Don't fly, Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared. With a loud bang, a huge mouth earthworm emerged from the soil. The earth shell snail immediately shrunk into its shell, turning motionless. Huge amounts of rocks were pushed away. The mouth earthworm opened its mouth. It could swallow 4 or 5 earth shell snails at once. Fang Yuan screamed, "Someone save me." Once he said that, the mouth earthworm swallowed him. Be careful, the mouth earthworm is full of sharp teeth. They are incomparably sharp. Hang in there, we will definitely rescue you. The immortal zombies were panicking. They moved at once. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain themselves to Blazing Heaven Demoness? They attacked fiercely, forcing the mouth earthworm back into the gravity soil zone immediately. This mystical ancient desolate beast had a huge body when hunting for food. Once it ate, its body would shrink rapidly like a leaking balloon. The teeth inside it would rotate endlessly, grinding its prey into meat paste and blood. But once Fang Yuan went inside, he used a star path killer move and stopped the body from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the place nearby earlier. In 3 breaths of time, fixed immortal travel teleported him away and he escaped from this dangerous spot. But Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others still thought that Fang Yuan was inside the mouth earthworm. They were attacking it furiously. Even though Fang Yuan got away from the immortal zombies, the disturbance from fixed immortal travel had attracted the huge group of Yaksha octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled, turning into a Yaksha octopus and attacking furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the angry Yaksha octopuses towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others were unable to discern Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought the Yaksha octopuses were fighting among themselves and were chasing away the weakest members. They sighed over their bad luck, but because Xianxia was still inside the mouth earthworm, they could not leave. Thus, the Yaksha octopuses, the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm engaged in a chaotic battle. Chapter 933, Wild Immortal GU, Traces of GU Formation. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan managed to escape. When he returned to the place where the Yaksha octopuses were, about half of them were still left. He tried the same thing again, luring the remaining Yaksha octopuses away. Oh no, another ancient Yaksha octopus, and 10 desolate beast octopuses. They seemed to have moved out together. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stuck in the chaotic battle. Seeing the octopus reinforcements, he cried out in bitterness. What grudges did they have? What vengeance was it? The other immortal zombies also bemoaned their terrible luck. What was going on? But they had other choice than to save Xianxia first. Hold on, Dragon Commander Yi Cha shouted. He did not stint on his immortal essence, he used them extensively. Blazing Heaven Demoness had immense authority. The immortal zombies did not dare to defy her orders, they could only endure in the chaotic battle. Thankfully, this mouth earthworm did not hide in the gravity soil zone. It was in a frenzy and its huge body lashed around, creating powerful sonic booms. The immortal zombie did not dare to take the hits, they could only attack from afar. The damage accumulated slowly as the mouth earthworm's skin was damaged. Originally, the situation was quite simple. Even though the mouth earthworm was an ancient desolate beast, it was not the match of Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. But with the Yaksha octopus group, it became a three-way battle. They restricted each other and fought randomly. The scene became very chaotic. The Yaksha octopuses were the greatest in number. They encircled the immortal zombies and the mouth earthworm, forming a tight layer. Xianxia, you must survive. Landlord Lei Yu shouted. Even though he was unhappy with Fang Yuan, the moment he thought that Fang Yuan could die from this, he burst out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety was a huge issue weighing on the immortal zombies. During this period, the perpetrator, Fang Yuan, was secretly sneaking into the territory of the Yaksha octopuses. Groups of Yaksha octopuses lived in the two sides of the cliff walls. The cliff wall in front of him had a huge protrusion. This Yaksha octopus group made a hole in this protrusion and made it their home. Fang Yuan sneaked inside, drilling into a bigger entrance. The entrance of the hole was very big. It was for the Yaksha octopuses to enter and exit. Desolate beast-level Yaksha octopuses were very big, not to mention the ancient desolate beast Yaksha octopus kings. Fang Yuan entered the hole and a thick smell of oil assailed him. The hole extended in front of him. He looked ahead and only saw darkness. But Fang Yuan's investigative methods were very rich. This darkness could not obstruct him. He stretched out his hand and touched the walls. The surface of the hole's walls were full of black oil. They were thick and sticky. Why would the dry cave have black oil? This was due to the Yaksha octopus habits. Yaksha octopuses were a type of fierce beast that liked to hunt for prey in the black oil of Earth Trench. Therefore, their bodies would often have sticky black oil stuck to them. When they enter or exit the caves, the black oil would spread from their bodies to the walls of the caves. The oily smell that Fang Yuan smelt was due to this black oil. In the black oil, there were lots of weeds and needle wood. They were rooted into the walls and the black oil provided them sufficient nutrients. Guru. When Fang Yuan touched the black oil and wiped along it, bubbles started appearing on the sticky black oil surface on the wall. Next, dozens of tiny worms that were smaller than fingers flew out from the bubbles. They were alerted by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, but they quickly went back into the black oil. The black oil was like glue. It was very sticky and stuck to the walls tightly. Inside, there was rotting vegetation as well as large numbers of insects. The insects were of such a massive scale, there were bound to be wild GU worms in them. Fang Yuan only gave them a glance and realized that there were at least 4 wild GU worms around him. 2 were Earth Path GU worms, 1 was Dark Path, and 1 was Water Path. Of course, these were mortal GU. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Yi Cha is able to raise large numbers of Yaxia octopuses. Is his immortal aperture mimicking this environment? Fang Yuan's mind wandered as he thought about this. Fang Yuan was also very curious about Dragon Commander Yi Cha's cultivation secret. Since an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead and filled with death energy, it could not be used to support living beings. How did Dragon Commander Yi Cha do it? Perhaps it was possible to learn the secrets of Dragon Commander Yi Cha by researching this environment, but now was not the time. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and moved on. Several minutes later, this was the final growl before the fierce beast died. But this growl was only heard in a small area before it vanished. The killer was Fang Yuan. He used his GU worms to prevent the sound from spreading. This was deep into the Yaxia octopus cave. Not only was the black oil 7 to 8 inches thick, some fierce beasts were even living here in the crevices. These wild beasts mostly consisted of black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds ate rotting meat and bones. The Yaxia octopus only consumed the fresh blood and meat of their prey. They did not eat the bones and rotting meat. These black stomach hounds would eat the leftovers from the Yaxia octopuses. The Yaxia octopuses were happy with this. They had a free cleaner to tidy up the cave. This was one of the wonders of nature. Living beings could coexist in harmony. When Fang Yuan found out the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Yaxia octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and ventured in. It was a pity that these black stomach hounds divided their own territories and had a stronger territorial awareness than the Yaxia octopuses. Fang Yuan was fiercely attacked by the black stomach hounds. It would have been easier to just fight in his human form. If this cave was divided into two, the upper half and the lower half, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the lower half, past the upper half. Even so, the clues to the inheritance had not appeared yet. At every interval, there would be a fork in the path. All of the Yaxia octopuses went to their homes through these paths. They were interconnected. In the ground, these countless holes formed widely connected and accessible paths. He found some Yaxia octopuses that were guarding the cave. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could take them down if he used his real battle strength. But Fang Yuan got past them. He did not want to waste time in fighting with them. He could use mortal GU to conceal the traces when killing the black stomach hounds. But when dealing with desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the traces and commotion. He lured most of the Yaxia octopuses out. But there was still an ancient Yaxia octopus king, and numerous desolate beast Yaxia octopuses. If the Yaxia octopus king was alerted, it would be terrible. Time continued to pass, but he still found no clues. Fang Yuan was getting more anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to plan a lot for the next visit. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it in Dark Flow Giant City blatantly. The activation of fixed immortal travel caused quite a disturbance after all. Within the investigative range of GU immortals, it was not just some light effects. The aura of immortal GU was like a fire burning in the night sky. And at this time, Fang Yuan had to refine GU in Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not let him leave her sights. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, many secrets would be exposed. The whole world would know that Fang Yuan was the person who toppled 88 Truyong building. Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent GU immortals had already left by now. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. Once the battle ends and the mouth earthworm is dissected, if Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others do not find me inside, I will not be able to explain it. Time was limited. He had about 15 minutes. Now, most of the time was already wasted, but he had no gains. Fang Yuan had to use his time well. He raised his speed. Eventually, he came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Yaxia octopus king resting. Its snores were loud as thunder. Evidently, it was sleeping. Immortal GU aura. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt the aura of a wild immortal GU in this Yaxia octopus king. As it turned out, this cave had existed for a long time, and this Yaxia octopus king was the oldest. As a long time passed, among the GU worms living in its body, one had emerged as a wild immortal GU. The joy in his heart vanished as Fang Yuan felt glad. Thankfully, he had not lured out this Yaxia octopus king earlier. If this Yaxia octopus king appeared, the immortal zombies would definitely go crazy and try to capture the wild immortal GU. They would enter a frenzy. But after finding this immortal GU, whether they succeeded or not, they would come to the cave and investigate. Perhaps this is how the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black stomach hound and carefully got close to the Yaksha Octopus King. If this Yaksha Octopus King's wild immortal GU could expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be trouble. But this possibility was not big. Fang Yuan decided to risk it. The cave is huge with many tunnels, but this is the deepest part of the cave, it is most likely to be here. At this time, the Yaksha Octopus King's tentacles which were wrapped up loosened, it opened its eyes as its topaz-like pupils looked at Fang Yuan who has transformed into the black stomach hound. Fang Yuan did not sense anything, he got past the Yaksha Octopus King and went behind it as if it was normal. Behind the Yaksha Octopus King, there was a pile of white bones, there were some rotting meat left in them. The Octopus King shut its eyes, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind was energized, it is here. There are Dao marks exposed here, these are traces of a GU formation. Countless GU worms in his immortal aperture were activated, immortal essence was expended rapidly as this GU formation was unraveled. Soon, Fang Yuan found that this space path giant GU formation only showed a trace of a flaw because it had not been repaired for a long time. Very possibly, the treasure that I have been looking for is in this giant GU formation. But to unravel this GU formation, I have to activate GU worms, the disturbance is huge. I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he picked up a piece of bone and left the Yaksha Octopus King. He quickly returned and when he reached a certain place, he used his immortal GU and directly attacked a close-by desolate beast Yaksha Octopus. The intense battle erupted as the Yaksha Octopuses that were defending their homes charged over. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated, when he reached the exit, he activated fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest area of the cave. At this time, the Yaksha Octopus King was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan fought against time as he unraveled this space path GU formation. After the Yaksha Octopuses fought for some time, they did not see any enemies and gradually calmed down, returning to the cave. They moved quickly in the cave, Fang Yuan's time was limited. The worst thing was, when he started unraveling it, Fang Yuan could feel the profoundness and complexity of this huge GU formation. To completely deduce it, he would need months to do so. Chapter 934, Sea of Immortal Material Remains. Such an enormous GU formation required at least several months to be unraveled. It would require about a month just to pry an opening. Fang Yuan's hands moved very fast, countless GU worms fluttered all around, unraveling the GU formation. At the same time, his ears quivered frequently as he activated his investigative methods to the limit. The Yaksha Octopus King was already on its way. Strive for every second. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as the air in front of him started emitting a hazy glow. Beyond the hazy glow, he saw a trace of the enormous GU formation. Although his sight was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the formation. The Yaksha Octopus King had already returned. Time was up, he had to retreat. In this short amount of time, being able to peep into the scenery inside the GU formation was already the limits of Fang Yuan's ability. If Fang Yuan did not reach Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, he would not have been able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan relaxed, and immediately retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yaksha Octopus King was moving like an underground subway train in the cave. The surrounding slippery black oil from Earth Trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan had almost bumped into it. This Yaksha Octopus King returned to its place, and gazed around first of all. It felt there was something off. When Fang Yuan analyzed the GU formation, many different kinds of auras were left behind. The wild beast's intuition made the Yaksha Octopus King feel something wrong. It frowned deeply, and more than 10 of its enormous and tough tentacles carried it nimbly as it patrolled around the nest. However, it could not discover anything missing even after a while the previous unknown auras already had begun dissipating. The Yaksha Octopus King only then slowly calmed down, lying down on its nest again. It was just that it did not sleep, its eyes were slightly closed but a small crack was opened. From time to time, its ears would quiver from the slightest breeze in the cave as it tried to listen to any unknown sounds. Fang Yuan's worries finally dissipated, he cautiously retreated, even retreating to the upper half of the octopus nest. This Yaksha Octopus King seemed to have the highest status as it had stayed behind to guard the nest. If it felt any strong danger, who is to say it might not call back the other Xianxia octopuses fighting outside? At that time, not to mention whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would feel suspicious and be attracted to the disturbance, Fang Yuan's movements in the octopus nest would be extremely restricted. This place should be okay. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the several underground burrows. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to activate fixed immortal travel. Although that enormous GU formation was arranged by some predecessor, when Fang Yuan deciphered it earlier, he found out that it had become an unmanned formation and had been unmanaged for many years. The risk of rashly going in was not high. To find a method of reviving from the immortal zombie state, this was a risk he needed to take. After all, as time passed, Fang Yuan's predicament would become more dangerous. Who could say if the matter of him wrecking 88 Truyong building would be exposed at the next moment? At that time, the whole world would hunt him down. He would definitely not be able to protect Hu immortal blessed land, and Starform blessed land would be his only base. In such a situation, the earlier he got rid of his immortal zombie body, the more beneficial it would be. After all, a living immortal aperture world could be brought with him, more safe and convenient than Hu immortal blessed land or Starform blessed land. Moreover, living GU immortal apertures could produce immortal essence in set intervals of time, which was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan's financial situation and battle strength. The immortal GU was activated, green light blossomed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from his place, appearing inside the giant GU formation. Just outside the GU formation was the Xianxia Octopus King. But because of the isolation effect of the GU formation, it was unaware of anything. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around him. This was indeed the place which he had inspected earlier. Rashly charging into a GU formation was very dangerous, and it was normal to be attacked by the GU formation. However, Fang Yuan did not suffer any attacks. This further proved that the GU formation was not managed by anyone. He exhaled a breath of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. Unmanned GU formations could still function. Perhaps the core of the GU formation had the will left behind by the GU Immortal. It could be like 88 Truyong building, where Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind his will. This was in giant formation using mainly space path methods, thus creating a special space. This huge space had a yellow sky and a ground paved with purple sand. The purple sand seemed to be extremely fertile, as dense amounts of vegetation covered Fang Yuan's site, like a tropical rainforest. Scribe grass, nutrient peaches, immortal beans, blood-tide flowers. With just a brief glance, Fang Yuan could make out dozens of immortal materials. Even a person as stoic as him was shocked. Although most of these immortal materials were rank 6 level, along with a few of rank 7, their quantity was truly shocking. These immortal materials come from 5 regions, and are not limited to Earth Trench and Northern Plains. What background did the great expert immortal zombie that created this place have? To gather such an enormous scale of immortal materials, how much manpower and material resources would it require? Moreover, immortal materials were not grass growing along the sides of a road. The gathering of immortal materials often resulted in bloodshed and was tied together with fighting. If the gatherer's strength was not up to par, they simply would not be able to get the materials. There was also the 5 regions' regional walls. The stronger one was, the higher the cultivation of the GU Immortal, the more difficult it would be for them to pass through a regional wall. Could it be? Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he made a guess. He had thought this was a great expert immortal zombie inheritance, but now it seemed such huge handiwork could not be possibly achieved by one person. It would at least require an organization. And this organization must be huge. Because a small-sized organization with 2 or 3 GU Immortals simply could not have such large assets and energy to spare. Looking over it again, there were countless immortal materials everywhere he looked. Such a sight caused Fang Yuan's heart to thump in excitement. Such enormous wealth is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to attempt refining immortal GU dozens of times, even hundreds of times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to rise up because of these enormous cultivation resources, even suppressing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was almost like a warehouse, with so much immortal materials piled up. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew this value was enormous, very enormous. If he had to accumulate this much with his current 2,000 immortal essence stones per month earnings, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000 years. After all, he also had to calculate cultivation expenditures. As GU Immortal's cultivation became higher, the calamities and tribulations would become more terrifying. But compared to these countless immortal materials, this enormous GU formation has even higher value. Fang Yuan's eyes twinkled. He had a huge ambition and was very experienced. As he came back to awareness, he realized the preciousness of this enormous GU formation. In this GU formation, the countless immortal materials from the 5 regions were able to exist mutually without interfering with each other. Fortunately, I did not rashly take down this GU formation, otherwise it would be too late for regret. With this GU formation, I could plant countless types of immortal materials. It is easier to use than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but praise the great expert immortal zombie that arranged this. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. This predecessor was able to arrange such a GU formation which replaced the use of immortal apertures to a certain extent. However, this GU formation has low defense and also can't be moved. It is far from being convenient and safe like immortal apertures. This purple sand seems to be rather strange. Fang Yuan bent down and grabbed a large amount of purple sand. The sand was extremely fine. Some flowed down the gaps in Fang Yuan's fingers and sprinkled down like fine grains of crystal. While falling down, they drifted haphazardly while emitting fluorescent light. But what I want to find is the method of reviving. Where is it? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand as he thought of his main objective. He was not in a hurry to gather the immortal materials, and started to gently fly around, searching the area. Time gradually passed. The joyous look on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared as his feeling of unease intensified. Something is not right. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the endless immortal materials. After inspecting once more, he found what was wrong. It is too peaceful. There is not a trace of wind or sound. It is more quiet than even my dead aperture. There are also many other areas that feels fishy. Like the immortal beans, they grow in spring water, but are actually growing on the purple sand here. There are also the nutrient peaches, which are usually accompanied by snake-tail monkey groups. Every type of immortal material has a harsh living environment. But here, there are only these immortal material plants, and there is not even an insect. He landed on the ground and tried to pick up a strand of scribe grass. The next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the scribe grass was on the purple sand, it was safe and sound, but the moment Fang Yuan picked it up, it withered and turned into fine purple sand. And the sand was the same as the purple sand below Fang Yuan's feet. What is going on? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and tried to pick other immortal materials. The result was the same. The moment the immortal materials left the sand, they turned into purple sand. All of these immortal materials had a problem. They were unusable. Strange. The reason immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain plenty of Dao marks on them. When these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, their Dao marks should have been destroyed, but there is not even a slight disturbance from this. A chill emerged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. The immortal materials were in such a state. As for an immortal zombie body which contained Dao marks, could it be regarded as a type of immortal material? Would it also be absorbed into this enormous field of purple sand? Looking at this vast amount of immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a sea of immortal material remains. The unease inside him kept on intensifying. Fang Yuan immediately flew to the sky, maintaining some distance with the purple sand. He gazed at the sky. There is definitely something strange about this GU formation. It is probably not enough to just maintain distance from the purple sand. This change in immortal materials should definitely be related to the whole GU formation. Before I know of what's going on, it is better to quickly find the method to revive from the immortal zombie state and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 935, Surprising Gains. Fang Yuan was like an arrow as he flew in the air, creating huge air currents. Below him, there were countless immortal materials, but he did not even look at them. These dead, immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. On the flat ground below, he saw a desolate beast. This desolate beast was large like a small hill. It was sprawled on the ground and did not move. It was a hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this desolate beast. Not long ago, he had captured one inside a fragment world of Central Continent's starry sky grotto heaven. Lowering his flying speed, Fang Yuan's body turned as he flew towards the hidden essence turtle. When he got close, he realized this was a hidden essence turtle that had died long ago. It was sprawled on the ground, its head lowered, half of it was buried into the soft purple sand. The hidden essence turtle's state was as if the spine below its neck was broken, its four limbs were extremely relaxed and loose. But before it died, it had a calm expression, or rather, a peaceful expression. Fang Yuan felt some suspicion. Among the countless, dead, immortal materials, there is a desolate beast corpse. Fang Yuan tried to collect the hidden essence turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He saw that a fragment of the hard turtle shell had turned into purple sand in his hands, scattering with the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. After a few breaths' time, he left this place, exploring in the sky again. Soon, he saw a second desolate beast. This was an earth chief. It had a humanoid body and a snake tail, its face resembled a bat, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and a black body covered in fleshy armor. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips, covering them entirely. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of victims and wreak havoc from inside the body. The Earth Chief corpse was well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the corpse, the same thing happened again. Fang Yuan no longer felt surprised. He muttered, "Hidden essence turtles are a desolate beast from central continent, and Earth Chiefs mostly appear in northern plains." Leaving this place, he continued exploring. Fang Yuan quickly made a new discovery. Sandalwood sacred elephants, and 3 of them. Fang Yuan gasped. Sandalwood sacred elephants were much more valuable than hidden essence turtles and desolate beast Earth Chiefs. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant had ranked 7 GU immortal battle strength. Long ago, during the auction held by Qin Bai Sheng that involved the whole of northern plains, someone bid a sandalwood sacred elephant egg and attracted a huge commotion. In the current 5 regions, sandalwood sacred elephants were very rare, they were barely seen. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, were 3 sandalwood sacred elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were all lying on the ground, surrounded by red, purple, or green plant immortal materials. Moon howling heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark stallion, ice spike divine ape, white hoof ink horse, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar, those that flew, those that ran, those that swam, all of them were present. It was like a creepy display of specimens. The more he flew towards the center, the more corpses he found. The numbers were stunning. Northern Plains coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas grand smoke sea turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from all 5 regions were all over the place. This is a ruin bat. Fang Yuan slowed his speed unknowingly. This ruin bat was a rare space path desolate beast. It was inferior to the immemorial desolate beast ruin bat that Fang Yuan had seen back in Taichu. Half Moon Qilin. Fang Yuan's body froze. Right now in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, there was a living half Moon Qilin. It was raised like a treasure by the entire alliance. This ancient desolate beast, it seems to be, remnant heavenly dog. Fang Yuan checked it over and obtained an answer. He had never seen a remnant heavenly dog personally, he had only read about its descriptions in records. This ancient desolate beast only existed in White Heaven. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became desensitized. His knowledge was very vast, but he did not recognize many of the ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts here. The space here is so vast, I've already flown for so long, yet even with my speed, I have not seen the edge of the GU formation. He had tried to deduce this huge GU formation earlier, and realized that it was a giant space path GU formation. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of this place, but now it seems, his initial estimation far underestimated the power of the GU formation. It seems that my deductions and estimations did not reach the core of this GU formation. Who is the person who made this? This is unheard of. So many immortal materials, this is truly an uncountable sum. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or demon venerable? Fang Yuan guessed internally. Even rank 8 GU immortals did not have such power to create this single-handedly. Because the 5 regions' regional walls prevented most rank 8 GU immortals from traveling to other regions. This was also why, even with the collapse of 88 Truyong Building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 GU immortals over. Of course, once a person is rank 9 and invincible in the world, the 5 regions' regional walls can no longer obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then this must be the work of a super organization. This organization spans across all 5 regions, that is the only way they can collect the immortal materials. Even though there was Treasure Yellow Heaven and GU immortals could use it to trade, at this scale, Treasure Yellow Heaven could not possibly be the site of transaction. Because such transactions would have unprecedented scale, it would definitely be recorded down in history. But Fang Yuan knew that there were no such records. Even though he was deep into the GU formation and had explored it for a long time, the longer he stayed, the more the mysteriousness around him thickened. Fang Yuan did not know much about this place. In his previous life, he had invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but he did not step into this place. This was only something he had heard of in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became strong, even surpassing the headquarters in Eastern Sea. The explanation that they gave was that there was an inheritance here in Earth Trench. They said that an immortal zombie great expert had left behind a revival method for immortal zombies. Because of this, many of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members turned back into humans, and countless lone cultivator immortal zombies came to join them, allowing Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to develop in size. But soon after, the good prospects did not last. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was destroyed by Ma Hongyun forcefully. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with this place, but everything he saw made him extremely curious. The direction that I am going should be correct, because the immortal materials that I am seeing are getting rarer. Who is the person who arranged this? It is simply terrifying. Perhaps even Heavenly Court would not be able to achieve this. Heavenly Court was an organization in Central Continent. It held control over Central Continent and had less power and forces in the other 4 regions. In the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of monsters showed up. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Or rather, every super force had its own way to develop. Heavenly Court's method was to grasp Central Continent and openly be the supreme force. If the one who arranged this is an organization, then this organization has to span across all 5 regions, while being hidden and mysterious. That place is. Fang Yuan saw a shade of purple in front of him. This was a desolate land. Soft purple sand was all around him. The sea of immortal materials was nowhere to be seen. This desolate landscape of sand was a giant circle. It was at least 2 square kilometers in area. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was shocked internally. This is the central part of the GU formation. It seems that a terrifying explosion had occurred here. It was this explosion that created the 2 square kilometers of desolate land. There should have been a sea of immortal materials here originally, but now there was nothing left. As he gradually got close to the edge of the desolate land, a bright light in the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed and saw that there were thin wings piercing into the sand. These were not the wings of birds. There were no feathers. They were half-transparent. They should be the wings of cicadas or dragonflies. And these cicada-like wings emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan gulp. An immemorial desolate beast aura. Even though it was just the remains, it was the real deal. This was shocking. These cicada wings were extremely tattered, but they shone like a gem under light. From time to time, under sufficient lighting, they gave off a dark golden glow. This light is that of Dao marks of metal path. These cicada wings should have belonged to something that had a terrifying foundation in Dao marks. Only with a Dao mark foundation that was at quasi-rank 9 would there be visible Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eyes. That is the light of Dao marks. Wait, maybe this is the wings of the tiger-striped honeybee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He made a guess. This guess made his heart shudder. Tiger-striped honeybees were a living being recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Each of these honeybees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were extremely powerful. Verdant Great Sun could not even beat one of them. The honey wine that they create is sweet and delectable. It is extremely delicious and among the highest quality in the world. If the bees are at the size of leopards, the wings are at just the right size. Fang Yuan thought about this and smiled bitterly. He was uncertain. His past experiences and knowledge were very shallow when compared to what appeared in this place. He knew little. He tried to take out these bee wings. But something shocking happened. The bee wings left the purple sand and were undamaged, they did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was overjoyed and surprised. This was from the body of an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 GU refinement immortal material. It could even give out Dao Mark light. Thus, more accurately speaking, this was quasi-rank 9 immortal material. Chapter 936, Multi-layered GU formation. Fang Yuan held in his excitement. The immortal material in his hands was of very high quality, even in his previous life, he had never owned such a specimen. Quasi-rank 9 immortal material, it had so many Dao marks that it shined with bright light, observable with the naked eye. Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in refinement path, but he knew something. The reason why immortal materials could be used to refine immortal GU was because the immortal materials themselves contain a lot of Dao marks. Man is the spirit of all beings, GU are the essence of heaven and earth. GU worms were the vessels of the great Dao. Why did they contain power? That was because the tiny GU worm contained Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, activating GU worms would result in many magical effects. The more Dao marks in a GU worm, the higher their rank would be, and the more powerful and profound their abilities would be. Refining an immortal GU was to gather the Dao marks in countless mortal GU and immortal materials, using the ones needed for the refinement. Now, Fang Yuan's immortal material had many Dao marks. In theory, it could be used to refine a rank 8 immortal GU. In fact, he only needed to use a tiny fragment of it to refine a rank 6 immortal GU. The Dao marks in a rank 8 immortal GU were tens of thousands of times that of a rank 6 immortal GU. Of course, this bee wing that resembles a tiger-striped honeybee mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I am trying to refine a metal path immortal GU, this would be very useful. Unfortunately, this has no use if I want to refine Star Thought immortal GU. Fang Yuan collected this precious immortal material properly. He could not use it now, but he might need it in the future. Even if he did not, this was such a precious immortal material, it would create a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There was no need to worry that it would not be sold. I've finally had some gains after entering this GU formation. Fang Yuan's mind started to think deeply. He was not rushing towards the center, he was starting to explore this desolate land of purple sand. As expected, a moment later, he had another discovery while flying. In the purple sand, there was a white veil that resembled a handkerchief that attracted his gaze. He quickly descended, feeling joy after inspecting it. The aura could not be fake. This was another rank 8 immortal material. But the quality was slightly lower than the bee wing earlier, there was no light from Dao marks. Fang Yuan held it in his hands, the immortal material did not disintegrate after leaving the purple sand. It seems that immortal materials of this level are no longer affected by the power of the purple sand. Fang Yuan squeezed it, this immortal material was very soft, it could be molded into different forms. So this is not a veil, but a piece of cloud. Fang Yuan observed carefully, feeling surprised. This was like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. As this, Fang Yuan's felt excitement, he activated his GU worms and spat out a mouthful of water vapor. When this immortal material was covered in water vapor, it became lighter and floated out of Fang Yuan's hands, it rose into the sky and turned into a tiny cloud in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's wings moved slowly, as the cloud danced in the air. Fang Yuan's body shook, he was overjoyed, as expected. This is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix's body. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a life form from the 5 regions, it was a mystical creature that only existed in White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with a phoenix bloodline, instead it was an ancient cloud that would not face destruction even after 10,000 years in White Heaven. After having a phoenix's aura or blood transmitted and spread through it, the cloud would slowly turn into a living being. Thus, its body was very special, it was neither made of flesh and blood nor clouds. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was less than a fraction of the cloud phoenix's true body, but the cloud path Dao marks inside could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal GU at least 10 times as the main material. The discovery of the cloud phoenix affirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued exploring. Not long after, he circulated entirely around the purple desert, he had huge gains. Counting his gains, he had a total of 18 of such immortal materials. The Dao mark varieties covered the majority of GU paths. Among which, 3 materials had a lot of star path or wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal GU. One could say that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could forget about blazing heaven demoness and refine the GU himself. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, the recipe of star thought immortal GU would have to change as well. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He could use the light of wisdom to easily do it. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster now. It was not difficult to deduce. Even though the immortal materials that I collected are incredibly precious, they are only a small part of the corpses' bodies. The GU immortal who created this place, they actually used so many precious immortal materials. Are they trying to refine a rank 9 immortal GU? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he started to realize something. This desolate land of purple sand once had an incredibly profound refinement path GU formation. Combined with these fragmented immortal materials, it was likely that the GU immortal had a grand ambition. They were trying to refine an immensely powerful immortal GU. But it was a pity, the GU refinement failed and a huge explosion occurred. Not only was the refinement path GU formation destroyed, with only debris left, most of the GU refinement immortal materials were destroyed, only these fragments remained. Regardless of who it is, or what organization it is, they are most likely dead from the explosion. If not for that, this GU formation would not be left unmaintained for such a long time. The immortal material fragments here would not be scattered everywhere without anyone taking them. Even though the immortal materials were just remnants after the explosion, they were very valuable. With rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials involved, even rank 8 GU immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui who knew that Fang Yuan had such a large number of precious immortal materials, he would forget about his face and come to find trouble with Fang Yuan in a hurry. In order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU, old ancestor Shui who was already going bankrupt trying to find the supplementary immortal materials, even though he had Ma Hong Yun as the main material. If not for that, he would not thrown away his face as a rank 8 great expert and have gone to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie corpses in place of the materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worry eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful GU immortal, or GU immortal organization, was gone, this trip was much less dangerous now. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that there was something new in the desolate land of purple sand. Sigh, in the endless depths of history, who knows how many truths of the past has been buried, how many incredible people died inconspicuously without anyone knowing. The commotion stirred up by them fades eventually, legends disappear. Getting rid of these thoughts, Fang Yuan came to the center of the desolate land of purple sand. This was the only area he had not explored yet in this entire desolate land. Even though he obtained many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. In his previous life, rumors said that there was a way to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, but why has he not found it yet? Fang Yuan's intuition was, at the central area of this desolate land, it should be the center of the GU formation as well. If it was not here, then Fang Yuan would never find it elsewhere. Looking around, at the center of the desolate land, there was only small fragmented purple sand. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than outside. There were no immortal materials. He looked around, there were nothing. But under Fang Yuan's investigative methods, he made a discovery of some remnants of the GU formation deep under the purple sand. This is indeed the central control area of the entire place. What an amazing person. This is actually a multi-layered GU formation. Having such an incredible design, this must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected as he felt shock internally. It turned out that the entire space was mainly focused on using the refinement path GU formation, but what originally built this space, including the space path formation, was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path GU formation. Other than the space path GU formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive GU formations, some food path GU formations, and some phantom path GU formations. Food path throughout history had never been widely spread, it was even rarer today. Fang Yuan did not understand much about it, but he had heard that food path was specialized in feeding GU worms. The food path supplementary GU formation here should be used to feed these GU worms. After all, a GU formation needs countless GU worms to work together in combination. There are still 2 or 3 food path GU formations in use here. It is hard to imagine that after the Great Explosion, the GU formation here is still working. Maybe that is the reason why the outermost space path GU formation is still functioning. This discovered unraveled one mystery for Fang Yuan. This is a phantom path GU formation. As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path GU formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal GU left, buried deep in the purple sand. They are not moving and were barely alive, using the food path GU formation to maintain their lives. Fang Yuan had even less knowledge regarding phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichu, Dong Fang Chong Fan had once used a ruined bat corpse to set up a huge phantom formation. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have recognized this GU formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire GU formation into a phantom and prevents outside attacks from destroying the GU formation. Maybe this is the reason why the GU formation survived the Great Explosion. Refinement Path GU Immortals with such attainment levels have their own Refinement Path GU formations, and also many supplementary GU formations on top of the Refinement Path GU formation. Using these GU formations, the Refinement Path GU worms will be twice as effective for half the effort. They would save a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite Refinement Path GU formation. It is known as the best formation for Refinement Path in Northern Plains Demonic Path. It is said that this GU formation is also a multi-layered GU formation, using a total of 12 different GU formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. He could set up some Refinement Path GU formations as well. But these GU formations were very superficial. After all, they had to do with his formation path attainment. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person has limited energy, and even more limited time. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in certain aspects. He naturally had areas where he was inferior to other people. Chapter 937, Life and Death Immortal Aperture. The GU formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. He was a rank 8 great expert, but he could not set up such a GU formation. To set up this GU formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally went to ask the number 1 formation path GU Immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Minglu, for help. Sun Minglu was a righteous path GU Immortal. He had a firm personality and refused to cooperate. Old ancestor Shui Hu knew that he could not be forceful. He put down his status and asked him for help numerous times. After 7 invitations, in which old ancestor Shui Hu talked about Lady Wan Shou at the final time, Sun Minglu finally was convinced. Even though Sun Minglu was someone with extremely firm will, he treasured love and loyalty. Old ancestor Shui Hu was setting up the Refinement Path GU formation for his beloved wife. Their love touched him, therefore he helped. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Northern Plains GU Immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Minglu fought intensely with the Central Continent GU Immortals. He set up a GU formation that prevented the Central Continent GU Immortals from advancing. Eventually, the GU formation was broken, and Sun Minglu died. After he died, someone made a biography of him. Inside biography of Sun Minglu, the matter about old ancestor Shui Hu's invitation was recorded clearly. According to my deduction using this GU formation's remains, it has at least 30 layers. The 12-layered GU formation that Sun Minglu made caused him to become the publicly recognized number 1 formation path GU Immortal in Northern Plains. Then the GU Immortal who made this arrangement here must be a great Grand Master. Or rather, they could even be a Supreme Grand Master. Supreme Grand Master, the attainment level above Great Grand Master, a transcendent realm. For example, the 3 Supreme Grand Masters in Refinement Path, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, and Old Immortal Kong Ju. All 3 of them were unprecedented and unique. They had achievements that could not be surpassed. Food Path GU Formation, Phantom Path GU Formation, Metal Path GU Formation, Strength Path GU Formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, his gaze pierced past the purple sand and looked into all the traces of the GU formations. His heart gradually sank. He had not forgotten his original goal. Looking at the situation, there was little hope of obtaining a revival method. These GU formations were all near the brink of destruction. Mortal GU inside were barely alive. There were 0 immortal GU left. Maybe because the strong received the greatest burden, the explosion destroyed all of the immortal GU. Or maybe it was because the 2 or 3 food path GU formations could not feed the immortal GU, and as time passed, they all starved to death. Eventually, Fang Yuan found a wisdom path GU formation that was extremely tattered at the deepest level. This was the 7th wisdom path GU formation that he had discovered. The GU formation was so fragmented that Fang Yuan bore no hope, but he took a glance and realized that there was an unexpected gain in this GU formation. There were some thoughts left behind in this tattered GU formation. These thoughts were in a state of complete rest. It was probably the effect of this wisdom path GU formation. Since there were thoughts, they could interact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He mustered his strength and started to deduce this wisdom path GU formation. He was very careful. This wisdom path GU formation was like a building that was going to collapse. Fang Yuan needed to act very meticulously. Thankfully, he was a wisdom path grandmaster already. He had a high attainment level. A moment later, he deciphered this relatively simple wisdom path GU formation, and successfully invaded it, controlling this delicate GU formation. Next, he sent out thoughts into the GU formation and started to interact with the thoughts that were at rest. After using up more than 80 years, this GU formation is finally complete. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, I will be refining GU here. Hey, I became an immortal zombie. Even though I am not restricted by lifespan, my mind is no longer as agile. Thus, I asked Yellow to add in this small GU formation and store my thoughts so that they can help me think. This GU formation is too useful. Not only can it help me refine GU, it can also conceal us from the perception of heaven's will. Using only 200 years, I successfully refined 8 soul path immortal GU, among which 6 are rank 7, and 2 are rank 8. Every year, they send me lots of immortal materials. I would never have imagined this day where I would not be able to use up my immortal materials. I have countless immortal materials. This is so blissful. I should start to attempt those incomplete immortal GU recipes. An unexpected surprise occurred today when refining GU. I tried to complete the immortal GU recipe of Devour Soul Immortal GU, but in the end I refined an immortal GU with an unknown effect. Even though it is also a soul path immortal GU, I will let the others do the work of testing its effect. My GU refinement failed. 3 of my defensive GU formations were destroyed. Even my main refinement path GU formation was damaged. That liar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that unscrupulous merchant. He dared to use a tampered immortal material to deceive me. I will tear out his tendons and pull out his skin to vent my hatred. That unscrupulous merchant was already punished. Azure is really amazing. These days, Yellow arrived and repaired all of the GU formations. I can refine GU again. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure has met with trouble. It turns out that the unscrupulous merchant GU Immortal who deceived me was a pawn of Heavenly Court. Fate, it still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not manage to destroy it thoroughly. It is the assistant of accursed heaven. It will be destroyed one day. Azure's problem is getting more and more serious. Sacrificing any one of us 7 is a huge loss to all of us. Sigh, I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I can try that now. Before leaving, he took that soul path immortal GU, so that Immortal Gu's effect is like this. I hope it can help him out. Azure failed. His state is so pitiful. He is only one step from complete annihilation. Yellow barely managed to preserve his life, but his injuries cannot be healed. It can only be fixed through time. This would take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me realize something fully. Our previous methods will not work. We are all born with flaws. Heaven and earth will not tolerate our existence. As Green, I must comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Nobody is more suited for this mission than me. We can only restart if I can find a way to truly revive and obtain an immortal aperture that is full of vitality. At this point, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, it seems that this is a strong and mysterious organization. The members refer to each other with code names, among which are yellow, green, purple, azure. If they have a total of 7 members, they probably use the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. I will call this organization 7 Rainbows, for now. Fang Yuan paused in his speculations. He continued to send his thoughts into the GU formation, interacting with the motionless thoughts inside the GU formation. The following thoughts were missing a huge chunk. they were no longer as closely connected as the previous ones. It seems that each thought was made after a long period of time. My attempt succeeded. Today, I found another revival method, but to me, what significance does such an ordinary revival method have? I do not need it. Blue obtained a GU Immortal inheritance. It was left behind by old Immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had researched deeply into the 10 extreme physiques. I have great gains from this. No, I have immense gains. Yellow and purple worked together and obtained an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Limitless Demon Venerable. His achievements in Rule Path are unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Even I am vastly inferior. Limitless Demon Venerable is correct. There is life in death, and death in life. Life and death can be interchanged. Except that under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is a natural process, it flows smoothly. But to turn from death to life, it would be extremely difficult, like traveling upstream. Meanwhile, immortal zombies are stuck between life and death. They are the manifestation of the profound mysteries of life and death. Life has its advantages, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture might be a dead aperture, but it is safe from calamities and tribulations. This is a huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this aspect. I am sure to make shocking achievements. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable was incredibly talented. Actually, he was only some steps away from success. An immortal zombie's dead aperture is extremely precious. It has many uses. If this result is exposed, the entire GU Immortal world would be shaken. Even I myself was shocked immensely. Next, Fang Yuan got more and more stunned as his eyes burst with shining light, his expression visibly changed. According to these thoughts, when a GU Immortal cultivates, they should first turn into an immortal zombie and obtain a dead immortal aperture. Next, they would revive, obtaining a life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture has two layers. One layer is of life, and the other layer is of death. Life and death are able to coexist with each other and are interchangeable. It would be an immense help to the GU Immortal in terms of cultivating or undergoing tribulations. Ordinary GU Immortal who are alive were filled with vitality and cannot control death. Ordinary immortal zombies have death energy emanating in their dead apertures. They have death without life. They could only contain the mysteries of death. The former had too much vitality. With such immense fortune, heaven would seek balance. Thus, every once in a while, there would be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, to create losses to the GU Immortal. The latter was full of death energy and had no calamities or tribulations, but would slowly disintegrate and could not contain cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained when ascending had already disintegrated by more than half. In time, it would completely disappear. The entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have his mortal dead aperture left. But according to this cultivation method contained in the thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the process of revival, condensing them into one aperture, and form the life and death immortal aperture, to control life and death to a certain degree. With this life and death immortal aperture, the power of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face from now on would be halved. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain would not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. Any GU Immortal would be moved. If this method really works, then it would truly shock the entire GU Immortal world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world would go into chaos. Chapter 938, Successfully Returning to the City. With a whooshing sound, at a nook of the Xianxia Octopus's cave, a green light shined brightly as the surrounding darkness was repelled. As the jade green light faded, a figure appeared at the place which was previously empty. It was Fang Yuan, having just come out of the space created by the GU formation. He had used fixed immortal travel immortal GU, and this place had been specially arranged earlier, when he explored the Xianxia Octopus's underground cave. He had set up many mortal GU here, forming a simple and crude GU formation. There was nothing that could be done about it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very low. He could only use GU formations of this level. The GU formation could only conceal most of the disturbance, but fixed immortal travel was, after all, an immortal GU. When Fang Yuan appeared, this mortal GU formation immediately broke apart, some aura leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to get rid of these traces. But soon, He heard the growling of desolate beasts as well as the movement of the Xianxia octopuses in the cave. The surrounding Xianxia octopuses are back already. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He took action rapidly, eliminating the immortal Gu aura before the Xianxia octopuses returned, and quickly left. The Xianxia octopuses felt the aura of the immortal Gu and were stirred up, but when they arrived, there were no traces remaining. The octopuses searched around and saw nothing. Their uncertainty gradually vanished. They turned around and left. If they were Gu immortals, they would not be so easy to fool. Desolate beasts lacked intelligence, thus Fang Yuan could easily deal with them. Before long, he returned to the battlefield with the mouth earthworm. It was a messy scene. Most of the Xianxia octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be found. A huge gorge, like a long scar along the earth trench, was displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this gorge was dug by the mouth earthworm. Mouth earthworms were creatures that primarily lived under the surface. They stayed there most of the time, only coming to the surface when hunting for food. After devouring the prey rapidly, they would dig back under the soil and stop moving. At the same time, their bodies would shrink at a shocking rate, turning from gigantic fat masses to being like bamboo poles. At this time, the thick meat in their bodies would squeeze together tightly. The unique apparatus in their flesh, countless sharp bony teeth, would rotate and grind the prey into flesh and blood. This mouth earthworm swallowed me, but I used fixed immortal travel inside its body to escape. It failed to hunt its prey. It would definitely rage and fight with the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth earthworm is not their match. It does not have wisdom. It is bound to lose. But this wild beast has the instincts to escape, and it is very good at it. Once it is injured to an extent, it would dig into the soil and escape from the battle. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. If not for this, he would not have chosen to use the mouth earthworm to escape from the immortal zombie sites. Previously in Dark Flow Giant City, he had obtained information about Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the others. He knew that they did not have an effective way to deal with the underground mouth earthworm. Their investigative methods could not bypass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth earthworm. Thus Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel immortal Gu inside its body. Thus, even though there were many individuals among the northern plains immortal zombies, and they had great battle strength, they could not do anything to this mouth earthworm for a period of time. Especially when the mouth earthworm did not want to fight, and was using all its efforts to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui who with rank 8 cultivation level could fight against both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and force them to retreat. He had incredible battle strength. But to create the Gu formation, he still needed to ask Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were like this. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. There were all sorts of paths in Gu cultivation. That meant that specialists tackled their own fields. Even if a person cultivates a path to rank 9, they would still be lacking proficiency in other areas. After all, there was a limit to their energy. Unless they had a lot of time, or a certain degree of fortuitous encounters. The mouth earthworm escaped, while the northern plains immortal zombies chased. The traces of battle extended along the way. During this journey, many things could be seen. Pits created from explosions, blood inside the gorges, most likely the mouth earthworm's blood. Other than that, there were also many pieces of the corpses of earth trenches creatures that were drawn into the chaos. In order to live, the mouth earthworm was going all out. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his traces to a large extent. One side chased, while the other escaped. This extended battlefield had been formed. Seeing the intense fighting along the way, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. In order to escape, the mouth earthworm must have panicked and led the northern plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Good, the more chaotic this scene is, the more advantageous for me. This is just like what I had calculated earlier. Next, Fang Yuan followed along the traces of battle and flew rapidly, his body submerging into the darkness. The northern plains immortal zombies were flying dejectedly. Their injuries were not light, they were in pathetic states, with ashen expressions. What can we do? Xianxia died. How can we explain this to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we did our best. Assaulting the mouth earthworm along the way, we went through the territories of 5 fierce beasts, among which 3 are ancient desolate beasts. Keep in mind, this is the earth trench. I have never Acted so crazy before. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. This mouth earthworm fell into the acid bog, it had completely dissolved. Xianxia was not spared. There's no way we can sacrifice our lives for him, right? In my opinion, Xianxia was too careless. Acting so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies spoke quietly, only the leader, Dragon Commander Yicha, was silent. He had the highest status among these people, he was the leader, he held the biggest responsibility towards Xianxia's demise. Thinking about Blazing Heaven Demoness, Dragon Commander Yicha's heart felt extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet again. Fang Yuan turned into Xianxia, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, the Northern Plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xianxia, Dr. Yin Zan called out, his gaze was full of joy. The other immortal zombies were the same, even Landlord Lei Yu looked at Fang Yuan feeling that it was very pleasing to see this old man. How did you escape? An immortal zombie asked. This question was in everyone's minds. Several gazes were all focused on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared for this, he gave his explanation, alas. When I was trapped inside the mouth earthworm's stomach, the surrounding flesh squeezed me, and numerous teeth started rotating. In that dangerous state, I used my immortal GU for an immortal killer move, sealing myself into star ice. This is my strongest defensive move, it was able to block the teeth. But there was a drawback, I could not move at all, not just my body, but my thoughts as well, therefore I could not think. The star ice would only exist for a short period of time, but I believed that everyone would save me. All I had to do was to wait until the star ice melted, and when I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under some rubble. So that's it, Dr. Yin Zan realized. Xianxia must have fell out when we were chasing the mouth earthworm and fighting in the chaotic battle, creating wounds that tore its flesh open. So close, so close. Xianxia, you were really lucky. The immortal zombies did not have any suspicions. Dragon Commander Yicha heaved a sigh of relief. That is good, do you still need to collect Star Knight mucus? Fang Yuan's face changed, he showed a hesitant expression, saying, forget it. I was unlucky now, let's go back and rest first, we will talk about it later. The immortal zombies glanced at each other, secretly laughing inside about Xianxia's timidness. But after such an intense battle, their bodies were in bad shape as well, thus everyone agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City and rest. As for the remaining Star Knight mucus, that was a problem for later. Dark Flow Giant City, in the secret room, the refinement path GU formation was shining with a dazzling light. The light shined on Fang Yuan's face, but now, his mind was elsewhere. Possible, this is totally possible, Fang Yuan said internally. He was using the GU formation to process the GU refinement materials on the surface, but he was actually inside his dead aperture, controlling GU worms to do an experiment. He was very vigilant, even though he obtained a revival method in Earth Trench, it had a dubious origin, Fang Yuan had to experiment on it and test if it was usable. The results all proved that this revival method was usable. Fang Yuan was excited and deeply moved. Looking back over the past, Fang Yuan had been collecting revival methods ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, facing many difficulties. The first revival method he collected, of Time Path, that was to use man as before immortal GU with Time Anchor Immortal GU to revive himself. But though this method might have great potential, it was only a conjecture. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and invest an immense amount of time and resources into it. Next, Fang Yuan found the possession method from Dong Fang Chong Fan's soul. Using this, he could achieve the target of getting rid of his immortal zombie state. But if he used this method, not only would there be questions on whether the body would suit his soul, and the aptitude of the body, but the second aperture that Fang Yuan had put in so much effort to obtain would be gone for good. Following that, Fang Yuan obtained a method of using a 10 extreme physique immortal ascension to get rid of the immortal zombie state from Feng Jin Huang at the Refinement Path Convention. This method was even less plausible, it was suited for mortal GU masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he would need to use his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension. He did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques either, he had insufficient aptitude. Even though he had Blood Skull GU, he already had Dao marks in his body, he could not use mortal GU to raise his aptitude. Finally, in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World, Feng Jin Huang told Fang Yuan another revival method. Using theory involving transformation path, in combination with everlasting GU, he could achieve a permanent transformation, that was the same as revival. But what was the way to refine everlasting GU? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had everlasting immortal GU, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan did not excel greatly in transformation path either. These methods, even though they could succeed, they all had drawbacks and could not be achieved easily. But as the saying goes, one determined to work hard would not be disappointed. After so much turmoil and difficulties, Fang Yuan finally found the best and most suitable method for himself inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 939, Dual 10 Extreme Physique Rank 9 Demon Venerable. Since the creator had yet to name the method, Fang Yuan gave it a tentative name, Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival Method. The true value of this method was absolutely priceless. If it were to be leaked out to the public, the whole cultivation world would be shaken and the current situation of the world would change. Countless GU immortals, even the secluded rank 8s, would start researching it immediately with their full efforts and attempt to use the method. Once a large portion of GU immortals obtained this method, from then on, the number of GU immortals in all the 5 regions would start to increase explosively and in unprecedented fashion. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the mysteries of both life and death, it could reduce the might of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. And the extent of that reduction was as high as an entire 50%. What did that imply? The cultivation journeys of GU immortals had 2 difficulties that they had to pass. One was that of limited lifespan and the other was the presence of calamities and tribulations. Increasing cultivation level could not increase lifespan, thus GU immortals could only seek out other methods to prolong their lifespans by all means possible. Ignoring that for the time being. Right now, calamities and tribulations were to be emphasized. GU immortal would face calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were like blades of an executioner hanging over the heads of GU immortals. During times of peace, most GU immortals would die as a result of calamities and tribulations. Countless records within history and practical examples and experiences in real life served to remind GU immortals time and time again about how terrifying and fatal these threats were. Calamities and tribulations were unpredictable and their power was not equal, instead the difficulty increased gradually. GU immortals needed to work hard in their cultivation and raise their strength continuously to have a chance of passing the tribulations. And cultivation was not simply a theoretical matter, resources for cultivation were required, like immortal materials, immortal GU, immortal killer moves, immortal GU houses and so on. An immortal aperture was the best place to cultivate and harvest immortal materials. Because the environment of the immortal aperture was special, it had many Dao marks and could grow relevant immortal materials that were suitable for the GU immortal, in accordance with their situation. Moreover, time flowed much faster in the immortal aperture when compared to the 5 regions, thus the immortal materials could be harvested more frequently and provide higher gains overall. There was another reason as well, nurturing cultivation resources in the immortal aperture could be done much more safely and they could be carried around with the person conveniently. It was quite dangerous to place immortal materials outside. Not only could they be easily seized by others, there could also be overbearing experts like Blazing Heaven Demoness who would even attempt to destroy them if they were unable to obtain them. However, the problem was that every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would result in heavy negative repercussions on the immortal aperture. It was already not a simple matter for GU immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. To prevent damage to the entirety of their immortal aperture was nearly impossible. The cultivation resources that were stored in the immortal aperture would often be destroyed to a large extent. GU immortals would have to once again accumulate the cultivation resources to continue their cultivation. There were even some who might have to start all over from scratch. If that happened, a vicious cycle would be formed. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, reaccumulating resources, cultivating, increasing in strength slowly, passing even tougher tribulations. The calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, while their resources would need to be accumulated all over again each time, greatly delaying the growth of the strength of the GU immortal. The strength of many GU immortals might be insufficient for keeping up with the required speed, their growth might even sometimes be stagnant, so how could they cope with the even more terrifying calamities and tribulations? Thus, since ancient times, countless GU immortals had lost everything to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and perished. Immortal was a typical example. She had passed 4 earthly calamities, but at the 5th calamity, she encountered a blue charm lightning shadow and died due to it. Her obsession turned into the land spirit of Immortal blessed land, which was finally obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was a method to reduce the threat, that was to move out the cultivation resources in advance. Previously, Fang Yuan had done this. But in fact, very few GU Immortals would do such a thing. They were obviously not foolish, so what was the reason? The reason was because of the targeting natures of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. For instance, a woodpath GU Immortal who moved out all their woodpath resources before facing a calamity or tribulation may instead end up attracting a fire path calamity or tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the Immortal aperture would be greatly affected, gaining many fire path Dao marks, which would cause changes in the environment and temperature. When the woodpath GU Immortal brings back all the previously moved out cultivation resources, many of those resources would not be suitable to be cultivated in this completely new environment. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were kept in the blessed land and attracted a woodpath tribulation, the Immortal aperture's woodpath Dao marks would increase. Although there would be losses, the environment of the Immortal aperture would become even more ideal. Countless examples of success and failure, countless summaries of the experiences of predecessors proved one thing clearly: keeping the resources when facing a tribulation was wiser than moving them away, and was even more beneficial for the GU Immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan had previously moved out his resources, which led to a blood path calamity that was essentially unsuitable for the growth of the previous resources. However, Immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, so this was not a big problem. Later on, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng faced the calamity in his Immortal aperture, he chose to keep his resources even when aware of how severe the loss could be. It was because the Immortal aperture that was undergoing an earthly calamity was his most essential foundation. Only after understanding this kind of information could one truly realize the terrifying value of the life and death Immortal aperture method. Although GU Immortals were high and mighty above the masses, calamities and tribulations hung above their head, they had to cultivate endlessly, and make huge progress at every phase of their cultivation, and had to keep on making more progress, only then could they continue to survive. But if they had a life and death Immortal aperture, everything would be different. It directly reduced the power of calamities and tribulations by 50%. With the sharp decrease in the power of calamities and tribulations, the loss of their cultivation resources would be less, while there would be no drop in the number of Dao marks gained. This was enough to benefit the cycle for the GU Immortal's cultivation. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations, on top the original foundation, one can continue to accumulate resources, cultivating even quicker, experiencing a greater increase in strength, and passing a slightly stronger tribulation. With just a living Immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would keep on growing stronger. GU Immortals could barely endure them as it was, and as their cultivation increased, it would be even more difficult for them to advance. And if they only had a dead Immortal aperture, the Immortal aperture would continue to crumble, resources could not be accumulated quickly and there was no hope of progress, it was simply a doomed ending. However, a life and death Immortal aperture created a cycle that allowed the GU Immortal's strength to snowball and accumulate, and have increasingly greater assurance in passing future tribulations. Undoubtedly, this was an accomplishment that surpassed the current era. It could change the whole GU Immortal world, the entire world would be revolutionized, the history of GU Masters would be changed henceforth. It might seem to be simply a revival method, but it contained such monstrous power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer just a simple revival method, it was a method of cultivation. This technique that had improved upon the foundation of Limitless Demon Venerable's concept was, without doubt, much more superior than the methods of cultivation that had been passed down for countless years. Such a grand feat, in the context of Earth's history, was like the invention of steam engine, electricity and calculator. They had incredibly significant importance. The traditional GU master cultivation methods were passed down from Renzi's era, and there were almost no changes done to it since. If the life and death Immortal aperture method was publicized, it would be akin to the theory of general relativity of Einstein which overthrew Newton's first law. If it were other GU Immortals, they might find it hard to accept this for a period of time, even thinking that this was an unrealistic fantasy. It might even be considered sacrilegious. After all, Immortal zombies had low status, while this method placed much importance on their dead Immortal apertures and instead held them in high regard. But Fang Yuan's own soul was from Earth, he had an open mind, the authority of the traditional way of GU cultivation had not been deeply ingrained into his mind. At this moment, his mind was filled with exclamations of praise. The methods of humans continued to progress over time, history continues to be written. GU cultivation can fully be regarded as another form of science, it continues to advance and develop with time. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless wise and capable geniuses who had glorious and brilliant accomplishments. But those of future generations stand on these shoulders of their predecessors, using their foundations, they are able to have even more brilliant and splendid accomplishments. Like this mysterious great expert Immortal zombie who invented the life and death Immortal aperture revival method, they had stood on old Immortal Kongju's shoulders, they used limitless Demon Venerable's accomplishments in Rule Path and combined them with their own talents before they were finally able to create this improved cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the profundity and brilliance of this revival method. During this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only scratch the surface of this brilliant technique, but he could not comprehend the essence and origin of this brilliance. He knew that following this method was the right course and the result would also be ideal for him. But he did not know what principles were involved in this method. The explanation for the life and death Immortal aperture could be said to be simple, but the principles involved in it were something Fang Yuan could still not understand. The contents of the life and death Immortal aperture revival method were not simple, they were very complex. Because it subdivided every GU cultivation path into different revival methods, different GU worms needed to be refined accordingly. For instance, Fang Yuan cultivated strength path, he needed a large amount of exert strength GU, countless disappointment GU, and many other types of supplementary GU worms to finally create a multi-layered GU formation. Fang Yuan carefully thought over these ideas, feeling that they were rather interesting. When mortals started cultivating, hope GU was needed to awaken their aperture. This method, however, required disappointment GU and exert strength GU. Without hope, how could there be disappointment? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts stood as opposites to each other but they coexisted together. It was just like the concept of life and death. If one was gone, the other also lacked the significance for a concept of it to be formed. Fang Yuan planned inwardly, disappointment GU and exert strength GU are merely mortal GU, so they are not difficult to gather. There are also corresponding GU recipes here, I can order the hairy men to refine them day in and day out. Even if the amount required is large, I can complete it within 3 months. Once completed, I can immediately start my revival and obtain a life and death Immortal aperture. Except that the life and death Immortal aperture that would be obtained in this way was somewhat unsatisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path Immortal aperture was already mostly disintegrated, using just the remaining dead Immortal aperture as the base, the newly formed life and death Immortal aperture would naturally be inferior. Be it the size, the environment or its foundation, they would all be lacking. When Fang Yuan had been forced to ascend in northern plains, the foundation for his Immortal aperture was not high in the first place, its size was 3,500 square kilometers and the rate of time was 16 times that of the outside world. A low-grade blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum, it can draw in a small tributary of the river of time and create over 10 beads of Immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. A medium-grade blessed land can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers, draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time, create over 20 beads of Immortal essence and have plentiful resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path Immortal aperture was only a medium-grade blessed land. Now, if he used his currently shrunken blessed land to revive, it will definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and it was very likely for it to be low-grade even among low grades. Without doubt, this would be unfavorable to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. However, there was a segment of content about the life and death Immortal aperture revival method which excited Fang Yuan greatly. During the refinement process, he could use other strength path Immortal zombies' corpses as Immortal materials and refine them in a GU formation. This would increase the grade of the life and death Immortal aperture created, his low-grade blessed land could return to medium grade, and as long as there were sufficient strength path Immortal zombies, he might even be able to raise his blessed land to high grade. When Immortal zombies die, their aperture would completely dissipate and the Dao marks in the aperture would stay in the Immortal zombie body. Thus, Immortal zombie bodies were rich with Tao marks and were special kinds of immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui Hu would not have shamelessly sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal the corpses. At the final part of this segment, it was clearly recorded. If one could obtain a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie body and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture created would surpass that of a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie revives, they would possess the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lu Lan had advanced into an immortal with the great strength true martial physique and possessed a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan understood many things regarding it. A super-grade blessed lands has a vast space of over 6,700 square kilometers. Every year, the amount of immortal essence it produces would surpass 50 beads. The rate of time is even faster, thus precious resources can be obtained in extremely short intervals. Furthermore, the great strength true martial physique can increase my battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. From this point, one could also discern that the life and death immortal aperture method was an excellent method to raise a GU immortal's aptitude. The 10 extreme physiques, they had extremely great power, but their flaws were even bigger. Because time flowed faster, calamities and tribulations came quicker and more frequently, their might becoming increasingly terrifying. For the cultivation of GU immortals, this was a big taboo. One could find out from history that none of the 10 supreme venerables had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 GU immortals, it was extremely rare for someone to possess one of the 10 extreme physiques. In short, a person with one of the 10 extreme physiques could be unrivaled among those of the same rank and could even fight against those that exceeded their rank, but they did not have the potential to grow and simply could not live for long under the barrage of calamities and tribulations. However, this huge flaw did not exist to Fang Yuan. There was only one reason for that: he possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. And a life and death immortal aperture reduced the might of calamities and tribulations by half. This lowered the danger to a completely acceptable level and formed a much more beneficial cycle. I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land by gathering ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies. But if I can gather the body of an immortal zombie of one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can possess the great strength true martial physique and own a super-grade blessed land. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations would have their might reduced by half. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I would have a chance at vying for that supreme throne of rank 9. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with the flames of passion. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world, this was a publicly recognized fact. If since ancient times, there has not been a 10 extreme physique venerable, did that imply that they would be the strongest even among the rank 9 venerables? In this world, the greatest in strength in all of history. I also have my first mortal aperture. If my revival goes smoothly, I can use this method again to cultivate time path and change my first mortal aperture to a super-grade blessed land. At that time, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the desolate ancient moon physique. Dual 10 extreme physique, and with time, a dual 10 extreme physique venerable. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life and in this life, he had wandered from place to place, enduring many hardships and taking risks amidst life and death. Finally, now, at this moment, he found a hopeful path that could lead him to the grand ambition of immortality. Eternal life seemed to be an illusory goal, but if one did not have sufficient strength, then it was a target that was impossible to pursue to begin with. Strength path immortal zombies are already few in numbers. Since I have joined Zombie Alliance, I am unable to target the Alliance members. Great strength true martial physique immortal zombie, where can I find one? HMPH. Right now, there is only one optimal target, He Lu Lan. At that instant, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ferocious light. Although I cooperated with you to escape from Imperial Court blessed land and have obtained many benefits later on, having a rather pleasant experience, for the ambition that I seek, you have to be sacrificed. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Ruthless, callous. Chapter 940, Fang Yuan's plans. Since he obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make as much use of it as he could. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or now, cultivation aptitude was always a big regret for Fang Yuan. Now that he could fix this, Fang Yuan was extremely happy to do so. Most importantly, The life and death immortal aperture revival method for the 10 extreme physiques was too enticing, the advantage it gave towards cultivating was too great. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were very rarely seen. Even if they appeared, they could not cultivate easily. There were even fewer of those with the great strength true martial physique that cultivated to GU immortal level. And on this basis, those who turned into immortal zombies and still had their bodies intact might simply be non-existent. Fang Yuan checked historical records and his memories, but there were no clues. Thus, He Lu Lan was his easiest target, and also the most appropriate and realistic one. Or rather, she was his only target. But the problems in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lu Lan herself was a formidable person, she had both brains and brawn. In his previous life, she left her own mark in history. Such a person was not easy to deal with, she could risk her fight and battle all out while also scheming deeply, she could not be messed with casually. Secondly, He Lu Lan was not alone, she had the ranked 7 Fairy Li Shan supporting her. They had a close relationship, they would not turn on each other. To deal with He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan would also have to deal with Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. Finally, and what was also Fang Yuan's biggest problem, He Lu Lan knew the truth of Imperial Court Blessed Land. If he did not handle it appropriately, she would tell this truth to the world. By then, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by all the GU immortals in the world. The allure of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance would be so great that countless greedy GU immortals would charge at him like a tsunami, completely drowning him. All in all, He Lu Lan was like a porcupine. If he was rash in dealing with her, not only might she be left unharmed, but he would also end up suffering major backlash. He Lu Lan, oh He Lu Lan, if not for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique which helps my cultivation, I would not want to target you. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In the following days, Fang Yuan started his preparations on two aspects. On one hand, he needed to think about an appropriate way to harm He Lu Lan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal GU while using letters to communicate with Fairy Li Shan on how to breach a contract. But days went by, he was making very slow progress in all of them. Ever since He Lu Lan realized her flaws, she made up her mind and focused on managing her blessed land. Since she could not hide inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land anymore, she hid outside and went missing. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, he took action to once again go to Earth Trench and collect Star Knight Mucus. After that, he used the Star Knight Mucus to refine Star Thought Immortal GU, but he failed again. Fairy Li Shan had cultivated Earth Path in the past, she later cultivated Information Path mainly alongside Wood Path, she had Mountain Pledge Immortal GU. Her information path attainment was definitely higher than that of Fang Yuan. Earlier, she had gone against the agreement to deal with Dong Fang tribe, but she was still alive and well now. This showed that not only was she skilled at making agreements, she was also able to break them. Information path specialized in agreements. To make a comparison, they were like locks that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith, she was skilled at making locks, she was certain to be good at opening them. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan, even though they had an agreement, the deadline was approaching, thus this agreement was not trouble. The reason Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan was, he needed to deal with the agreement for joining Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance in Eastern Sea, he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot get He Lu Lan, I can only lower my expectations and collect a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombies. If that happens, I will need to break the Zombie Alliance agreement so that I can steal bodies inside the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The careful Fang Yuan would naturally not put all of his eggs in one basket, he would make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, these last days, Fang Yuan had been asking for information path methods from Fairy Li Shan often. The results were minimal. On one hand, Fairy Li Shan was guarding against Fang Yuan. He had developed too rapidly. It already made this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land feel threatened. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she used the excuse of having to find immortal materials to reject him. Secondly, Fang Yuan had little understanding in regards to information path. With such low attainment, it was hard for him to learn something in this short period of time. Thirdly, was Zombie Alliance's agreement so easily broken? It was wishful thinking to expect Fang Yuan to be able to break it in such a short time. Even though he did not make any progress in information path, after interacting with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land using his own knowledge from being inside Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's base. Blazing Heaven Demoness tactic was very smart. These last days, she led the immortal zombies to attack the demonic path GU immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land continuously. Many of the demonic path GU immortals had low luck to begin with. It was hard to collect immortal materials, but now with the immortal zombies wreaking havoc, they faced even more problems. Their gains were affected. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was helpless. The reason was simple: even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was just one person. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully attacked Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui Hu's battle strength, it was uncertain who would win. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided that. She made use of Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shui Hu's life much more difficult. If he attacked, he would not be around to guard Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The defending GU Immortals only had rank 7 cultivation level at the highest. Second leader Lady Wan Shou was skilled in refinement path, while third leader Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. They both did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui Hu went out to attack and was held up by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was ransacked by the other rank 8 immortal zombies, then that would turn him into the biggest laughing stock in Northern Plains. Especially that Blazing Heaven Demoness. She did not have limits to her conduct. Back then, she even burned a 9 Heavens fragment world, making it a lose-lose situation for everyone. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a blessed land that was pieced together. It had lower defense than normal blessed lands. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had to guard against her. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui Hu had incredible battle strength, against Zombie Alliance, he was at a disadvantage. He could not turn the situation around. Blazing Heaven Demoness experienced scheming made Old Ancestor Shui Hu suffer heavy losses, but he could not fight back effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice but to be patient and focus his attention on refining Exert Strength GU and Disappointment GU. The Fang Yuan stone nests that he built were already at quite the sizes. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were working non-stop. The number of Exert Strength GU and Disappointment GU grew, but they were still far from the desired quantity. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those precious rank 8 immortal materials, he did not sell them yet. He kept them for now. Blazing Heaven Demoness was funding him in refining Star Thought Immortal GU. Every month, Fang Yuan's profits were used for refining GU worms, feeding Immortal GU, as well as developing Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased large amounts of cloud soil, ordering Star Form Land Spirit to arrange them. He wanted to build a giant 3-dimensional river system, using the ample space to cultivate Star Fragment Grass. This had huge prospects. If it succeeded, the profits would not be lower than Guts GU. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only develop it one step at a time. He wanted to deal with He Lu Lan, but that might expose his crimes. It was too easy for He Lu Lan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance, she had Fairy Li Shan's help. If she wanted to breach the contract, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been feeling anxious. The investigation of the Central Continent GU Immortals could not be making zero progress. Perhaps tomorrow, Central Continent GU Immortals would come and attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no way he could defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once it was lost, Starform Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's only place to retreat to. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit makes 3 dens, not to mention the old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the Refinement Path GU formation, processing a certain immortal material. Inside his dead aperture, Moving Perspective Cup GU activated, bringing a letter from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt this was strange. This letter was actually Fairy Li Shan approaching him. Opening it, it was a letter requesting for help. As it turned out, Fairy Li Shan found traces of He Cheng. He Cheng was the father of He Lu Lan. She wanted to take revenge for her mother. He was someone she had to kill. Fairy Li Shan's letter asked Fang Yuan to come along and kill He Cheng. He Cheng's circumstances were not good. As a person who held power in the super force, He tribe, he went missing for a long time, the 100 Days battle, and by the time he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, being hunted down secretly by He tribe itself. In fact, in order to save his life, He Cheng sacrificed the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of strength in He tribe, it was also their trump card, he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had great authority, in this situation, he would still be punished according to the rules of the tribe. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his, the core Immortal Gu that made up the Immortal Gu House came from the 4 supreme elders of He tribe. After the central continent Gu Immortals divided up Dark Prison, they brought the Immortal Gu back to their sects. One of the Immortal Gu had already been forcefully refined by a central continent Gu Immortal. Thus, the He tribe. Supreme elders learned about it. He Cheng had committed a huge mistake, he needed to be punished. He Cheng did not want to hand himself over. Before he participated in Shadow Sect's activities, he had made an agreement with them, he could not expose any details regarding Shadow Sect. This alliance agreement had a strong restriction. He Cheng could not explain the matter to his tribe, he could only escape. He tribe was unwilling to let him go. The Immortal Gu House was extremely important, it affected their deterrence capability and strength, it had to be taken back. And He Cheng was the clue. Thus, He tribe sent Gu Immortals to capture He Cheng. After both sides fought several times, He Cheng narrowly escaped. As the commotion got larger, Fairy Li Shan learned about it. She and He Lu Lan discussed it, they felt that now was the best time to take revenge, after He Cheng had been abandoned by his tribe. They needed to have greater numbers as assurance in killing a Gu Immortal. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. Before the alliance expired, they now had an excellent chance to make use of him. While it was true that the compensation that Fairy Li Shan gave was very profitable, Fang Yuan also had his own motives, this was a good opportunity. He Lu Lan had been staying hidden all this time, only during a chaotic battle could Fang Yuan find a chance to take action. Chapter 941, Third Battle with He Cheng. Escape, escape, escape. A shadowy figure moved rapidly in the tall grass, like a flying snake. A moment later, the shadow vanished with a soft sound, and the flying stopped. He Cheng crashed into the grass nearby. A clear stream was flowing, right beside him. He Cheng breathed roughly, he was sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to turn his body over. His current condition was terrible. His entire body was covered in wounds, some were deep until bones could be seen, some were still bleeding. Intense pain was assaulting him, but He Cheng was already used to it. These injuries were all created when he fought intensely with the pursuers from He tribe. If He tribe was not trying to capture He Cheng alive, with his current ability, there was no way he could have escaped so many times. I am already at my limits, huh? He Cheng felt grim internally, he gritted his teeth and tried to get up, seeing his reflection in the water, he smiled bitterly at himself. Originally, he was handsome and charming, having a gentlemanly disposition, but now his face was pale and his lips were green, his body was covered in blood while he escaped for his life. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in size as he curled up his body, like a venomous snake that felt threatened. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light, he shouted at a nearby bush. At the next moment, with a loud bang, air currents burst out as the grass was uprooted, a large pathway was created. He Lu Lan wore a mask as she stepped forward. Her eerie and dark eyes were burning with flames of hatred that had been etched into her. It is you. He Cheng was shocked, he tried to stand up but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely as he fell down helplessly. Thankfully, he did not collapse entirely, he managed to regain his balance but he was half squatting with tightened muscles, his expression was ruthless but he could not conceal the anxiety inside him. If he was captured by the He tribe Gu Immortals, he might still be able to live, even though that was unlikely. But if he ended up in the hands of He Lu Lan, He Cheng would be dead meat, his fate would be unthinkably miserable. He Cheng, to think that you would end up like this. He Lu Lan walked towards him, her body was straight like a spear, across a small river, she looked down at him arrogantly. Fate was unpredictable, who would have thought that He Cheng would end up in such a state? He Lu Lan had never expected this. Thus, when the perfect opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, other than hatred and anger deep inside her, she also felt a trace of pity. The father and daughter stared at each other. Hatred, grudges, all of their emotions were present. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. Don't look at me with that gaze. He Cheng screamed, he struggled to get up. He could accept He Lu Lan's anger and hatred, but he could not stand that trace of pity in her eyes. The great He Cheng, do not need anyone's pity. A strong wind blew, the dark clouds in the sky moved as the surrounding grass swayed. Ripples appeared in the stream, as Fairy Li Shan's voice was heard in the wind. Wind, nice scenery, this nameless location is a good place for you to die, He Cheng. He Cheng sneered, he could feel the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He turned his head around with difficulty, looking at the surroundings. A tiger without power gets bullied by dogs, isn't there someone else? Why are you not coming out? Fang Yuan quietly concealed himself nearby, he did not move and leaked no aura, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You, a tiger, you are just a dog who is struggling to survive on the verge of death. Thieving dog, prepare to lose your life. He Lu Lan no longer concealed the anger inside her, she took a big step and sent out a punch. In an instant, there was an explosion in the air as the air currents created from her punch burst out. Fang Yuan's mood was stirred, he felt a strong desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but with the amplification of the great strength true martial physique's strength path Dao marks, its power could actually reach such a level. Before this punch landed on He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense feeling of stiflement. An immeasurable sense of danger filled him. If this punch landed, He Cheng would die on the spot. He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless GU worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a dark shadowy snake again, escaping towards the left side. He Lu Lan's punch missed, she quickly chased him. But He Cheng was very fast, in a few breaths of time, He Lu Lan was already dozens of meters behind. In fact, even though He Cheng lost the Immortal GU House Dark Prison, he still had Immortal GU Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, in order to raise He Cheng's strength, Shadow Sect designed a set of Immortal Killer moves for him. This set of Immortal Killer moves used Dark Arrow Immortal GU as the core. Right now, the dark snake that He Cheng had transformed into to escape was one of these Immortal Killer moves. He Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan took action, the surrounding grass grew wildly as flowers grew out of nowhere. He Cheng's body froze, but he immediately broke out of the pear orchard and moved west to escape. Countless strength path phantoms emerged from the tall grass, blocking He Cheng. Fang Yuan had not exposed the identity of Xingxiang Zi to He Lu Lan or Fairy Li Shan. Right now he was using his strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used his wisdom path techniques and deduced 3 possible escape paths. He quietly assigned his strength path phantoms to those areas in order to ambush him. While escaping, He Cheng accidentally went towards one of them, and was stalled by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. Even so, He Lu Lan was still a distance from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan transmitted to Fang Yuan anxiously. Quickly stop him. Fang Yuan immediately showed his true form, using the true solid bat wings on his back to fly towards He Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply, she could tell, with Fang Yuan's speed, he could not obstruct He Cheng. In truth, Fang Yuan was not planning to stop He Cheng either. Earlier, he had fought with He Cheng, but times were different now. He Cheng was He Lu Lan's weakness, as long as he was alive, he would be able to use He Cheng in order to scheme against He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan had originally wanted to use this chance to see if he could capture He Lu Lan. But after seeing He Cheng's severe injuries, he knew the chances were close to 0. If it were possible, Fang Yuan would rather let He Cheng go and let him escape. But because of the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the obstacles, he gave Fang Yuan a look as he sneered, you finally came out. It is a pity you cannot catch me. Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move to escape from this place. But right at this moment, the cry of an eagle resounded and almost tore his eardrums. A giant Iron Crown Eagle phantom appeared behind Fang Yuan. His Iron Crown Eagle strength activated, as Fang Yuan's speed rose, he flew at lightning speed, closing the gap between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked, he did not dare to slow down, he quickly escaped. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, it was still a rank 5 Mortal GU now. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was obtained from an Immortal GU, it could only be triggered with certain probabilities. In the previous battles, it had never been triggered, but today, when he did not want it to activate, it did. It seems that it was inappropriate to use time assist luck right before this to raise my luck. If I had known that He Cheng would be in such a condition, I would have realized that it was impossible to execute my plan. Fang Yuan sighed, his body was like an eagle, pouncing at He Cheng. He Cheng was slippery as a snake, he moved around in the grass as a dark snake, changing many directions. Even though Fang Yuan attacked many times, he narrowly escaped each time. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan were no longer anxious, they were excited. With Fang Yuan's interference, He Cheng could no longer escape. In a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan got close to them. Eventually, the three of them encircled He Cheng. He Cheng's expression was dark and ominous, he screamed with messy hair all over his face, "You want me dead? Don't think you will leave unscathed." An intense battle erupted. Thunderous sounds exploded, darkness shot out, flowers were flying, strength chi rampaged, the soil on the ground was sent flying. Without any doubt, He Cheng was heavily suppressed, Fang Yuan's group held the advantage. It is a pity that I can only hold back on 10 to 20% of my strength, that is the limit. If I hold back any more, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would realize it, they would be suspicious towards me and lose trust. Seeing that this excellent pawn in He Cheng was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought against He Cheng 3 times. Fang Yuan and the others did not have much of an increase in battle strength compared to the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too terrible, he had experienced the 100 days battle and the immortal essence that he accumulated over all his life was expended. These last days, he had been escaping and fighting intensely with He tribe's GU immortals. Thus at this moment, under the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Cheng suffered another severe injury, he spat out blood and was about to lose. Stop. Suddenly, an angry shout could be heard in the sky. A blinding green light filled the entire battlefield. Space tore open as a green hand grabbed at He Cheng imposingly. Fang Yuan and the others reacted quickly, but the green hand could affect time, it grabbed He Cheng before anyone could react. Green City Rampage. He Cheng could not move, he screamed while being captured. He Lu Lan and the others rapidly retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. At that time it was ranked at 3rd in the world, only lower than Golden Heavenly Saint and Heavenly Giant Suller. The fact that He tribe was in control of Green City Rampage was known to everyone in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. At this moment, with the appearance of Green City Rampage, it meant that the 4 strongest Supreme Elders of the Super Force He tribe had arrived together. "We of He tribe will deal with our own He tribe members, how can we allow you to kill him casually? He Lu Lan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed us and went to the demonic path, you are guilty of the most heinous crimes, surrender now." At the next moment, a green giant tore through space, standing on the ground. A mysterious light shot out of its forehead, towards He Lu Lan. At that moment, He Lu Lan was unable to move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan rapidly retreated as he used his rank 7 battle strength. With an intense collision, Strength Path Giant Hand collided with the green hand, and the Strength Path Giant Hand disintegrated immediately. Pitiful trick. The green giant laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a fire bird crashed into the green giant's chest out of nowhere. With an intense explosion, the green giant was sent back, almost falling onto the ground. Blazing Heaven Demoness. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe shouted with shock and anger on their faces inside the green giant. Angry Bird. This was a signature killer move of Blazing Heaven Demoness, it was widely known among GU immortals of Northern Plains. At this time and place, why was Blazing Heaven Demoness here? Be it the He tribe GU immortals or Fang Yuan, they were asking the same question. Chapter 942, Little Ant, Elder Ant. Her rank 8 aura was unconcealed, emanating freely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames, she crossed her arms and stood arrogantly in the air. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted loudly, "Hey tribe elders, this ancient battle formation Green City Rampage of yours is so incomplete, you have the face to use it. 100 years ago, in order to use this battle formation, you were forced to stay together at a distance of no more than 3 meters between each other. This time, you came here together, who is guarding the blessed land that is your main camp?" The green giant gazed at Blazing Heaven Demoness. An elderly voice came out of the green giant's body, "Blazing Heaven Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its power rivals that of rank 8s. He Lu Lan and He Cheng are members of He tribe, this is an internal family matter of ours, as an outsider, you should not interfere. Don't forget that Zombie Alliance is in the righteous path. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have significant responsibilities, do be careful." Immediately after, Another voice said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, aren't you going to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu? Why are you here to join in the chaos? Join in the chaos, ha 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 ha." Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fairy Li Shan spoke at this moment. She continued, "Old ancestor Shui Hu's matter is none of your concern, elders of He tribe. Furthermore, you said this is your family matter. Don't tell me it isn't our own family matter." "What do you mean?" Inside the green giant's body, the 4 elders of He tribe asked with shocked voices. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt an intense feeling that something was not right. "Big sister," Fairy Li Shan called out. There was tacit understanding between siblings, there was no need to communicate too much in words. Blazing Heaven Demoness stopped laughed, her gaze was like lightning as she flew towards the green giant. On the green giant's body, a lump of fire burned out of nowhere. In an instant, it turned into a blazing flame and engulfed the entire green giant. Soon, the hill-like green giant became an orange pillar of fire. Immortal killer move, fire prison. In the burning flames, the green giant could barely move. It was as if it had fallen into a puddle of sticky black oil. The 4 elders who assembled the green giant were shocked. When did we get hit by it? This killer move's power is so immense. Even our green city rampage cannot break free for the time being. Most importantly, there were no hints of it being used, we cannot defend against it. But the 4 elders had rich battle experience, they were only shocked for a few breaths of time before they understood. They remembered the attack earlier. Angry Bird had crashed into the green giant's chest. Meanwhile, fire prison started burning at the green giant's chest. This was a combo immortal killer move. So-called combo immortal killer moves were the usage of 2 or more immortal killer moves one after another. They would have stronger power, having synergy between them. Angry Bird, Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves formed a combo immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness first used Angry Bird to attack the green giant, she next used Fire Prison to trap Green City Rampage with an incredibly powerful effect. If a long time had passed, or if she had activated Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to spend time in activating the move. During that period, the 4 elders of He tribe would be able to dodge. Fire Prison's power would not be as great as now. The reason was very simple. It was due to Dao marks. Immortal killer moves used Immortal GU as the core to activate powerful methods. The power was great because they formed temporary Dao marks. When Angry Bird crashed into the green giant's chest, temporary Fire Path Dao marks were left behind. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these Fire Path Dao marks as the basis to unleash Fire Prison, elevating its power and temporarily trapping the green giant. To be able to design a combo immortal killer move, her attainment level must be Great Grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a level. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary GU immortals could reach. The green giant roared loudly, large amounts of green fog spewed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, fire was put out. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness combo immortal killer move did not even last for 10 breaths of time before it completely disintegrated. But they still lost some precious time. During this period, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing. She used her trump card. Battlefield immortal killer move, Orchard Garden in Mountain. The earth rumbled intensely. In the blink of an eye, waves of terrifying tremors erupted deep underground. The surface started to rise, the terrain changed swiftly. The flat grassland had turned into a mound. Soon, this mound rose rapidly, becoming taller. On the 2 sides of the mountain, there were evident ridges forming. Eventually, the mountain stopped rising, a chain of mountains encircled the green giant in all directions. The tremors of the earth finally stopped. The terrain of over 1,000 li had completely changed because of Fairy Li Shan's battlefield immortal killer move. Achieving such incredible effects, it was truly breathtaking. A chain of mountains surrounded the green giant in the center. It was like a giant bowl or a prison, blocking their escape route. At this moment, the green giant was like trapped prey. Fang Yuan's heart pounded. Even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card, seeing this effect, he still felt some surprise. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, the power was not as great. Why did it become so powerful now? Don't tell me, it is because of minuscule mountain. Fang Yuan had a guess. That should be it. Fairy Li Shan's orchard garden in mountain is like myriad star fireflies, it has incredible power when used, but the price should be equally big. Each time it is used, Dao marks in the GU Immortal will be expended permanently. Thus, in records of history, Fairy Li Shan did not use this battlefield immortal killer move very often. Or in other words, this was a last resort technique. A forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's own foundation and cultivation level would fall drastically. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. The mountain itself had a large number of Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it inside her own immortal aperture. The Dao marks of Minuscule Mountain became her own foundation. She could use and expend them. Thus, Orchard Garden in Mountain's power became so terrifying, far beyond Fang Yuan's knowledge based on his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were ranked 7 GU Immortals. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage that they created was ranked at 3rd in the world. But using Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan used Orchard Garden in Mountain and temporarily trapped the rank 8 level Green Giant, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan and the others were floating in the air, looking down. The Green Giant was huge, but the mountains surrounding it were taller. Fairy Li Shan had stopped her activation, she no longer controlled it. But the transformation of Orchard Garden in Mountain still continued. In the valley of the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly, countless pear trees grew, the branches were like vines entangling with each other, extending rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, they floated in the air, slowly descending like snow. Behind the Green Giant, a pair of thick and huge green wings appeared. One of the 4 He tribe elders was skilled in transformation path, thus, the Green Giant could have such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal GU house was created, the methods would be fixed. But ancient battle formations had different abilities according to the GU Immortals using it, as well as their various methods in fighting. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage, but countless vines were coiled onto the legs of the Green Giant. HMPH. The Green Giant snorted, the color of its body changed. It was as if fire was burning deep inside its body. Its green color, like that of moss, had turned into a dark red color. Dark Path and Fire Path, dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember. An intense explosion resounded, it could cause eardrums to vibrate. A dark red translucent shock wave burst out of the Green Giant's body, spreading rapidly. Everywhere, the shock wave went, the entangled vines burned like paper, becoming ash. With 3 shock waves emitted by the Green Giant, obstacles were swept away. At once, dust rose like clouds, the earth trembled, countless rocks fell. The powerful and terrifying aura made Fairy Li Shan take a small step back in reflex. He Lu Lan was seemingly unaware of this, her eyes were staring at one of the Green Giant's hands. Inside this hand, her father, He Cheng, was held inside. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was starting to understand the situation. Evidently, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today, this situation was created by them to kill He Cheng, but at the same time, they were targeting Fang Yuan. I was scheming against He Lu Lan, but to think they would move against me first. Fang Yuan looked towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before today, he had not expected the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to be so closely related to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and gave him a look that was seemingly smiling. Fang Yuan snorted internally, he turned his gaze away. He was in grave danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would only bring him disturbance, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was a barrier that he could not pass. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, Blazing Heaven Demoness surely knew about it. But now is not the time to act rashly. Since they have not attacked me yet, we can still talk it out. Even if I escape, it is pointless. I have joined Zombie Alliance, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan is an information path GU Immortal. It was laughable that previously, Fang Yuan was asking Fairy Li Shan for the method to leave Zombie Alliance. This means that my identity as Xianxia Zi has already been exposed. He Lu Lan is astute, since she knows I have star path cultivation, she would also know that I have already obtained star form blessed land. He Lu Lan called Fairy Li Shan little aunt. I thought this was just an affectionate term, for example, little brother. To think that with a little aunt, she also had an elder aunt. And to think that He Lu Lan's elder aunt was such a formidable person. Chapter 943, Afraid of Death. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually He Lu Lan's elder aunt. Fang Yuan did not expect this. Fang Yuan's battle strength was rank 7 at best. Against He Lu Lan, he had an advantage, but the other party had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be wary of her last resort attack. Against Fairy Li Shan, he was at most only evenly matched. Fang Yuan would be in a disadvantage the moment she used her battlefield immortal killer move. He could not give her enough time to use it. As for Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was extremely pitiful in comparison. It was despair-inducing. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal GU, with his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level, there was no way he could fight against a rank 8 GU immortal. Even a rank 7 GU immortal could not match a rank 8 GU immortal. Feng Zhuzhe was an exception. In the last 1,000 years of Central Continent's history, he was the only one. It was virtually impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The other party was simply too powerful. Fang Yuan was at a weaker position with an absolute disadvantage. Right now, the only thing that I can rely on is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan previously. Allies are not allowed to kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. Earlier, he was finding this agreement restricting to his actions, but now he had to rely on it to survive. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path GU immortal. This agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness can completely suppress me using battle strength, but she has not struck yet. If Fairy Li Shan wants to kill me, she would not create this situation either. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my true identity. Why did she help me in refining Star Thought Immortal GU? This means that they are not going after my life, they have other objectives. As for what their objectives were, Fang Yuan had a vague idea. The conclusion was, right now, Fang Yuan was not in any mortal danger. This was also the reason why he was continuing to watch and not trying to escape. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking over his own safety, the green giant that was trapped by Orchard Garden in Mountain roared as it raised its head. After several uses of the killer move Dark Ember, most of the pear trees in the valley were burned to ashes, but they continued to grow from the ground, extending towards the green giant even though it would take some time to trap it again. Using this chance, 2 more pairs of giant green wings appeared on the green giant's back again. At the same time, the green giant's appearance underwent a change. Its large head turned into that of an eagle's, its entire body became slimmer and longer, its arms and legs turned into sharp 5-fingered claws. Its 3 pairs of wings flapped together. At the same time, the green giant's knees bent slightly, it jumped and burst into the sky. The ground trembled, a huge crater was formed from the impact. Dust clouds rose and mixed with the huge amounts of ashes. This time, the green giant was not restricted by the vines, but the moment it flew into the sky, the 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force. It was pulling onto the giant, preventing the green giant from flying far away from it. The 4 elders of He tribe showed stunned expressions one after another. Every several meters the green giant rose into the sky, the strength of the huge pulling force increased by 10 times as much. Gradually, the green giant was unable to resist it anymore. No matter how much the 3 wings flapped, the giant's speed became slower and slower. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl, resembling a snail. After reaching its limits, it was only 30 meters away from the ground. With another loud bang, the green giant crashed into the ground. The 4 elders of He tribe were silent. There was no need to say anything, anyone could guess the result. Their faces were completely ashen now. This was the true power of Orchard Garden in Mountain. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path mainly, and secondarily in Wood Path and Earth Path. Orchard Garden in Mountain was a battlefield killer move that was formed by combining Earth Path and Wood Path. The pear blossoms were like snow, the vines coiled around the target. These were just Wood Path techniques. The force of gravity that pulled it down was the aspect of Earth Path. Of course, this was also due to Fairy Li Shan using the power of minuscule mountain inside her. Otherwise, if she used the original version of Orchard Garden in Mountain that was based on her own strength, the green giant might have broken out of it already. This was an ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, there were 4 ranked 7 GU immortals inside the battle formation. They could fight against a rank 8 when unified. The green giant could not break out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless vines coiled around it again like tough snakes. The green giant was restricted again. At this time, there was a Sharp sound of wind as explosions occurred in the air, the sound was so loud eardrums could almost burst. 3 angry birds fused in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that was neither big nor small. The phoenix sang loudly, its wings flapped, it was extremely fast, it drew a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, crashing into the green giant's arm and vanishing completely. The green giant displayed an incredibly powerful defense, merely a deep hole was created from the explosion on its arm. Next, waves of green fog circulated around it. As the deep hole closed up, it was like liquid metal, rapidly mending. But blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop for even a moment. She stood arrogantly in the air, she slowly pointed her arm towards the green giant that was below her arm made a slashing motion from up to down. Fire path killer move, phoenix feather triple wing blade. 3 waves of flames formed instantly. They resembled the feathers of the phoenix, they were curved but extremely sharp like sickles. 3 fire blades tore through the air, burning intensely as huge winds started blowing as a result of the movement. 3 blades launched one after another, hitting the same place consecutively. Together with the angry bird earlier, this achieved another combo move effect. The green giant's arm was chopped off by these 3 blades. The 4 elders of Hate tribe growled furiously, but it was too late for them to stop her. The green giant's body was formed from the ancient battle formation. After the arm was detached from the body, it was as if the GU formation itself had lost a portion of itself. Losing the immortal essence supply from the 4 elders, the arm quickly vanished into nothingness, as countless GU worm flew out rapidly towards the green giant. He Cheng, who was captured earlier, lost his restraint, he quickly fell. The green giant tried to grab him, but blazing heaven demoness stopped it. He Cheng tried to escape, but times were different now. He was inside orchard garden in mountain. Almost immediately, countless vines and roots tied him up tightly, sending him out into the hands of Fairy Li Shan. Let him go. The 4 elders of Hate tribe flew into a rage. Countless dark ember killer moves were used consecutively. Marks of dragons appeared on the green giant's chest and back. It was like they were emerging from a body of water. They turned into green dragons and flew around the area. This was the signature killer move of Hate tribe's first supreme elder, 9 dragon body protection. It could both attack and defend. Under the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed incredibly terrifying power. At once, 9 dragons flew around. They were unstoppable. Mountain ridges collapsed, pear blossoms wilted, plants and trees were sent flying. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Hurry up, I cannot hold on much longer. The green giant unleashed its full battle strength. It was already very difficult for Orchard Garden in Mountain to trap it until now. Go! Blazing heaven demoness moved without hesitation. She shot out a long chain of fire, grabbing onto Fairy Li Shan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, and He Cheng. Soon after, she used her killer move, turning into a rainbow, dragging everyone into the air along with her. At the moment where he was trapped by the chain of fire, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he held in that instinct eventually. Blazing heaven demoness speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished with everyone into the horizon. 10 breaths of time later, Orchard Garden in Mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying collapse of mountains ravaged the battlefield. The green giant successfully flew into the air, it roared, and caused tremors in the sky and earth. Blazing heaven demoness movement killer move was extremely fast. It would take a lot of effort for the 4 elders of Hate tribe to catch up to her. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to decide a winner among them. But it was too late now. The 4 elders of Hate tribe had to chase her. He Cheng had been the representative of the 4 supreme elders. He had settled Hate tribe's affairs for so many years. He knew a lot of secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their own GU Immortal was kidnapped by others. The 4 elders of Hate tribe had lost all of their face. If they did not stop blazing heaven demoness, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the other super forces, or even any of the righteous path or demonic path forces. Hate tribe's immortal GU house dark prison was lost, and He Cheng got captured. Hate tribe's reputation was going to plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. With Hate tribe being so weak now, all the other forces would try to suppress them. They would also be forced to give up a lot of the cultivation resources that they were holding onto in northern plains. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. The 4 supreme elders of Hate tribe had no lack of movement killer moves. Once they activated their moves together, their speed would be several times that of blazing heaven demoness. But just as the green giant was about to chase her, a ladder for emergency support appeared beside the 4 elders of He tribe. What? Our blessed land base has been infiltrated by someone secretly and most of our resources were stolen, we have suffered great losses. The He tribe GU immortals guarding the place are all heavily injured. The invader is extremely powerful, they have undeniable rank 8 aura. The 4 elders of He tribe were shocked and furious. This was most definitely a plot. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it, our base cannot be lost, the defense of a blessed land assembled with bits and pieces is not enough. We have all fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme. Go, we have to go back and defend it. The green giant roared loudly, both of its arms raised up and pulled, causing a gigantic dark hole to appear in the space in front of it. The green giant flew into the dark hole and vanished, leaving behind only the ravaged battlefield which was completely in ruins. He tribe did not pursue us, we are safe now. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. The chain of fire that restricted everyone was collected by her. Next, she waved her hand casually and the surrounding 10 li were covered by a layer of dark red barriers. The battle was now over, but Fang Yuan was more alert than before. He moved his shoulders and arms, saying calmly to Fairy Li Shan, "So you are all family, you have truly kept me in the dark. The same goes for you." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning. It was obvious that she had already known that Fang Yuan obtained star form blessed land and disguised himself as Xingxiang Zi. "Spare me, spare my life, I am willing to become your subordinate, I am willing to serve you faithfully, it will be better for you if you keep me alive." He Cheng struggled to get up, his face was filled with anxiety as he shouted continuously. Blazing Heaven Demoness had taken away the parts of the chain of fire restricting everyone else, but He Cheng alone was still bound up tightly. Not only did the situation develop beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, it was also completely out of He Cheng's expectations. Fairy Li Shan stared with furious eyes as she pointed at He Cheng and scolded, "Dog! Thief! My little sister loved you so much, yet you took her life away. But that was not enough for you, you even wanted to lay your hands on your own daughter." He Cheng directly knelt on the ground, he raised his head and begged, "I am willing to be your dog or horse, I am willing to tell you all of the secrets of He tribe. Including the time path inheritance of our rank 8 ancestor He Fan. Didn't Su Xian get close to me because of this inheritance? Don't you all want this inheritance? I will tell you everything that I know, I will not conceal any secrets." But Fairy Li Shan was completely unmoved, as He Cheng turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, "I did not have any intentions to offend you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian, I would not have taken her life. This is all a misunderstanding, this is all just a misunderstanding. He tribe was a super force, they have an inheritance from long ago, their ancestor was obviously very powerful. During the generation when He Fan was the one in power, He tribe had a rank 8 GU Immortal, they were one of the stronger super forces in Northern Plains. But his lifespan was limited, after He Fan died, He tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. This was normal in the world of GU Immortals. The saying goes, upturns and downturns were just like the ebb and flow of tides, if one falls, another rises. He Cheng continued to beg unceasingly. He knew that this was the only way he could possibly survive. Facing the rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, and He Lu Lan who bore a deep and unresolvable hatred towards him, he could not threaten them using He tribe itself. Thankfully, He Fan had an inheritance, and He tribe was unable to inherit it. The inheritance of a rank 8 GU Immortal was extremely attractive to any GU Immortal out there. But Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered, she looked at He Lu Lan and spoke with a gentle tone, "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not, only Little Lan can decide. Little Lan, go ahead, I have already restricted He Cheng, he is now as fragile as a mortal. Little Lan, listen to me." He Cheng knelt on the ground, he rubbed his knees against the ground as he crawled towards He Lu Lan in a frenzy. "You are my daughter, I am your father. You have the blood of He tribe flowing in you, you have a huge advantage in inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was alive, she would not want to see you and I in such conflict, right? If your mother was here, she would definitely be extremely happy to see you inherit He Fan's inheritance. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques, you were able to live until now because I asked Zhang Yu to protect your life, that is an undeniable fact." He Lu Lan looked at He Cheng, seeing his frightened and panicking face, she frowned, showing an expression of deep disgust and hatred. Next, she kicked He Cheng away ruthlessly. I will only ask you one question. He Lu Lan's expression was cold as ice. Ask, please ask, I will tell you everything that I know. He Cheng could almost see a chance of survival. He Lu Lan breathed in deeply, her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Mother loved you so much, she trusted you completely. Actually, she knew that you were going to harm her long ago, but she believed that you would realize your mistake and stop your actions because of love. Facing someone who loved you so deeply, how could you have the heart to end her life? He Cheng was stunned. He was originally tied up tightly on the ground, and was using his arm to prop his body, trying hard to sit up. But he was completely stumped by He Lu Lan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, He Cheng's messy and muddy hair was blown up, his eyes were red as the loving memories of him and Su Xian'er surfaced in his mind. Regret, pain, sadness, all sorts of emotions filled his heart. He started choking, before wailing. Of course I knew that your mother loved me, but I was afraid of dying, I was afraid of dying. Sob, sob, sob. After answering her question, He Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body, he collapsed on the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotting prawn, his body was curled up as he wept in the dirty mud. His mucus and tears were mixed together, flowing down his face. His silk robe was tattered beyond repair, his body was covered in blood. His handsome face and former glory was like a dried-up mask made of mud. When facing the prospects of death, this mask disintegrated and vanished. He Lu Lan and the others fell into deep silence. The scene was completely quiet, except for the wind that was blowing, and He Cheng's continuous soft weeping. He Cheng's display made everyone around feel a deep sensation. Facing death, even an invincible rank 9 venerable was fragile beyond belief. Eternal life, was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew, from ancient times until the present, nobody had reached such a stage. Let him go. At this moment, a lump of emotion came out of He Lu Lan's body, turning into a translucent figure of a female immortal's body. Su Xian'er, the mother of He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. In the past, before Su Xian'er died, she had given He Lu Lan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial emotion. It was because of the familial emotion and immortal essence that He Lu Lan could activate immortal Gu while she was still immortal. Little sister. Seeing this familial emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but have tears fall from her eyes. Blazing Heaven Demoness eyes were turning red, she showed an extremely guilty expression full of regret. He Lu Lan lowered her head, she looked at He Cheng calmly, seemingly in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated towards He Lu Lan. She stretched out her hand behind He Lu Lan, hugging her beloved daughter as she consoled her gently. Let him go, you see how pitiful he is now. After killing me, he was already living a life of misery and regret, is he really happy to be alive now? No, he is barely scraping through life, he lives in terror, he lives in guilt, he is drifting without purpose, only living due to his fear, even though he is alive, he had already died long ago. Let him go, that is also the same as letting yourself off. Little Lan, do not live in a world of hatred, do not live in the past, you need to lead your own life. Don't bear the sin of killing your own father, it is a very heavy burden. Trust me, revenge will not lead you to salvation, but destruction instead. I want you to live a better life. Mother, I know that you are saying that for my sake. He Lu Lan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Suddenly, she raised her leg. And she stomped. Like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Cheng was currently as fragile as a mortal. So under He Lu Lan's feet, his head was like a watermelon that burst, blood, his skull, and teeth were all mixed together in a pile. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 GU immortal, a generation's hero, had died. Su Xian'er's familial emotion was dazed. Next, she saw that He Lu Lan turned around, facing her. There is nothing I cannot bear, mother. It is like in the past, when you knew the situation but still let him have his way, I have my own resolution as well. Will this lead me on the path of destruction? HMPH, I am not so fragile. Little Lan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lu Lan's hand with much worry. Little Lan, Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered softly, she wanted to take a step towards He Lu Lan, but she did not do so eventually. So it's like this, I think I understand now. Fang Yuan had been observing all of their expressions this entire time. Chapter 944, The Greatest Fear is Fear Itself. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Mountains stood tall, fog was thick, in a deep area of the bamboo forest, a waterfall resembled a clear veil as it hung in the air and fell downwards. Feng Jinhuang sat silently on the branch of a pine tree, she quietly looked at the waterfall as her tears fell. During this period of time, the Central Continent GU Immortals who were sent to investigate northern plains had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Zhuzhe. From Feng Jinhuang's perspective, her father was missing without a trace in another region, it was likely that he had already died. These last days, Feng Jinhuang did not have the appetite to eat or mood to cultivate, her face was drenched in tears as she became thinner. Life and death. These were heavy words, they attacked Feng Jinhuang's fragile heart at an unexpected timing. It was not that Feng Jinhuang had never seen someone die. But when it came to her own family, facing this situation, she lost all of the composure and calmness that she had. But she was still hanging on staunchly. The nightmare did not defeat her, she only cried secretly at a place without any other person. On the surface, she was still cultivating as usual, but she had no idea what the content of her cultivation for the last few days was. A figure appeared behind Feng Jinhuang silently, out of thin air. "Daughter." She heard a familiar voice. Feng Jinhuang turned around. The person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother." Feng Jinhuang could not hold it in anymore, she went into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace as she cried her lungs out. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a long time before Feng Jinhuang stopped crying. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be all right now, am I right?" Feng Jinhuang raised her head as she looked at her mother with a hopeful expression. But Fairy Bai Qing did not directly console her in this matter, she shook her head. "Even the invincible rank 9 GU Immortals die one day, not to mention your father. People here must die eventually. Huang stop crying, let mother tell you a story." This was a story in the legends of Ren Zhu. Legend says that Ren Zhu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Featherman to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside ordinary abyss. However, the Featherman wanted freedom, they did not want to be restricted. Ren Zhu thought of a scheme, but he failed, the Featherman would rather die than compromise their freedom. Ren Zhu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, verdant great son, and also his daughter, boundless forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Ren Zhu's heart. "O human, you want to save your son, verdant great son, I have a method." Ren Zhu thought that he had to save at least one of them, he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in this world will die, this is because fate Gu entered the door of life and death, and left a trace behind when searching for fairness Gu. O human, you can enter the door of life and death, and walk on the road of life and death, as long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road, that would be partway to success. Next, as long as you bring verdant great sun onto the path that you walked on, and leave the door of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, verdant great sun, will be able to escape death and revive." Ren Zhu heard the method of Self-Gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus, he decided to let boundless forest Samsara stay inside ordinary abyss for a while longer, while he used the method taught by Self-Gu to save his eldest son, verdant great sun. Ren Zhu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked, one day, he met with a beastman. This beastman was very muscular, his muscles were like rocks, the fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer, don't come here. I am afraid." Ren Zhu was very curious, he asked, "O beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow, it keeps following me, I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions, I am tired, hungry, and thirsty, I am going to die." Ren Zhu felt that this was funny. "O beastman, you have such a powerful body, yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow, do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a Gu worm came out of the beastman's heart, it laughed at Ren Zhu, "O human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me, fear Gu. Hehehehe. Fear Gu. Ren Zhu took a step back, his expression changed. Once Fear Gu appeared, fear started to well up in Ren Zhu's heart. He was afraid. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the beastman, I will let you off now, little beastman, you pitiful worm. The beastman was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Ren Zhu. O human, you dared to look down on me, Fear Gu, now I will torture you with endless fear. Saying this, Fear Gu flew into Ren Zhu's heart with a whooshing sound. Ren Zhu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Ren Zhu screamed in horror. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Ren Zhu could only travel at night and often lost his way. During daytime he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Fear Gu also made Ren Zhu afraid of tree leaves, thus Ren Zhu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Fear Gu made Ren Zhu afraid of snakes. In the end, Ren Zhu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Fear Gu made Ren Zhu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Ren Zhu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Ren Zhu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Fear Gu, he could not move much, he could not make any progress. When Fear Gu understood Ren Zhu's motive, it made Ren Zhu scared of death. Ren Zhu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death. Because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Ren Zhu was afraid that he would die, he could only stay in place. Self Gu sighed. O human, actually death is not scary, the real scary thing is the fear in your heart. That is right. Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, the only thing worth being afraid of is fear. Fairy Bai Qing spoke this story as Feng Jin Huang was silent in her arms. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly. She said again, Huang no matter what, you have to become stronger, and face death head-on. Death is not scary, everybody dies, not even a rank 9 venerable is spared. From it, your father might be dead or alive. But one day, I will certainly die, and so will you. Never be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Jin Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, freeing herself from her mother's warm hug. Tears were still flickering in her eyes, but she showed determination and fortitude. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, gritting her teeth. Mother, I understand. I will go cultivate now. There will be no fear in my heart. No matter how father is right now, I will not be fearful. I will face it directly, and face any possible outcome. I am Feng Jin Huang, how can I make father and mother lose face? He, you are really a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, her face was filled with a smile. Actually, she was frantic internally. Feng Juji's disappearance hugely influenced matters. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Juzhe, allowing them to be at the lead of the 10 ancient sects in this generation. The other 9 sects faced some suppression in one way or another. These were the characteristics of a society where one person could cultivate to have great strength. The influence of one person was expanded hugely. Right now, Feng Juzhe was not around. Spirit Affinity House's authority fell drastically. The other 9 sects were ready to make trouble. Central Continent had deep undercurrents that could create huge tremors and drastic changes. It was like this outside of the sect. But within her own sect, Fairy Bai Qing also was not having an easy time. Where there are sects, there is internal strife. Feng Juji's disappearance made the ones who had been suppressed to the lowest level able to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Juzhe was too powerful, to the extent that Fairy Bai Qing had almost forgotten that there were many people in the sect who was against them. These last days, those people had been gathering strength and ostracizing Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Juzhe deeply, she wanted to go to Northern Plains and help him. But she had been controlling herself, holding down this impulse. She had a daughter to care for. Feng Juzhe was so powerful but he still went missing, she could not move carelessly. If even she was gone, what would Feng Jin Huang do? She is just a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's thoughts. From the viewpoint of every parent, their children were always children. Northern Plains. He Chang's headless corpse was still in the mud. His soul was wailing, but he could not escape from He Lu Lan's hands. He Lu Lan killed He Chang and stomped on her father's head, but it was not enough. Now, He Chang's soul had also been captured. he was surely going to be tortured and interrogated by He Lu Lan. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground and used an immortal killer move. A small hand of flames appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's stomach. The small fire hand easily fused into He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out while holding onto a pearl. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture, I have temporarily retrieved it. Little Lan, take it, it can only last for 7 days and 7 nights, once the time limit is up, my immortal killer move will stop and the immortal aperture will fuse with the outside world to form a blessed land. It is a pity that the GU worms in the immortal aperture, be them mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she passed the fire pearl into He Lu Lan's hands. He Lu Lan received it silently. Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan were inwardly shocked by Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. Don't look at me with such expressions. He, this method of taking an immortal aperture is not a skill devised originally by me. I obtained an inheritance of immortal Kong Ju in Eastern Sea, I learned his method of retrieving apertures, and created this Fire Path immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare Great Grand Master. At this attainment level, it was easy to understand capabilities of other paths using their own as a foundation, her methods were very comprehensive in all aspects. Alright, now, we will talk about your matter, Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked towards Fang Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Chapter 945, Ceasefire. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, no need to rush, I am still waiting for someone. Oh, who is it? Fairy Li Shan asked in surprise. It is me. A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the new arrival. This person had immense capability, if he did not speak, none of them would have realized that he was so close to them. But when they saw his appearance, everyone felt that such capability was to be expected. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, He Lu Lan growled out. Leader, Fairy Li Shan's voice was hoarse and surprised. The person's elderly face was very energetic, his snow-white beard was very thick, it extended to his toes. Right now, all of his aura was concealed, not a trace of his might was felt, he looked like an ordinary old farmer. But everyone was at full alertness. Because he was the #1 demonic path GU immortal in Northern Plains, in control of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, some crowned him as the strongest Rank 8 GU immortal, Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Facing Old Ancestor Shui Hu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness was calm and seemingly at ease. Shui Hu, how was your harvest just now? Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded, replying slowly, even though He tribe has gotten weaker over the years, it is still a super force, it has a deep foundation. This infiltration into Iron Eagle Blessed Land gave me great gains. As it turned out, the 4 elders of He tribe directed the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Cheng, causing their base to be relatively unguarded. In order to obtain more GU refinement materials, Old Ancestor Shui Hu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land and looted it. When the 4 elders of He tribe returned, he had already left with the profits. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are in a heated battle with constant conflicts. But just now, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui Hu teamed up together to deal with He tribe. Fang Yuan squinted, he couldn't help but raise his opinion of Blazing Heaven Demoness, seeing her in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was strong and overbearing, but what was truly fearsome were her wits. If she did not ask Old Ancestor Shui Hu to take action, the 4 elders of He tribe would not have left, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have been able to leave so easily. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, who had the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, the reason for this was that Blazing Heaven Demoness aimed at Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. He needed lots of immortal material for GU refinement, even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do such a thing. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, and the other immortal zombies. Even though I used several of them, most are still around. I will return them to you. Old Ancestor Shui Hu waved his hand, dozens of immortal zombie bodies appeared on the ground, one of them was still sleeping, it was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Old Ancestor Shui Hu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie with a regretful gaze. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Zombie had some immortal GU. But these last days, even though he tried, he could not extract these immortal GU. This blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had many methods. He used an unknown immortal killer move and fell asleep. If old ancestor Shui Hu did something overboard, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie would start self-detonating, and the immortal GU in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness collected and put away these immortal zombies as she said seriously, "Old ancestor Shui Hu, you truly keep your words, then according to the agreement, Zombie Alliance will stop targeting Snowy Mountain, our battle will cease." Old ancestor Shui Hu's eyes shined with light. He looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness as he said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, it seems that you made great gains in Eastern Sea, your strength has increased tremendously. But the time path injury still plagues you. Now that the 4 elders of He tribe are back in Iron Eagle blessed land, after this, they would not move out easily anymore. If you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance and settle your injury, it will be difficult. When you attack Iron Eagle blessed land in the future, I can lend a hand." Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily. She clapped. "Good. I am also looking forward to working together with you again." Old ancestor Shui Hu nodded. His figure slowly faded. In a few breaths' time, he vanished into thin air, like fog that dispersed under sunlight. From start to finish, old ancestor Shui Hu had not taken a glance at He Cheng's headless corpse. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu had engaged in fierce combat, but now they were actually talking about future cooperation. Having the power and capability to do anything they want, that was the power of rank 8 great experts. Old ancestor Shui Hu was known as the strongest GU immortal in Northern Plains. His battle strength exceeded Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he actually gave in this time and handed over the immortal zombie captives and bodies. He disregarded the reputation of the number 1 expert entirely. But Fang Yuan felt no surprise. Reputation was very much a secondary concern in reality. Only one thing could move almost everybody in this world. That was benefit. GU immortals were humans too, they looked at benefits. In fact, it was very common for GU immortals to work together. Having cultivated to this stage, not at all an easy matter, what was the point of fighting to the death? If there was no special reason, no GU immortals would do that. All GU immortals want to develop themselves properly, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. This blade would descend once in a while, cutting at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they survived it, they would still suffer a huge loss. This blade naturally was calamities and tribulations. The higher the GU immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations get. With greater difficulty in surviving, hope was bleak. People like old ancestor Shui Hu and Blazing Heaven Demoness, these rank 8 experts, were extremely cautious. They faced great danger. If they were careless, they would die under the tribulations. Thus, rank 8 GU immortals were all very vigilant. Earlier, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang fought against old ancestor Shui Hu, but did they use all of their trump cards in full strength? Both sides were only probing each other. In the end, old ancestor Shui Hu displayed methods that were superior to what they were willing to use. That caused Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat. Because if they continued, the fight would escalate, and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. The fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was very heated, but there were few losses. They were making a huge commotion, but there were barely any consequences. Because be it old ancestor Shui Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. Just now, both sides cooperated. It might seem abrupt, but that was not true. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or old ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. She completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance and successfully defended its reputation. The latter gave in, but he plundered the base of He tribe. His gains were greater than the immortal zombies he lost. The only party who had losses was the super force He tribe. He tribe's losses were immense, but who cared? One could say that He tribe was the innocent party, suffering due to the conflict between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But whose fault was it that the 4 elders of He tribe were schemed against? In this world, be it GU immortals or mortals, it did not matter who was innocent. The only thing that mattered was who had greater strength and methods. The strong prey on the weak. This was such a cruel and beautiful rule. After confirming that old ancestor Shui Hu had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan at long last. "Now, we need to have a chat, Fang Yuan." She smiled lightly. She called him Fang Yuan instead of Xing Zi. Subconsciously, the pressure Fang Yuan felt internally intensified. But Fang Yuan smiled confidently. What do you have to say? I am listening. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but frown. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan had planned secretly for a long time to set up this situation. Not only did they want He Lu Lan to fulfill her vengeance and kill He Cheng, they also schemed against He Tribe and settled the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. In addition, they also wanted to force Fang Yuan to relent so that they could get their way. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan felt indifferent towards such force. He was like an eel, slipping out of their control. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said in a heavy tone, Fang Yuan, I admire you as a person, but please take a look at your situation. We can determine whether you live or die today. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged. He looked at Fairy Li Shan mockingly. It's only death at worst. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, would fear death? The air seemed frozen. The scene became still. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan's relationship was exposed, Fang Yuan had been full of doubts. What did they want to do with him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew the true identity of Xing Zi, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal GU? Using her rank 8 battle strength, it was not hard for her to kill this bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. Why did she have to create this situation? Next, Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. With his rich life experience, he could see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan. On the surface, these three seemed like a united family, very close to each other. But in truth, their relationship was quite peculiar. They were not united. When Fang Yuan realized this, many questions that he had were answered at once. Thus, he had some confidence just now to adopt a strong stance, negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness fearlessly. Of course, he had split a portion of his focus on Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If this situation turned bad, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. But each time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other options. The current situation was not so severe that he needed to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. While remaining silent, Blazing Heaven Demoness' frown became tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude gave her a problem. She understood that Fang Yuan had already realized her true motive. That was self-strength immortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was someone without limits. Back then when she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial Nine Heavens, she directly destroyed it, resulting in nobody gaining anything. She was afraid of Fang Yuan being just like that and destroying self-strength immortal GU. Self-strength immortal GU was already refined by Fang Yuan, he could destroy it with a single thought. Immortal GU were hard to take away. If it were not for that, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have created this situation, using a great deal of effort. Chapter 946, Past Grudges and Hatred. In the past, Blazing Heaven Demoness suffered from time path injuries, thus she had placed hope in He Fan's time path inheritance. Thereupon, Blazing Heaven Demoness began to make arrangements. She took charge of Su tribe, changed her third sister's name to Su Xian'er and intentionally made her approach He Cheng to enter He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian'er were both in love with each other, becoming a GU immortal couple, and Su Xian's night elopement thus became a famous story. Su Xian'er did not forget her task and tried to find out information of He Fan's inheritance, but she gradually exposed her traces in the process. He tribe began investigating and got knowledge of Fairy Li Shan, making them think this was Snowy Mountain's plot. Su Xian'er, however, was truly in love with He Cheng, so she did not leave He tribe. Afterwards, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian'er and prolonged his life. After learning of their younger sister's sacrifice, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan felt incomparable grief. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness and believed she was the reason for their sister's death. Later on, Fairy Li Shan completely fell out with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt ashamed and guilty, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She had also taken position as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She could not act independently easily, and could only go far away towards Eastern Sea. When she passed the regional wall, it was a nearly fatal experience. In Eastern Sea, she gradually had some fortuitous encounters from the clues she had gathered at Northern Plains. For instance, an inheritance left behind by old immortal Kong Ju allowed Blazing Heaven Demoness to have a method of seizing another person's immortal aperture. These fortuitous encounters provided great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness and partially alleviated her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan took in He Lu Lan, instructed and helped her cultivate, and saw her growth, Fairy Li Shan gradually began to let go of her hatred. She hoped He Lu Lan could receive better help and support. Recently, Fairy Li Shan had completely calmed down and began to use information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. Both sides started to communicate with each other. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xianxia Audiobook's identity and began to scheme. Because Fang Yuan just happened to need Star Thought Immortal GU, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to smoothly set an agreement with Fang Yuan. When she made use of Zombie Alliance's power to return to Northern Plains, she wanted to resolve her countless years of shame and guilt to He Lu Lan. She wanted to use all her strength to make it up to He Lu Lan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. She viewed things through He Lu Lan's perspective and thought of ways to support her. What was most important to He Lu Lan? Without doubt, it was self-strength immortal GU. First of all, He Lu Lan possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path. Self-strength immortal GU was a strength path immortal GU and was perfect for He Lu Lan. Second, self-strength immortal GU was an inheritance given to He Lu Lan by Su Xian. As far as He Lu Lan was concerned, it was not just a ranked 6 immortal GU, it was an extremely important keepsake of her mother. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness thought of every way possible to take self-strength immortal GU back for He Lu Lan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness got an understanding of Fang Yuan. She was startled and wary of Fang Yuan's craftiness, and also saw her own image in him. On one hand, Fang Yuan was very proficient in scheming, on the other hand, Fang Yuan could take life-threatening risks and was not afraid of death. In pleasant words, it was bravery. In ugly words, it was thuggish and unscrupulous behavior. If I can't get benefits, you also can stop dreaming about them. If you want to fight, then come, it is just death at worst. This attitude was like that of Blazing Heaven Demoness, destroying a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. As a result, Blazing Heaven Demoness had agreed to help Fang Yuan refine an immortal GU and set an agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness would help fund Fang Yuan with immortal materials, but Fang Yuan would be in debt to her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal GU, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal GU but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take any one immortal GU from Fang Yuan as compensation. Any one immortal GU was the key. Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting the self-strength immortal GU that Fang Yuan possessed. Right now, as she saw Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows and spoke frankly. Right, I want self-strength immortal GU. Return the immortal GU to Little Lan, it was hers after all. If she could directly take it, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have already done so and absolutely would not have gone through such trouble. But even if she was a Fire Path Great Grand Master, she could not forcibly take immortal GU. The immortal GU was already refined by Fang Yuan, and could be destroyed instantly with just a thought from him. Like old ancestor Shuihu who had extremely strong attainment in Ice Path, but had no way to take the mysterious immortal GU inside the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. Unless they were a wisdom path GU immortal who suppressed Fang Yuan and made sure he could not take action in thinking, or someone who had great accomplishment in Theft Path. Theft Path was created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His signature immortal killer move Formless Hand was feared by countless GU immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods and Theft Path was not a mainstream path, despite it being created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Besides him, other cultivators of Theft Path were generally not able to achieve anything significant. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal GU from Fang Yuan's aperture. Given they had set this up, the possibility of this was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, Blazing Heaven Demoness felt even more cautious regarding taking action. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly demanded self-strength immortal GU. Fang Yuan remained silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not very justifiable. Fang Yuan had obtained self-strength Immortal Gu fair and square. If he had not saved He Lulan, she would have already lost her life in the dream realm. It could be said that Fang Yuan was He Lulan's benefactor. However, Fang Yuan did not want to speak of this. Such words were useless. Why would there be discussion about benevolence with those of fierce character? Moreover, back then when Fang Yuan helped He Lulan, he also did not hold any good intentions. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others would instead look down on him. A bigger fist is the best and the strongest reason. If I were stronger, I would not need to fear Blazing Heaven Demoness extortion. Unfortunately, I cannot even escape right now. My cultivation is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan was self-aware. He knew it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength Immortal Gu. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, like meat on the chopping block. But it was not that he did not have any cards in his hands. Firstly, there is the previous agreement. The agreement states allies cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu Immortal. She had openly violated the agreement when we invaded Dong Fang tribe's blessed land. The value of this is rather small. Secondly, Immortal Gu are not easy to plunder. It is because of this that Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had to make arrangements to trap me. But the value of this can only be at a middling level. I cannot overestimate its use. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If she put aside all considerations and decided to do so, wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal zombie that fell into old ancestor Shui Hu's hands? Thirdly, there is Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lulan and others don't know this is only a lie. Earlier, I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yunsheng. But who could have thought it would instead become my greatest trump card at this moment? Fang Yuan was not wrong. After Blazing Heaven Demoness knew of Purple Mountain True Monarch, she treated such information with great importance. She was quite wary of this mysterious Purple Mountain True Monarch. If Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and she captured his beloved disciple, the trouble stirred up in the future would not be small. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just approached old ancestor Shui Hu and sought to trouble him. She naturally did not want herself to fall into the same situation. Even if Purple Mountain True Monarch was only rank 7, he still had many disciples. Fang Yuan claimed he was only a junior disciple and had senior disciples above him. Especially when this Purple Mountain True Monarch was extremely resourceful, he could arrange his disciple to enter Immortal Crane sect. But did Purple Mountain True Monarch really exist? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely in the dark, and Blazing Heaven Demoness, who obtained information from them, also was deceived by this. Fang Yuan's silence made Blazing Heaven Demoness slightly impatient as she urged, "Fang Yuan, what requests do you have? Say them, we can talk." Fang Yuan let out a breath. He had already planned it all inwardly. But he did not reply to Blazing Heaven Demoness' question, instead asking, "Those Gu refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, did you tamper with them?" Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Moreover, she did not have even a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fang Yuan frowned. "Actually, I had suspected this, but every time I refined Gu, I inspected the immortal materials carefully. Why was I not able to find anything amiss?" Blazing Heaven Demoness replied, "That is because your fire path attainment has not reached Great Grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on each fire path immortal material. The increase is very small, but it accumulates with every immortal material used, and takes substantial effect during the refinement process, ruining the Gu refinement." Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining, how could she coerce Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not nag about this issue. He nodded and continued, "I can return self-strength immortal Gu, but I have some conditions." Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's hopes were raised. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise, and clapped, "Now I can somewhat understand why little sister wanted to suppress you. Speak, what are your requests?" "First of all, I want to form a new agreement." This agreement was the assurance for his safety. Although Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu immortal and could have unknown methods to break the agreement, she would need to make preparations before doing so. At least during that period, Fang Yuan could escape safely. This is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued, "Secondly, my debt of the immortal materials you lent to me before will be cleared. As long as you return self-strength Immortal GU, this won't be a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness replied straightforwardly. I want to leave Zombie Alliance, and get rid of the alliance agreement with them. Okay, finally, I want Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You need to promise me that you will do your utmost to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. Chapter 947, Nirvana Fire. He Lu Lan had Blazing Heaven Demoness protecting her, Fang Yuan could no longer target her. If he could not obtain a super-grade Blessed Land, a high-grade Blessed Land was still very good. To achieve that, Fang Yuan needed a large number of ordinary Strength Path Immortal Zombie bodies. And in Northern Plains, who else could obtain more immortal zombie bodies than Blazing Heaven Demoness? Of course, Fang Yuan gave a valid-sounding excuse. If I give self-strength Immortal GU to you, I will not have a useful Strength Path Immortal GU with me. I need to refine a Strength Path Immortal GU to replace it. The Immortal GU recipe that I have needs a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombie bodies. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death Immortal Aperture Revival method. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not reject him either. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. If she agreed, she would have to pay a huge price. Earlier, old ancestor Shui who handed over some immortal zombies, a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombies were among them. But if she gave them to Fang Yuan, Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly diminished. Immortal zombies were very particular about preserving their corpses after dying. This was the last bit of pride they had. Old ancestor Shui who targeted the immortal zombie graveyard, that caused Zombie Alliance to mobilize their forces to deal with this rank 8 expert, going into a state of frenzy disregarding the cost. That was because immortal zombie bodies were the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. Anyone who targets them will face the vengeance of Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui who understood this as well. After the matter was exposed, even though he obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies, he kept many of them without using them, leaving behind a way to settle the situation. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought, I can give the Strength Path Immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter can be blamed on old ancestor Shui Hu, nobody will suspect me. But the problem is, Fang Yuan wants to use immortal zombie bodies to refine Immortal GU. Immortal GU were hard to refine, it was normal to fail. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head. She said to Fang Yuan, if you keep failing in your refinement, would I have to provide you immortal zombie bodies unceasingly? That is impossible. As the leader of the Zombie Alliance branch, I am stealing from the inside. If I get exposed, the consequences are severe. How about this? You can give me a number. If it is reasonable, I will consider it. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected him. The number was too large. It was too risky for even her to obtain this many Strength Path Immortal zombie bodies. Next, both sides negotiated and eventually reached a consensus. Fang Yuan obtained a number of Strength Path Immortal zombies that greatly exceeded the requirements for a high-grade Blessed Land. But on the surface, he pretended to be dissatisfied. This is only enough for me to do 3 attempts at GU refinement. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I urge you not to get an inch and ask for a mile. Fang Yuan chuckled. He looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lu Lan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan slightly awkward. She was not as shameless as Blazing Heaven Demoness. Talking more is pointless, we can form the new agreement now. Once the agreement is created, I will return self-strength Immortal GU to you. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you stated your conditions, now, it is my turn. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly internally. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness was not so easy to deal with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' words made Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan extremely surprised. I am willing to fund you to refine Star Thought Immortal GU, I will not do anything to the immortal materials this time. Fang Yuan heard this and did not feel joy, he squinted as he went into high alert. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant state, Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled. She said, Fang Yuan, I know that you have been looking for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie state, look at this. Saying so, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to burn in raging flames. Orange-yellow flames covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, it was filled with life force and could give observers a feeling of warmth and hope. It seemed harmless, but Fang Yuan took a few steps back vigilantly. Next, His eyes opened wide as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. In the burning flames, blazing heaven demoness immortal zombie body started to change. First, her 5-meter-tall zombie body shrunk rapidly, returning to a normal person's height. Next, her skin, which was rough and dark like tree bark, vanished in the flames. White and tender skin appeared on her, like a freshly peeled egg. Next, her immortal zombie hair, which looked like messy red wheat stalks, turned long and slim. The red color was vibrant and warm. Finally, blazing heaven demoness' entire figure went through a complete transformation. From a scary giant zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman wearing a red dress. She had tender skin, sharp features, her gaze was energetic, and her lips were bright red. Her chest was busty, it could barely be contained. Her legs were slim and long, yet they were also not thin. Most strikingly, her hair extended to waist length. It was burning red, giving off a dream-like feeling, vibrant and overflowing with colors. In this wondrous flame, blazing heaven demoness had performed an amazing display in front of Fang Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her entire aura also became stronger. Like a gently burning flame, becoming larger and giving off loud noises. Other than giving people a sense of liveliness, her aura was also more overbearing. Blazing heaven demoness' face became more rosy, but Fairy Li Shan showed worry on her face. Big sister, be careful of your injury. Blazing heaven demoness understood this, of course. The price she paid for this was not small, but seeing Fang Yuan's shining eyes and intense desire, she felt that it was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flame on her body and used GU worms, turning her body taller and transforming from a beauty into a monster, becoming an immortal zombie again. Blazing heaven demoness said, I have a time path injury on my body that causes my aging to accelerate hundreds of times. Without any choice, I had to become an immortal zombie. But you saw earlier that I can revive easily, changing between the immortal zombie and living GU immortal states. This is because of the immortal killer move that I used earlier, Nirvana Fire. Nirvana Fire. Fang Yuan felt some hope internally. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had the best revival method there was. But hearing blazing heaven demoness words, Fang Yuan still was greatly excited. Using the life and death immortal aperture revival method, I will turn into an ordinary GU immortal completely. My remaining lifespan will decrease accordingly. I cannot use wisdom GU after that, since my lifespan would be consumed rapidly under the light of wisdom. Furthermore, each immortal aperture can only use the life and death immortal aperture revival method once, it cannot be repeated. If I can obtain this revival method and interchange between the states of immortal zombie and living GU immortal, that would be excellent. I would be able to use wisdom GU more optimally. Blazing heaven demoness observed his expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interested, she added chips to her side of the bargain. She took out immortal GU, saying to Fang Yuan, this is my third request, you have to accept this gift. If it were an ordinary mortal GU, Fang Yuan would not take even a glance at it. But Fang Yuan could not look away from this mortal GU that blazing heaven demoness took out. The reason was simple, this mortal GU was so valuable even rank 9 venerables looked for it painstakingly. This was a lifespan GU. Blazing heaven demoness continued. Fang Yuan, I know that you have little lifespan left, this lifespan GU can give you 60 years of life, after you change back, you will not be old. Fang Yuan sighed to himself deeply. Blazing heaven demoness gave 3 conditions. The first was to help Fang Yuan refine Star Thought Immortal GU, and she promised that she would not tamper with the materials. The second was to give Fang Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this revival method allowed Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie freely and use wisdom GU fully. The third was a 60-year lifespan GU. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been looking for. Rather than saying these 3 requests were blazing heaven demoness conditions, they were more like bait that she was laying out in front of Fang Yuan. Facing such huge temptation, Fang Yuan felt excited. At the same time, his mood was heavy. He knew that blazing heaven demoness was doing this for a reason. Thus, he cupped his fists at blazing heaven demoness, saying seriously, I cannot reject blazing heaven demoness conditions. Please continue stating them. Fang Yuan could not reject her, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing heaven demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan understood the situation he was in. She was very pleased and finally stated her true objectives. Blazing heaven demoness had 6 true conditions. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. Second, she wanted to enter into the Guts GU business, and become the largest buyer in the Guts GU trades. Third, and the most important of them, she wanted Tai Bai Yunsheng to cooperate with her using man as before and landscape as before, to try and heal the time path injury that she had. Fourth, she wanted to be able to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel from now on to return to Eastern Sea. Fifth, she wanted Fang Yuan to make a deduction for her each year for free. The content could be related to finding immortal GU, deducing incomplete immortal GU recipes, and others. Sixth, if possible, she wanted to meet Fang Yuan's master, Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan thought about this thoroughly. He could agree to the first request. Eerie fire dragon pythons were related to fire path, they might be useful to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but Fang Yuan could do without them. The second request was for Blazing Heaven Demoness to enter into the Guts GU trade and become a larger buyer than Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan could accept this. With Blazing Heaven Demoness funding, perhaps the Guts GU trade would expand even further. For the third request, if Fang Yuan talked to Tai Bai Yunsheng, he would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness hands. The fourth request involving fixed immortal travel was similar. Fang Yuan would not lend the immortal GU, at most, he would go along with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan directly agreed to the fifth request. The sixth request was nothing but Blazing Heaven Demoness trying to probe into Fang Yuan's background and the force behind him. This was impossible. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not exist. He was made up by Fang Yuan. Chapter 948, Attitude GU. The silver light in the sky seemed everlasting and indestructible. There were many halls on the ground, but there was silence, without any person around. There was an old tower standing tall and proud among the halls. This tower was covered in blemishes, it had over 3 million years of history. It was very famous, the immortal GU house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created herself, Heaven Overseeing Tower. There was a huge refinement path GU formation around Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the four cores of the GU formation, there were 4 rank 8 GU immortals respectively, 3 male and 1 female, 1 old-looking and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that the huge GU formation was gradually coming to a halt, the 4 Heavenly Court GU immortals let out deep breaths, their tense minds calmed down. Once they relaxed, Lian Zhusheng's body wavered, he could not stand upright, he sat down on the ground directly. The others were not any better. Bai Kang Shui's head was full of sweat, while Bai Chen Tian was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's aged face had even deeper wrinkles than before. Any of these 4 people, if they went outside, would be huge characters in Central Continent, or famous experts even in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were all exhausted, it was as if they were extremely hungry, after having fought strong foes for 300 days, without any rest or sleep. After all, how could repairing the rank 9 immortal GU fate be so easy? Thinking about the difficulties when activating the GU formation, Bai Kang Shui and the others felt immensely glad. One crucial step in repairing fate was to draw in Heaven's will. Heaven's will was grand and vast, a human's will was small and insignificant compared to it. The 4 GU immortals endured much hardship to maintain their consciousness amidst the inflow of Heaven's will. Under this situation minutes felt like years, they lasted for several hundred days and eventually succeeded. Good. Just now was a great success for repairing Fate Immortal GU. Everyone has worked hard. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord carried his walking stick as he slowly got up, he looked at the GU formation in the center with much joy, as Fate Immortal GU floated above it. This Fate Immortal GU was like a black and white spider. The red wound on its body had already shrunken by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Chen Tian sighed. Now that we succeeded, Fate GU can already use 50% of its strength. Even if it is outside of Heaven Overseeing Tower, it can start to show some effect. Lian Zhusheng said excitedly. Oh, what effect? Bai Kang Shui asked in puzzlement. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, but he smiled and said, the effect of Fate Immortal GU is fate itself. You have to know, all living beings in this world have certain paths in life that they follow, they cannot be allowed to change. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable harmed Fate Immortal GU, the world went into chaos. Right now, Fate Immortal GU has already recovered 50% of its strength. With its existence, the world is already starting to adjust itself. All of those who derailed from their original path before this, even if they took a huge detour, will start to move towards their original fate, and continue on that path. At this moment, in Northern Plains, Blazing Heaven Demoness listed her true intentions. After considering them, Fang Yuan replied to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He did not directly reject the sixth request, he said that he could not directly make the decision for such a thing. He would try to inform his master, Purple Mountain True Monarch, but whether he would show up or not was the master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached a consensus, the heavy atmosphere eased slightly. After patiently negotiating, both sides set a new agreement. This alliance agreement was hard to break. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experiences to avoid loopholes in the alliance agreement and increasing the difficulties of breaking it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had Information Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would still need at least 2 to 3 years to break the agreement. Moreover, Fairy Li Shan was not an Information Path Great Grandmaster. After setting the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan's safety was assured. He followed the agreement and handed over Self-Strength Immortal Gu to He Lu Lan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was satisfied with the results. In fact, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not overbearing in this negotiation. Of course, if Fang Yuan refused to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Gu, then that would be another story. Fang Yuan made great gains this time. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not try to lay her hands on Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Starform Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention Fairy Li Shan's Time Luck Immortal Gu. This showed that she was truly sincere in cooperating with Fang Yuan. Be it his Wisdom Path attainment, Fixed Immortal Travel or other aspects, Fang Yuan had very great value if used. After achieving a mutually beneficial result by cooperating, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not strike forcefully. After all, in her mind, Fang Yuan was backed by Purple Mountain True Monarch. After He Lu Lan received Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan purposely let go of it, and she successfully refined it rapidly. It had finally returned to her. He Lu Lan sighed as she used the Immortal Gu. At once, her body shook as 3 Strength Path Phantoms appeared. These 3 phantoms were not burly and rough-looking men like before, they were similar to He Lu Lan's own appearance, they were all peerless beauties. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed at this. Little Lan, you have finally unraveled the biggest obstacle in your heart, and found your true self. He Lu Lan nodded in joy. When she killed He Cheng personally, she felt refreshed, her breathing became more relaxed, and she felt like she had started a new life. The Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were proof. He Lu Lan smiled and laughed. She turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Elder Ant, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lu Lan calling her Elder Ant, and trembled from excitement. She knew that He Lu Lan actually hated her. After all, if it were not for her injury, He Lu Lan's mother would not have exposed herself during the course of events when undercover in He tribe. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness could be considered the killer of He Lu Lan's mother. He Lu Lan continued. Next, I will return to He tribe by infiltrating it. I will find He Fan's inheritance, and obtain it afterwards. No, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan shouted in disagreement. He Lu Lan's words made them severely shocked. Back then, Su Xian died because of this. He Lu Lan wanted to walk on Su Xian former path, how could her 2 aunts allow tragedy to strike again? Don't worry, I have already planned this for a long time. He Lu Lan expected their reactions. She placed her arms behind her as she walked slowly, analyzing calmly. Times are different now. The 4 elders of He tribe would not leave their base easily after this battle. With He Cheng's death, He tribe's reputation has sunken. In the following days, many super forces will collaborate and deal with He tribe. With He tribe's current strength, they cannot hold onto so many resources anymore. This is a rare opportunity. I will get into He tribe and obtain the highest authority. It is time this super force had a new owner. He Lu Lan had great ambition, even Fang Yuan was shocked at her goals. Old ancestor Shui who only wanted to steal some resources, he even hid himself during the process, fearful of He tribe's revenge. But He Lu Lan actually wanted to take over all of He tribe. It is too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke plainly. but she showed off a stance that did not allow rebuking. He Lu Lan looked at her aunts fearlessly. She smiled. I know that you are concerned about me, but I'm afraid you have the wrong idea. This is my decision, I am not discussing it with you. You can refuse to cooperate with me, but you cannot interfere with my choice. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other speechlessly. He Lu Lan knew that it was hard to accomplish this goal herself, but if she had the help of both her aunts, along with Fang Yuan's strength, it would be of huge help to her, the danger would be lower, and she would have a higher chance of succeeding. Fine, I will give you some assurance. He Lu Lan said, taking out a mask. This mask was emanating with the aura of an immortal Gu. Attitude Gu. At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed onto this mask. Attitude Gu was a legendary immortal Gu. It was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, and also one of the immortal Gu that Fang Yuan was searching for. That was because Attitude Gu was the core immortal Gu of Familiar Face. Fang Yuan had the modified Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. If he fused Attitude Gu into it, his disguise would surely be at a higher level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled look. This Gu was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Feng Yu, and gave Attitude Gu to her. He Feng Yu was a spoiled brat. As a mortal, she brought the immortal Gu to roam the icy plane. In the end, she was targeted by a mysterious Gu immortal and vanished. Attitude Gu also disappeared as a result, and never showed up again. He Lu Lan's lips curled up. She toyed around with Attitude Gu. That's right, I obtained this Attitude Gu from the icy plane. Fairy Li Shan was curious. Little Lan, when did you go to the icy plane? Wait, unless, that's right, I purposely went to the northern icy plane for my immortal ascension because I had clues of Attitude Gu's whereabouts. That was the only way I could subdue Attitude Gu, by borrowing the heavenly might of the tribulation. Haha, I will not talk about the specific details. He Lu Lan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She assessed He Lu Lan again, feeling complex emotions. She was both happy and dejected. Nobody found out that He Lu Lan had obtained Attitude Gu, and she did not tell anyone either. Even Fairy Li Shan was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed internally. He Lu Lan wore the mask, saying plainly, from now onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped and smiled. Excellent. With Attitude Gu as well as the genuine He tribe bloodline, this matter might very well succeed. He Lu Lan is Fairy Black Moon. Chapter 949, Divine Concealment. Fang Yuan observed He Lu Lan closely. He Lu Lan's appearance had changed greatly after wearing the mask. Clad in black and gold armored martial attire, with short hair and bright eyes, a heroic and domineering aura radiated around her and gave an oppressive sensation to others. She unexpectedly looked almost the same as Fairy Black Moon's appearance, which Fang Yuan had seen in the records from Central Continent back in his previous life. Attitude Gu influences not my eyes, but my mind. Right now, the person I am looking at is still He Lu Lan wearing Attitude Gu, but my mind is perceiving her as a different person. This is far too huge of a coincidence. It seems He Lu Lan is undoubtedly Fairy Black Moon. Fang Yuan was convinced of this, understanding the hidden inside details of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lu Lan had become the winner of the Imperial Court contest. According to history, she was a tyrant and was later assassinated. But in fact, she had not died. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. And later, she returned to Northern Plains, leading Central Continent's Gu Immortals, wrecking 88 True Yong building and destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. If that was the case, how was He Lu Lan able to get in touch with Spirit Affinity House? Fang Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lu Lan won in the Imperial Court contest, entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and obtained Mo Yao's will. And under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how big of an influence Mo Yao's will was, Fang Yuan was not sure. His intuition told him that this guess should be the truth of history during his previous life. It was only that in this life, because of Fang Yuan's interference, the whole situation was thrown into disorder. Mo Yao's will influenced Fang Yuan and almost caused him to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already caused a huge influence to the future of Central Continent. Sure enough, the butterfly effect is beyond imagination. But now, He Lu Lan is still in Northern Plains. If so, who will Spirit Affinity House appoint as the next generation fairy? Will it be Feng Jinhuang? Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander. He felt that since He Lu Lan was no longer involved, Feng Jinhuang was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of the next generation fairy. Zhao Lian Yun, you can be the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you successfully obtain this inheritance. Standing in front of the Thieving Heaven Inheritance's entrance, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Shu Hao, spoke to Zhao Lian Yun. Zhao Lian Yun gazed at the huge entrance of light with a resolute expression. I don't care about being the next generation fairy, I only want to save brother Ma Hong Yun as quickly as possible. Illusory fairy Li Jun Ying stood beside Shu Hao, revealing a slight smile as she heard this. She softly stroked Zhao Lian Yun's cheek, revealing a bewitching smile. Cute little sister, this is a Thieving Heaven inheritance. As long as you can successfully inherit it, you will be very likely to have the power to save your lover. Zhao Lian Yun blushed. Her eyes, however, were sober and calm. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to deceive. Zhao Lian Yun persisted in asking, I am only a mortal, can this inheritance immediately let me ascend and become a Gu Immortal? Ah, the female Gu Immortal, Li Junying, did not have an answer to this. In fact, she also did not know the specific contents of the inheritance. She glanced at the male Gu Immortal Shu Hao, before continuing, even if you can't immediately become a Gu Immortal, by obtaining Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will become the strongest competitor for the position of the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Don't underestimate this position. As long as you succeed, you can borrow the sect's strength to save your lover. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only super forces like ours can match up to old ancestor Shui Hu and save your brother Ma Hong Yun. I understand. Zhao Lian Yun nodded and did not speak any further, taking a firm step forward into the entrance of light and disappearing within. Do you think she can succeed? Illusory fairy Li Jun Ying let out a sigh, and asked with a worried expression. Shu Hao, however, was confident. We have already confirmed that Zhao Lian Yun is an otherworldly demon. If even she can't succeed, who can? He continued. I know you are worried the inheritance will have difficult tests, and Zhao Lian Yun might not be able to pass them since she is only a mortal. But you don't know much about this aspect. After these last years of research, I have already confirmed what the qualification for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable Inheritance tests are. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can easily obtain his inheritance, and there are no other dangerous tests. I just don't know how much Zhao Lian Yun can grow by inheriting this. Li Junying felt at ease at her husband's words. I wouldn't be surprised even if Zhao Lian Yun were to immediately advance to a Gu Immortal. After all, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement. Hehe, compared to ascending to Immortal, I want his formless hand more. Back then, if only I had a slightly stronger Immortal killer move, I would not have been defeated by Feng Zhuzhe. Shu Hao's fists were clenched as he said this, his eyes flickering with a vague light of hatred. No organization would lack internal strife. Spirit Affinity House naturally was not an exception. After Feng Zhuzhe disappeared, many Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House tacitly agreed to trouble Fairy Bai Qing. And Shu Hao and Li Junying, this couple were the most important people in the anti-Feng faction. Li Junying consoled her husband. Heaven's Envy Manor had sent the news of the deaths of Ao Shui and Ling Mei. And Feng Zhuzhe has been missing for so long, he might already be dead as well. Why would you be bothered by a dead person? Shu Hao discontentedly gritted his teeth. HMPH, in the past, Feng Zhuzhe had such might that almost anything he said in the sect was carried out automatically, suppressing us for so many years. I was dispatched to comprehend the Thieving Heaven inheritance. This was also him removing me from a seat of power. But it was fortunate, I became the person who has the most understanding of Thieving Heaven's inheritances, and have the highest authority regarding this matter. Otherwise, how could we have openly taken charge of Zhao Lian Yun? Li Junying repeatedly nodded. At present, Feng Jinhuang is the top candidate for the next generation's fairy, but Zhao Lian Yun's appearance is a new variable, becoming the competitor with the highest threat to Feng Jinhuang. If we could support her to rise to the status, we would not only be able to suppress that slut Bai Qing, but also can make use of it to regain authority. Zhao Lian Yun was just newly arrived, but had already fallen into the power struggle within Spirit Affinity House, becoming a powerful weapon for Shu Hao and Li Junying to fight for authority. As the saying goes, In this world, people often had no control of the situation. Xu Hao was just about to say something when his gaze suddenly focused, becoming very surprised. Huh? She came out so quickly. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared from thin air. Xu Hao hurriedly asked, "The thieving heaven inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded. Is it really so simple?" Even if he had done deep research and was mentally prepared, he could not avoid having an envious feeling right now. Li Junying had already moved ahead to welcome Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was out of the inheritance space, and appeared somewhat clueless and dazed right now. "How was it? Did you succeed? What did you inherit?" Under the heat of the moment, Li Junying grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small, tender shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned from the pain. "I am also not too sure. There was a dazzling light after I entered, then a will appeared. He told me to accept the rank 9 immortal killer move, divine concealment." Divine concealment. Hearing this term, Xu Hao and Li Junying's eyes opened wide as they glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun, however, was disappointed, asking anxiously, "I did not become a GU immortal, and also didn't experience any changes, can I still save brother Ma Hongyun?" Xu Hao reacted at this moment, and started laughing heartily, replying firmly, "Of course. I did not think the true content of this inheritance was this. Being able to inherit divine concealment is a gargantuan fortune. Rank 9 immortal killer move divine concealment." Li Junying also involuntarily let out a gasp. In the past, when thieving heaven demon venerable created theft path, he stole the treasures of the world with no one able to forecast or deduce his movements. Why was that the case? It was rumored that it was because of two defensive killer moves thieving heaven demon venerable possessed. One was divine concealment, the other was ghostly concealment. Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. Li Junying nodded. Right, divine concealment makes it so that no thoughts, wills or emotions can deduce your state or origins. Do you know what this means? The methods of probing and deducing of almost all wisdom path GU immortals in the world come from these three aspects: thought, will and emotion. And with divine concealment, you are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path GU immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path GU immortal can have a chance to succeed in making deductions about you. Xu Hao continued. This is actually still not its most amazing aspect. You might not even believe it when I say it, but the most amazing thing is that divine concealment can make GU masters immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Junying's expression looked enchanted, while Zhao Lianyun still looked uncomprehending. Xu Hao could not help but laugh. He realized Zhao Lianyun was only immortal and not a GU immortal, thus she did not understand the significance of this. He patiently explained. Heaven's will is a kind of will. You have divine concealment. Since heaven's will can't probe you, it can't send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped the detection of heaven's will. When you ascend to immortal later, you won't attract any heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. After thieving heaven demon venerable created divine concealment, no calamities and tribulations befell him. But this has its disadvantages as well. Calamities and tribulations are not entirely bad, they are a major way to increase the number of Dao marks a GU immortal has. In the future, although you won't face calamities and tribulations, and will be incomparably safe, you won't be able to increase your quantity of Dao marks through calamities and tribulations, and your accomplishments would be limited. Unless you have the other methods of thieving heaven demon venerable to support your cultivation. In records of history, thieving heaven demon venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved round and round in puzzlement, as she probed. Divine concealment is so powerful, then what about ghostly concealment? Xu Hao, who had been talking with confidence, did not have an answer for this, and Li Junying also slowly shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, but the latter is extremely mysterious. There are many guesses and public opinions vary, but they are all unreliable and there has never been a publicly accepted answer. Xu Hao replied. Li Junying spoke faintly, but since both are equally famous, it also must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, her tone one of astonishment. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. Another thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopo Valley, and that inheritance is about ghostly concealment. What? A second thieving heaven inheritance? And it is hidden in Luopo Valley? Xu Hao and Li Junying was surprised and joyous, they glanced at each other with bright eyes. Chapter 950, Unexpected Compensation. Xu Hao and Li Junying were very perceptive. Zhao Lianyun's information was very important. Xu Hao and Li Junying immediately thought of Feng Zhuzhe rather than the thieving heaven inheritance. Combined with the information from the central continent GU immortals who returned, they were almost certain the reason why Feng Zhuzhe disappeared was because he was trapped inside the thieving heaven inheritance. The thieving heaven inheritance must have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Zhuzhe. Xu Hao was a wisdom path GU immortal, he said this after deducing. Then what should we do now? Li Junying's words made them sink into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around left to right and back, she did not speak. The reason why said she mentioned this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains, using Spirit Affinity House's power to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflicts within Spirit Affinity House. Xu Hao and Li Junying looked at each other, they interacted with their gazes. Both of their gazes gradually turned cold, they had chemistry and a close rapport built over the years, they quickly came to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and temporarily not report it. They wanted Feng Zhuzhe to die. If they reported it, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send people to save him. If Feng Zhuzhe was still alive, what would happen once he was saved? After dragging it out for 3 days, both immortals reached the time limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups in Spirit Affinity House were alarmed, they organized a group to save him. As for the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, she became the key person in this rescue mission, she was brought to Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. A loud sound was heard as intense explosions occurred, the entirety of Giant City trembled. What is going on? Is someone attacking Dark Flow Giant City? In Dark Flow Giant City, people had fallen to the ground, shocked cries were heard. Dark Flow Giant City was enormous, it had a total of 7 layers. The lower 5 layers were the residences of mortal GU masters and were very bustling and clamorous. 1 layer above was where people with some connection to immortal zombies resided. The highest layer was reserved for immortals only. At this moment, at the highest layer of Dark Flow Giant City, a thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough cough. Fang Yuan was covered in soot as he came out of the secret room, he was coughing non-stop. He failed again when refining Star thought immortal GU. Ever since they made the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He came to Dark Flow Giant City and used Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Refinement Path GU formation. He was not a Refinement Path GU immortal, he could not set up a Refinement Path GU formation of such a level himself. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal GU again. Blazing Heaven Demoness had funded him a huge amount of immortal materials for GU refinement in accordance with the agreement. This time, the immortal materials were not tampered with at all. Fang Yuan had an easy time during the refinement, but during the final few steps, the GU refinement failed, and an intense explosion occurred. Not only was the entire refinement path GU formation blown to bits, the explosion also destroyed the secret room, alerting all of the GU immortals in Dark Flow Giant City, even the mortals in the lower layers felt it. At the final few steps, the Dao marks will undergo a unique change that cannot be controlled. The interaction of Dao marks would only stabilize under one condition, that is the successful refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU. This step is purely dependent on luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it GU masters, desolate beasts, desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks in them, they could only make use of them through GU worms. Thus, when GU immortals refine GU, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks, they could not control intense changes in the Dao marks. To make a rather crude comparison, refining a ranked 6 immortal GU was like playing golf. The GU immortals' preparations are all to ensure that the golf ball moves according to the path that they had planned. But the long path that the ball needs to travel on is filled with over 100 holes. Only when the golf ball falls into the correct hole at the end of the path would the GU refinement succeed. GU immortals could only ensure that the golf ball would move according to their wishes during the first half of the route. By the second half, the ground would be uneven and filled with pits, the GU immortals would not be able to control how the ball moved anymore. Thus, whether the ball could enter the proper hole depended on luck. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer tampered with the immortal materials, her funding is not without cost, I need to pay her back eventually. Refining immortal GU is simply too hard, the success rate is too low. Maybe I can seek help from Xianxia Land Spirit. He should have a strong refinement path Immortal GU, or a special refinement method to increase the rate of successfully refining Immortal GU. In history, Long Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path Immortal of all times. The number of Immortal GU that he had refined in his life shocked countless people. Even though Long Hair Ancestor had died, his land spirit was alive, and Xianxia Blessed Land was still intact. Fang Yuan's GU refinement had failed again, he even suffered injuries. He decided to seek help from Xianxia Land Spirit and try to increase his chances, even if he had to pay a huge price. I'd suggest you to first try refining the Strength Path Immortal GU. At this time, Fairy Li Shan came over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could no longer stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Ever since they killed He Cheng, Fairy Li Shan had been staying inside Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was exposed, everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a band of immortal zombies to assault the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Demonic Path GU Immortals, with high rates of success. In actual fact, it was because Fairy Li Shan was the traitor exposing intelligence to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, even though she was restricted by the alliance agreement of the forces of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She could skirt around the restrictions and aid Blazing Heaven Demoness while only suffering mild injuries from violating it. How could old ancestor Shui Hu keep such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced the expulsion of Fairy Li Shan, and declared her to be an enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the biggest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was welcomed by Zombie Alliance. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness made her one of them. Furthermore, she was the key person in forcing old ancestor Shui Hu to give in just now. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was very well respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan heard Fairy Li Shan's words and frowned. Please explain. Fairy Li Shan sighed. There is a change in the situation. My sister's funding for your refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU might have to be delayed. Why is that the case? Fang Yuan could not understand. They had just set the agreement. Was Blazing Heaven Demoness going to break the agreement so quickly? That did not make sense. Because funding Fang Yuan's refinement of Star Thought Immortal GU was Blazing Heaven Demoness' idea. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason and Fang Yuan soon understood why. The reason was that the cooperation between Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu had a huge impact on Northern Plains after Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance went into a ceasefire. The conflict between both forces received much attention, some of the other regions even looked into the matter. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu knew their limits, they cooperated and settled this conflict rapidly and peacefully. The Righteous Path forces in Northern Plains were excitedly watching this as they wanted to see a conflict between them. Suddenly, there was a turn of events. As the conflict ended, Zombie Alliance's headquarters sent out a mandatory mission in addition to the contribution points. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together, using all their resources to refine a giant GU formation. This GU formation's sole use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If a situation like old ancestor Shui Hu stealing bodies happened again, the GU formation would activate and defend the place. If it could not defend the place, the power of the GU formation would teleport these immortal zombie bodies out of Northern Plains. Right now, Zombie Alliance is putting in a huge sum. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, but the other 3 branches and even the headquarters are building this giant immortal GU formation together. Just here alone, we are using 13 immortal GU, and countless supplementary mortal GU. Most of the immortal GU are sent here from the headquarters, but we also have to refine a number of them. Thus, Dark Flow Giant City is recalling all the immortal zombies back to refine GU. There will definitely be insufficient storage in Dark Flow Giant City, the immortal zombies will have to use their personal resources. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would be compensated for contributing their personal resources. The Zombie Alliance headquarters was giving out huge amounts of contribution points, much higher than ordinary times, to compensate the members. This was among the biggest actions taken by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. An immense amount of contribution points made the immortal zombie members feel enthusiastic about refining GU. As long as they participated and expended immortal materials, regardless of whether they failed or succeeded, they would be able to obtain a huge sum of contribution points, this was a benefit rarely seen in 1,000 years. Furthermore, after setting up this GU formation, the Zombie Alliance graveyard would be safe without any future worries. The immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance were also delighted to see the creation of this giant immortal GU formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea were temporarily unable to return to Eastern Sea, they stayed in refined immortal GU, and a huge number of supplementary mortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was in the same place, she could no longer fund Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal GU was obstructed, he could not even continue using the GU refinement secret room. He had already rescinded the Zombie Alliance agreement that had been placed on him. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was the branch leader, had the authority to do this. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were both outsiders. Except that Fairy Li Shan was much more popular and well regarded than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned as he thought, in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance had this plan too, and they even succeeded. But the reason was not because old ancestor Shui who stole immortal zombies from the graveyard. It seems that the course of history will not alter easily. In this life, Zombie Alliance is building this giant immortal GU formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop them, of course. Zombie Alliance was a huge force. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was just the leader of a branch, was already able to suppress him firmly. If not for Fang Yuan's immense value which interested Blazing Heaven Demoness, choosing to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have been dead already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he was entitled to. Blazing Heaven Demoness action is going against our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan asked as he looked at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. This was indeed Blazing Heaven Demoness violating the agreement. According to their alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to give Fang Yuan quite a sum of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan was willing to forego the compensation claim, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay him, otherwise the backlash of the agreement would heavily injure her. Blazing Heaven Demoness was feeling regret towards this as well. If she had known this, why would she fund Fang Yuan? Wasn't a different condition better? Even if she wanted to fund him, she could do so in a different way that did not break the agreement. The plan of Zombie Alliance caught Blazing Heaven Demoness off guard. Since Fang Yuan refused to let go, she could only compensate him. Chapter 951, Genius of a Generation, Feng Zhe. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness compensation was very satisfactory. Firstly, Blazing Heaven Demoness recently funded immortal materials were all waived. Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness lent Fang Yuan 3 Fire Path Immortal GU and gave him a large number of mortal GU. These 3 Fire Path Immortal GU along with the countless mortal GU could create the Fire Path Immortal killer move, Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She had funded Fang Yuan in refining Star Thought Immortal GU, and provided him a huge amount of precious immortal materials. In the end, all of it went to waste and Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with the immortal materials earlier, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He was very familiar with the refinement process of Star Thought Immortal GU. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan obtained the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. Which immortal GU were the cores, how many supplementary mortal GU were needed, what was the order of the GU worms, Fang Yuan knew all of these clearly. But to use this killer move, there was a prerequisite, Fire Path Dao marks needed to be expended from the GU immortal's body. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this fact, it was a small trap in the agreement. She wanted to increase her control over Fang Yuan using this. Since Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks, if he wanted to revive using Nirvana Fire, he would need Blazing Heaven Demoness to use Nirvana Fire for him. Fang Yuan planned to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, using other immortal GU as the cores to achieve the same or similar results. And it would be best if these new core immortal GU were immortal GU that Fang Yuan possessed. This modification was very difficult. Typical Wisdom Path GU immortals would not have any confidence in this, but Fang Yuan had high hopes for it. The reason was because Wisdom GU was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The power of the rank 9 Wisdom GU was simply brilliant, it could not be expressed with words. It was important for Fang Yuan to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but it could only be used once on each immortal aperture. After revival, he would not be able to use Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan could modify Nirvana Fire and freely change between being an immortal zombie and a living person, Wisdom Gu would continue to assist him in unimaginable ways. Blazing Heaven Demoness is tight on funds now. She needs to spend her own resources to refine Immortal Gu and complete the mandatory mission by Zombie Alliance. Thus, she had to lend out these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu. If not for this situation, even if I requested it, she would not lend them to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu, my modification and deduction will be much easier. Fang Yuan felt very pleased about this. The Gu formation plan of Zombie Alliance unexpectedly made him a beneficiary. In the following days, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. He deduced with all his energy, concentrating on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Gu. He even had a 60-year lifespan Gu. He had all 3. He could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method now to become a living Gu Immortal and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. But after obtaining Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan was no longer satisfied with just this. Even though with Blazing Heaven Demoness interference, Fang Yuan was prevented from plotting against He Lu Lan and obtaining a super-grade Blessed Land. Because of this opportunity, he obtained Nirvana Fire, and if he used it well, he would be able to continue using Wisdom Gu. Summing up his gains and losses, Fang Yuan was uncertain if he had overall made a gain or a loss. Just as Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already stepped into Luopo Valley. She was the key to rescuing Feng Zhuzhe. There was only one person who came along with her as the rescue team from Spirit Affinity House. Prince Feng Xian. His rank 8 cultivation could face any challenges. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal, and was an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong tribe. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline in him, and because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. The truth was, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. The Central Continent Force had spent a huge effort and price to send him into Northern Plains as their highest level spy, his main task being in regards to 88 Truyong building. Normally, Prince Feng Xian could not be used easily. If any traces were exposed, Prince Feng Xian's secret status, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, would be wasted. But it was different now because of Feng Zhuzhe. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. Currently, he already could suppress the rest of Central Continent. If he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, in time, he would be an expert even among rank 8s. His existence meant more benefits. His life and death would tilt the balance between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even change the situation of the entire Central Continent Gu Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House took a risk in using the hidden agent Prince Feng Xian, to try and save him as soon as possible. Prince Feng Xian and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and an immortal, moved forward in Luopo Valley. Lord, I would like to ask a question. If I can save Lord Feng Zhuzhe, will I be able to become the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House? While traveling, Zhao Lianyun asked this. Prince Feng Xian wore a mask, his figure was blurry, he was shrouded in fog, his true appearance was concealed. He said softly with a smile, "It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Zhuzhe, then it would almost be guaranteed that you succeed. I heard that his daughter Feng Jinhuang is the top competitor for this title. If you become the savior of her father's life, she would step down from this contest for sure." So that's it. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined with the light of hope. Even though she had the soul of an adult, after she went to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative, she did not conceal anything and acted obediently. Because she had understood what world she was in. Without strength, no matter how intelligent you were like a loose strand of grass. Once the wind blew, you would be blown away and sent into danger. She understood that she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House to save Ma Hongyun. But it was unrealistic to get Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had understood the rules of Spirit Affinity House. All the generations of fairies were fully nurtured by the sect. In Spirit Affinity House's long history, all of these fairies had become Gu Immortals. They had immense strength and had significant authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, you must hang in there. Zhao Lian Yun prayed for Ma Hong Yun internally. Prince Feng Xian suddenly stopped moving. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal GU from Spirit Affinity House, Prince Feng Xian obtained an immortal killer move that was specialized in finding the thieving heaven inheritance. To use this killer move, they had to move slowly. Prince Feng Xian brought Zhao Lian Yun and walked for over 2 hours before they located the thieving heaven inheritance in the giant Luopo Valley. Prince Feng Xian activated his immortal GU, and in a few minutes, an entrance of light opened. The entrance of light had just opened when an intense wind blew. Prince Feng Xian was shocked. How can the winds of assimilation be here? He quickly activated his immortal GU, using a killer move and grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation were condensed into a ball, grabbed tightly by Prince Feng Xian in his hand. But soon, Prince Feng Xian's hand started trembling as his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only control it for a moment. Zhao Lian Yun swiftly acknowledged his words. Even though she could not see his face, she could hear how anxious he was from his voice. Zhao Lian Yun stepped in and saw a familiar sight. Like the previous inheritance space, this place was empty. The only thing here were over a dozen tornadoes of the winds of assimilation, moving slowly in the space like tall pillars. Zhao Lian Yun's heart was pounding. Even though she did not know what the winds of assimilation were, from the actions of Prince Feng Xian, she knew that they were incredibly powerful. You are finally here, quickly come to me. A voice was transmitted into her ears. Zhao Lian Yun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Zhuzhe. Hurry, come here now. The voice was extremely weak. It sounded like a dying old man who was holding onto his last breath. Zhao Lian Yun hesitated. She could hear that the voice came from within one of the tornadoes of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lian Yun also realized that the tornadoes were all gathering towards the most central one. They were moving slowly, like a group of lions stalking and eyeing up on their food. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon. You have received the acceptance of thieving heaven's will. The winds of assimilation are harmless to you. Feng Zhuzhe paused before speaking with difficulty. Didn't you come to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Zhao Lian Yun licked her dry lips. She knew that she had to make a decision now. Time waits for no one. Zhao Lian Yun carefully got closer to a tornado of the winds of assimilation. The tornado's power was very concentrated. Zhao Lian Yun could only feel a light breeze when she was beside it. She stretched out her trembling hand as she placed it into the tornado. If any GU immortal saw this, they would cry out in shock. But Zhao Lian Yun's ignorance made her less fearful. She did not know the power of the winds of assimilation, and she chose to believe in Feng Zhuzhe. Like what Feng Zhuzhe had said, the winds of assimilation that even Prince Feng Xian could not deal with were harmless towards Zhao Lian Yun. After Zhao Lian Yun placed her hand into it, the tornado shrunk at an observable rate. In a few breaths' time, it vanished. Feng Zhuzhe's voice was transmitted again. See, wasn't I correct? This inheritance space has a power greater than the winds of assimilation, thus it cannot be destroyed. You are an otherworldly demon accepted by this space. With it protecting you, you are in no danger. Zhao Lian Yun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Zhuzhe, I will save you now. She rushed into the tornadoes, charging her way in, as the winds of assimilation vanished wherever she went. Eventually, she reached the center, and the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Zhuzhe dispersed. Next, she saw that Feng Zhuzhe was sitting cross-legged in the air, 3 meters from the ground. His face was rosy and his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tight. Lord Feng Zhuzhe, Zhao Lian Yun called out lightly. Feng Zhuzhe slowly opened his eyes. His expression was clear as jade. He did not speak. He opened his right hand and showed it to Zhao Lian Yun. There were 2 words written with blood on his palm. Zhao Lian Yun looked at it in confusion, turning her gaze towards Feng Zhuzhe again. Feng Zhuzhe smiled lightly at her. Next, his entire body scattered with the wind. It disintegrated and vanished on the spot. Zhao Lian Yun was left staring blankly. The greatest genius of a generation, Feng Zhuzhe, had passed away. Chapter 952, Fang Yuan's first entry into Luopo Valley. Because the rate of time was different, half a month had already passed here. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced quietly as usual. In here, he did not need to use the killer move vaguely familiar face. He was in his original zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat still like a rock. But in his mind, countless starlight specks were shining, as thoughts clashed endlessly within. Puff, a long while later, he let out a breath, he opened his eyes and showed an extremely tired expression. He stood up with difficulty. After undergoing such a long period of intense thinking, his mind was hurting and he felt waves of dizziness. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low, he could only maintain each deduction for 7 days and nights. After 7 days and nights, he would need to rest, unable to continue further. His mind was like a simmering cauldron, it needed time to cool down frequently. If not, his mind would suffer considerable damage. After so many days, I have only completed 20% of Nirvana Fire's modification. And this was with the effect of the Light of Wisdom. If I did it alone, I would need countless years to reach my current progress. Immortal Killer Move were very hard to create. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more profound. Using Fire Path to display the mysteries of life and death, if Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have successfully created this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave and returned to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, his mind was refreshed, but according to his experience, Fang Yuan still needed to rest for an entire night before he could recover fully. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have day and night, there were no changes in the sky. But if it did, then there would still be 6 hours until night time. Fang Yuan was unwilling to waste his time. He activated Connecting Heaven GU and his consciousness entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. During this period of time, he selectively put some rank 8 immortal materials up for sale, to exchange for a large amount of food to feed his immortal GU. Of course, the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were kept in his possession. The rank 8 immortal materials that he sold were the lowest quality among his inventory. Even so, waves of commotion were created in Treasure Yellow Heaven as a result. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to easily complete the current goal of feeding his immortal GU. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I would be troubled by this for a long time. Fang Yuan was feeling the burden of feeding immortal GU now. He had simply too many immortal GU on him right now. Very few GU immortals had so many immortal GU in their possession. The burden of feeding these immortal GU was huge. Actually, quality was more important than quantity for immortal GU. Like Shui Songzi, he only had 1 immortal GU, but after Shadow Sect gave him a set of immortal killer moves, he fought without any clear weaknesses. In this situation, he was making full use of his immortal GU. The most common situation is to feed a small number of immortal GU and use them as the cores to create many different immortal killer moves to deal with different situations. Fang Yuan knew this, but he had no choice. He could not sell these immortal GU easily. Transactions of immortal GU were very rare. Even if there occurred, they traded immortal GU for immortal GU. After settling the final deal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's immortal GU feeding session ended for the time being. As for the refinement of Star Thought immortal GU, Fang Yuan had set it aside. He still had the ranked 6 immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, but he did not plan to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal GU and his battle strength fell drastically. The success rate of refining immortal GU was too low. In order to refine Star Thought immortal GU, Fang Yuan suffered huge losses. Right now, he felt sick every time he heard about refining immortal GU. He felt some pity and sympathy towards the immortal zombies who were refining immortal GU collectively right now. He did not lack immortal essence stones currently, but his funds were all spent on the building of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan had been multitasking. Star Form Land Spirit had been working laboriously, following the design plans of Fang Yuan in building the new structures. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land was already 40% done with the new development. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan no longer felt such urgency towards Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan also did not plan to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources into Star Form Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan's time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was fulfilling and peaceful. His main effort was on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Everything was prepared now, he only lacked the final critical elements. Once Nirvana Fire was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. Next, he will move all of the Blessed Land's resources into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and fastest way. Undoubtedly, once this plan succeeds, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not anxious, even though he had been seeking this goal for a long time. His experiences in the 500 years of his previous life trained his incredible level of patience. But just when he was preparing to rest for the night before continuing his killer move modification, He Lu Lan requested help from him. You will never imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Using a stargate, He Lu Lan arrived in front of Fang Yuan excitedly. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lu Lan. These last days, He Lu Lan had obtained lots of shocking information from He Cheng's soul. What moved her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains, I need you to retrieve Luopo Valley for me. Don't worry, I will give you enough compensation. We have to move quickly before complications arise. He Lu Lan acted rapidly. Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan did not speak, he thought of the open door GU and close door GU in his possession. He had the clue to Luopo Valley long ago, but he was bothered with other matters and did not head there. Now, after receiving He Lu Lan's information, he was internally glad about his vigilance and careful decision. Luopo Valley was under the control of Shadow Sect long ago, it was their base. If Fang Yuan headed there abruptly, without enough strength, he would be easily captured by the other party. Even if he struggled while risking his life, his enemies would be too powerful, there would be little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lu Lan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed and Luopo Valley is controlled by the Central Continent GU Immortals now. But they are from another region after all, they cannot stay for long. We just need to leak some information to force them to escape. He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent GU Immortals had already left Northern Plains, returning to Central Continent. Fang Yuan had always been weak in collecting information. In terms of Northern Plains, he relied on Fairy Li Shan. In terms of Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect would never reveal such secrets to him. This group of people should be trying to investigate the culprit behind the fall of 88 Truyong Building, they are after us. But for some reason, their investigation led to Shadow Sect. He Lu Lan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. He is a member of Shadow Sect, why was he saved by Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious GU Immortal revealed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was there as well, thus this precious information was leaked. Sigh, there are many secretive GU Immortals and GU Master Forces. Zombie Alliance has a loose structure. Many of the members have their own forces, this is nothing strange, right? He Lu Lan said nonchalantly. Shadow Sect is not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression. Shadow Sect members are not afraid of sacrifice, the unity of this mysterious force is simply too high. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had heard of Shadow Sect. Back in southern border, he had heard about it from Choju. Fang Yuan even knew that the door of life and death was inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. But he did not make any plans regarding it. The reason was that his strength was too low, and there was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land and not attract attention. Shadow Sect was mysterious and stretched across southern border and northern plains, they were not to be trifled with. Alright, enough of that. Luopo Valley is right in front of us, I am inviting you and my aunts to explore it. We will split the gains according to our alliance agreement. He Lu Lan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood why she was in a rush. This was truly an incredibly rare opportunity. Fang Yuan was excited too. He still had open door GU and close door GU in his possession. He wanted to know if these two GU worms could grant him any different treatment in Luopo Valley. But before going, some things had to be said. You want to take Luopo Valley completely, I do not agree with that. Fang Yuan said firmly. He Lu Lan stared with furious eyes, her gaze shined with a ruthless light. What do you mean? I found the information on Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan laughed, he said the location of Luopo Valley. He Lu Lan was shocked. She was staring at Fang Yuan with much suspicion. She had withheld some information earlier, she did not tell Fang Yuan this piece of important information. Fang Yuan took out open door GU and close door GU. Like how He Lu Lan exposed attitude GU to them, since these GU worms were going to be used anyway and could not be concealed, he openly explained it. He Lu Lan snorted, looking at Fang Yuan disdainfully. Without my information, would you dare to go? By the time you are willing to go, the chance would have been lost. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated, I am just saying your information is not as important as you think. But He Lu Lan acted very agitated. Next, they went into an intense verbal fight. Both sides were breathing roughly with exertion written on their faces. Their demeanor as GU Immortals was disregarded, but they came to an agreement. The ownership of Luopo Valley was divided up. Blazing Heaven Demoness would take 50%, Fairy Li Shan would take 20%, while He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan would take 10% each. He Lu Lan was very crafty. She used her two aunts to force Fang Yuan to give in. 10% of the ownership might be little, but it achieved Fang Yuan's goal. He just needed the rights to use it. Fang Yuan had never thought of taking Luopo Valley for himself. After all, He Lu Lan had Blazing Heaven Demoness backing her. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness was busy refining GU, and as a rank 8, her every action would garner great attention. She transmitted to them, since Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel anyway, if they were in any danger, she would be able to save them. In the end, only Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan went. Oh no, some people have entered Luopo Valley. Wei Fengzi, who was hidden outside guarding the entrance, saw Fang Yuan and the others and quickly reported it. Soon, Prince Feng Xian was informed of it. Chapter 953, late by one step. After Wei Fengzi surrendered in battle, he was subdued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. The Central Continent GU Immortals returned while leaving him behind to keep watch over Luopo Valley. He had just sided with Central Continent and had originally been unwilling, and was only a temporary hired hand, so naturally he did not have the qualifications to know of Prince Feng Xian's true identity. He only knew an immortal had entered Luopo Valley, while he was keeping watch for them. He was at the mercy of others and had no choice but to slog for Central Continent. The moment he saw He Lu Lan and the rest of the group, he quickly used information path methods to inform Prince Feng Xian who was inside Luopo Valley. Prince Feng Xian quickly obtained the information. At this moment, his hand was still slightly shaking. Clearing up the winds of assimilation was truly not easy. Just from this, Prince Feng Xian could not help but admire Feng Zhuzhe. The latter was actually able to last for so long under the winds of assimilation. He truly did not know how Feng Zhuzhe was able to do this. Unfortunately, Feng Zhuzhe was already dead. The process of inheriting the Thieving Heaven true inheritance was extremely fast. Only the identity needed to be checked, and if one was indeed an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would go to them. After Feng Zhuzhe died, the inheritance space only had Zhao Lian Yun remaining. So, she quickly obtained this inheritance, ghostly concealment. Right at this moment, she returned to Prince Feng Xian's side and reported the news of Feng Zhuji's death. Sigh, we were late. Prince Feng Xian sighed inwardly. He then grabbed Zhao Lian Yun's shoulder and flew away. An immortal were soon away of the scene. At present, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relation was already known by everyone. Prince Feng Xian did not want to get in a fight. The social circle of rank 8 GU Immortals was very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, the number of rank 8 GU Immortals on the surface was only 5. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, Prince Feng Xian and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie who was barely able to join in this circle. One could say all 6 of them were very familiar with each other, and had fought and sparred with each other many times. To exaggerate it, if someone farted, they would know who it was, and they would recognize someone even if they turned into ashes. Were Prince Feng Xian to attack Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely come out. In Prince Feng Xian's opinion, Blazing Heaven Demoness might already be secretly lurking in the surroundings. Prince Feng Xian's identity was very special, he could not rashly make a move. If he made a move and Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized his identity, that would truly mess up the situation. Why would Prince Feng Xian appear in Luopo Valley? GU Immortals were not idiots, they would easily guess Prince Feng Xian had a secret link with Shadow Sect or perhaps Central Continent forces. One should not forget the existence of Wisdom Path GU Immortals in this world. Prince Feng Xian was looking at the overall situation and in caution, he took the initiative to retreat, avoiding leaving behind any clues or evidence that could be deduced by Wisdom Path GU Immortals. He Lu Lan and the others still did not know they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke the concealment seal outside and entered inside Luopo Valley, inspecting their surroundings. Luopo Valley was a scene of ruins, This valley of legend had experienced the 100 Days battle and was already half ruined. Moreover, the remains of the valley was already beyond recognition, as almost everywhere were GU formations. Arranged by GU immortals. Some of these GU formations were the works of Shadow Sect while some were arranged by Central Continent's Hong Kai Ming. These GU formations had no doubt an extremely bad influence to Luopo Valley's environment. It was to the extent that the bewilderment fog which blew all year round in Luopo Valley, and Luopo Wind, were nowhere to be seen. The group of three began to roughly search Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan found some remains of White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU. He sighed, feeling some regret. He had learned from He Lu Lan that there had been large numbers of White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU in Luopo Valley, but the 100 Days battle caused the death of most of them, and when the Central Continent GU immortals swept through the battlefield later, they did not leave behind any living ones. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and fed Cleanse Soul Immortal GU. This proved that the accumulation of those old senior GU immortals could not be looked down upon. Naturally, the prior condition was you needed to have something enticing enough to make them act and carry out the transaction. Under He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan used Open Door GU and Close Door GU. No response. Open Door GU and Close Door GU were the inheritances of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place was already occupied by Shadow Sect and there were GU formations everywhere, turning Luopo Valley into a stronghold or a fortress. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. He realized the Thieving Heaven inheritance was already taken by someone else. Most probably it was Shadow Sect. But his guess was wrong. The true beneficiary of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance was Zhao Lian Yun and Central Continent's forces. What's more, she had inherited it just a short while ago. Prince Feng Xian was late in saving Feng Juzhe, and Fang Yuan was also late by a step to arrive at Luopo Valley. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left behind an inheritance, so many years have gone by, it is normal for it to be taken by others. The true treasure is still Luopo Valley. He Lu Lan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew she was urging him to hurry up and get to work. Fang Yuan nodded, and activated Immortal GU to slowly lift the whole of Luopo Valley. Fairy Li Shan closely cooperated from another side, countless GU worms flying all around. They are actually going to take Luopo Valley. Wei Fengzi had been spying from outside and was shocked at this sight. Prince Feng Xian was also surprised. He had not expected He Lu Lan's side actually had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince Feng Xian unprepared. He hesitated, but finally decided to restrain himself and do nothing. After spending an hour, Fang Yuan succeeded in storing Luopo Valley in his immortal aperture. There are still blessed lands here, but just to be safe, we better leave now. Ever since He Lu Lan failed in passing the calamity, she had become more self-controlled and had lost almost all her rashness. Although Luopo Valley was extremely ruined, but with Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to the Blessed Lands, Luopo Valley's value was extremely difficult to replace. Many GU immortals had fallen here in the 100 Days battle. After they died, their immortal apertures should have become blessed lands hidden in space within this place. Fang Yuan could take away Luopo Valley, but he could not bring these blessed lands. However, now was not a good time to search for them. After taking Luopo Valley, Fang Yuan and the group quickly made their retreat. They left really quickly. They know their situation. Far away, Prince Feng Xian quietly looked at the receding figures of the three people, his gaze dark and cold. Although he could not make a move, he had the two female GU immortals, Swordmaster Yulan and Liao, under him, and he also had other secret forces. Prince Feng Xian had hidden in northern plains for hundreds of years. Naturally, he would have accumulated quite a bit of strength. He had still been wanting to find trouble for Fang Yuan and the others, but they left too quickly, so he was unable to chase them. Prince Feng Xian glanced at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopo Valley was already gone. This place had now become an empty desolate land. Although the auras of Immortal GU were removed as much as possible, an expert could still sense some clues. So many GU immortals had died here. These blessed lands themselves were rich resources. Prince Feng Xian naturally would not give them up. The Central Continent GU immortals behind him also would not give them up and would definitely move to retrieve these blessed lands. As for the Immortal GU, He did not have to even think about it, they were certainly already destroyed. Retrieving blessed lands, especially ones that fell in foreign regions, was a difficult and troublesome matter. I hope this troublesome matter doesn't fall upon me. It is better if those other 9 ancient sects take up the trouble. Feng Zhuzhe died from the winds of assimilation. He left behind nothing except 2 words in blood. I should first send back Zhao Lian Yun and this important information to the sect. Prince Feng Xian did not remain any longer and immediately left with Zhao Lian Yun. As for Wei Fengzi, he was still left behind to watch over the blessed lands. This is Shaohun blessed land. He Lu Lan brought Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan to the blessed land left by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly dominated by dark path and soul path Dao marks. The whole of the blessed land was dim and gloomy, giving an oppressive feeling. In the central area of the blessed land was a large and dense forest. The trees were in all kinds of postures resembling female bodies. This was a special resource He Cheng had raised in his immortal aperture. This kind of tree was not found in the nature. He Cheng could be considered its creator. Thus these female-shaped trees were also one of a kind. He Lu Lan had already thought of the place for Luopo Valley, calling out the land spirit. Shaohun blessed land's land spirit looked rather peculiar. It was a jade green vine. The vine was like a cloth, attaching itself onto that familial emotion left behind by Su Xian to He Lu Lan. Fairy Li Shan introduced to Fang Yuan with a sigh. Shaohun land spirit's ownership condition was to stay together forever with Su Xian. So after Little Lan took out sister's familial emotion, she easily became the master of this blessed land. Fang Yuan was also slightly surprised. Who could have thought that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was actually Su Xian? It could be seen he truly loved Su Xian and even during the moments of his death, what he thought of was still her. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Turbulent events occurred over time. Most people did not understand themselves fully even until their deaths. Little Lan, you have returned. Su Xian's familial emotion looked at He Lu Lan with love. Mother, Su Xian softly called out, then ordered the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 to another part of the blessed land in an instant. The land spirit's movement ability signified this blessed land had a lot of space path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's star form blessed land had few space path Dao marks, so star form land spirit did not have the ability to teleport. Boom, Fang Yuan placed down Luopo Valley. Fairy Li Shan could not help but smile at the completion of this task. Fang Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and Little Lan has Luopo Valley. Haha, this is interesting, we actually have possession of 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Gazing at the Luopo Valley below him, Fang Yuan also could not help but reveal some look of expectation. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley were proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as the 2 treasures of soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan was already gaining endless profits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered how this Luopo Valley would make him grow. Chapter 954, Blue. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There were 15 GU Immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come in person. This was a rare sight. There were meetings held in the sect quite often. GU Immortals only needed to participate with their will or emotion. But now, there were 8 GU Immortals who came in person, including the only 2 rank 8 GU Immortals in Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this situation was Feng Zhuji's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's GU Immortals felt uneasy and uncertain towards the future. This time, we gathered everyone here to declare important information. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat as she looked around, speaking solemnly. Spirit Affinity House was very different from the other 9 sects in one aspect. They had a high proportion of female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female GU Immortals, but only 5 male GU Immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both female rank 8 Immortals. At this moment, everyone's attentions were focused on first Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder was expressionless, but second Supreme Elder beside her had a grim expression. The GU Immortals observed their reactions and had a very bad feeling. As expected, First Supreme Elder's following words were like a huge rock crashing into their hearts. It has been confirmed, Feng Zhuzhe has died in Northern Plains. He died inside the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything but 2 words written in blood. All of the Immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who attended the meeting personally, felt her head spinning as her expression paled. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the news, everything still found it unbelievable. Feng Zhuzhe, who was so strong, actually died in northern plains. In contrast, the GU immortals who were weaker than him were alive and returned to their sects. Honestly speaking, when Feng Zhuzhe went to northern plains, nobody expected this ending. Since long ago, Feng Zhuzhe's strength was ingrained into everyone's minds. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House, he had even become a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt dejected and empty inside. Even those who were against him, Shu Hao and Li Junying, had the same feelings. First Supreme Elder continued. Look at the information path GU worms in front of you, the details are recorded inside, take a look. The GU immortals looked into the GU worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Zhuzhe died in the winds of assimilation, it was not an unworthy death. Long after, a GU immortal broke the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were shut, her body was trembling slightly, the intense pain and grief engulfed her like a tsunami. She loved Feng Zhuzhe so deeply, and Feng Zhuzhe loved her just as much. Her mind was filled with the scene before he left. To think that it was the last time she would see him. People were often played by destiny. Right now, she was alive while he was dead, she was in Central Continent while he perished in Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing did not dare to open her eyes, she was afraid that her tears would flow out uncontrollably if she did. She tried to think of her daughter and said to herself internally, Bai Qing, oh Bai Qing, you must stay strong. At this time, you cannot let others see your weakness. She took a few deep breaths, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were watery and had redness in them. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were discussing Feng Zhuzhe's final action. Before Feng Zhuzhe died, he wrote, Bo Qing, on his palm. What was he trying to say? In my opinion, this lead is very important. Feng Zhuzhe must have understood something while under the immense pressure of death. It is a pity that he was already beyond saving when he met Zhao Lianyun. He did not have the strength to speak anymore, he only left this clue for us. Feng Zhuzhe was investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 Truyong building. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Zhuzhe and Bo Qing are very similar people. Of course, Bo Qing was much stronger than him, he was at the peak of Central Continent, even Heavenly Court GU immortals had to bow to him. At that time, Spirit Affinity House was at its most glorious period. Back then, many people thought highly of him, that he would become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that he failed in the end. We all know about Bo Qing's information. What I want to know is, why did Feng Zhuzhe write his name before dying? What was he trying to tell us? The hall became silent, a GU immortal opened their mouth. Did everyone forget? In the information returned, Feng Zhuzhe had fought against Qin Bai Sheng, who used Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This killer move was created by Bo Qing, it was his signature killer move. Feng Zhuzhe was trying to say that the collapse of 88 Truyong building was related to Bo Qing. According to my deduction, he should have thought that since the other party had Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, they must be related to Bo Qing in some way. Bo Qing was a GU immortal of Spirit Affinity House, we will have an advantage in investigating it, this is an important lead. That is indeed the case. Back then, Bo Qing died under the tribulation, not even his ashes were left. How can his killer move be used by a Northern Plains GU immortal? The GU immortal talked about it for a while, they had all sorts of ideas, but none were reliable. First Supreme Elder raised her hand, her action made the hall turn quiet. No matter what, we have to investigate Bo Qing's matter. I will pass this mission to you, Bai Qing. Hearing First Supreme Elder call her name, Fairy Bai Qing turned around and looked at First Supreme Elder, agreeing. These was her husband's final words before dying. Fairy Bai Qing would exert all her efforts to investigate this lead, and find the truth. Only we will know about Feng Zhuzhe's death, conceal it as much as possible. Whoever leaks this information will become under trial as a traitor of the sect. First Supreme Elder called out coldly, next, we will talk about the forces that are under our sect's control in Central Continent. Feng Zhuzhe's death created many problems for Spirit Affinity House. Even though the sect had 2 rank 8 GU immortals, unless they were in a perilous situation, these 2 GU immortals would not move easily. There were many reasons. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level was like treading on thin ice, the GU immortals would be very careful, and spend all their efforts on the tribulations. If they were careless, and lost their battle strength from fighting, they would die under the terrifying might of the tribulations. Secondly, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had a sole origin, that was Heavenly Court. With Heavenly Court around, the conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects would never escalate, they did not require rank 8 GU Immortals to intervene. Thus, in the world of Central Continent's GU Immortals, or even in all 5 regions, the most active ones were ranked 7 GU Immortals and ranked 6 GU Immortals. And among ranked 7s, the invincible Feng Zhuzhe was important beyond words for the sect. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House could expand to such a size, and occupy countless precious resource points. With Feng Zhuzhe's demise, Spirit Affinity House was much less of a threat towards the other sects. The resources that they controlled were like pieces of delicious meat that attracted countless greedy gazes. Xuanwu Mountain Range has rich resources, it is a treasury of immortal materials, at least one ranked 7 GU Immortal needs to guard it. The mining inside the Golden Sand Cave has reached a critical moment, we have already invested a huge amount of time and resources into it, now is the time we reap our harvest, we should not give it up. Reincarnation battlefield is most important. The GU Immortals felt headaches, they had too large of a sphere of influence but too few GU Immortals. Even if they were split their forces up to defend everywhere, they still had insufficient numbers. At this time, they finally realized that Feng Zhuzhe's reputation was such a huge deterrence to the outside world. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The GU Immortals were talking about immortal materials or other resources constantly, nobody talked about Feng Zhuzhe anymore. It was as if Feng Zhuzhe's existence ended with the discussion of the 2 words, Bo Qing. Fairy Bai Qing felt some sadness towards this. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, yet in the end, these people forget about you in an instant. In the entire process of the discussion, Fairy Bai Qing's mind was not focused on it. The Immortals could tell and understood why, even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the Immortals mentioned Zhao Lian Yun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes light up, showing deep concern. If Feng Zhuzhe was still around, Feng Zhuzhe would almost certainly become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But now that Feng Zhuzhe was gone, and Zhao Lian Yun appeared out of nowhere, she became Feng Jin Huang's greatest threat. Fairy Bai Qing doted on her daughter, of course, thus she was very concerned about Zhao Lian Yun's matters. She heard the GU Immortals discuss. Zhao Lian Yun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances, did anything change in her? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment, these 2 are top-tier defensive immortal killer moves, we are still researching on them, with our current progress, it is profound and unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have formed 2 layers of Dao marks cloaking Zhao Lian Yun's soul, I have never seen such a unique usage of Dao marks. These 2 layers of Dao marks will always protect Zhao Lian Yun. We tried many methods to deduce her, but there is no effect. We as GU Immortals are deducing immortal, but we failed to get anything. If I did not experience it myself, I would not believe it. Did you all notice? Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves that do not expend immortal essence. They are like fortune rivaling heaven GU, the power of venerables are truly hard to comprehend. Hiding from the deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions, this is the defensive effect of divine concealment. Then what about ghostly concealment? That is still unclear, we have tried many methods. Oh, Zhao Lian Yun was very cooperative during the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she knows how to behave properly, she can be nurtured. This little fellow wants to save her lover. Hehe, but sadly, according to our intelligence, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded this meeting, continue researching, and also increase Zhao Lian Yun's attachment to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, 7-star child immortal zombie looked at a mirror to communicate with someone. There was a vague elderly figure in the mirror. He spoke slowly. All the preparations are in place. But Heavenly Court has already completed their last process of repairing Fate GU, you have to act in advance now. Understood. 7-star child immortal zombie said solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror spoke again. 7-star child did not speak, he stopped activating this information path immortal killer move and the mirror vanished. Next, he turned around and entered deep into the forest without looking back. Chapter 955, Swords traverse central continent. The scene was quiet and dark. Under the hazy moonlight, shadows of trees seemed to be dancing. The occasional breeze, the cries of birds and the growls of beasts felt like the sleep-talking of this mountain range. Lanterns were lit in a cabin in the mountain valley, giving off a dim light. Feng Jinhuang lay on the bed, weak and pale without a trace of rosiness on her face. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, and apologized. "Mother, I made a mistake, I will not do it again." Fairy Bai Qing was grave. "Huang I know what you are thinking about. You are cultivating so desperately that you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times over these last dozens of days. I have warned you when you began cultivating, you need to act according to what is natural and be in control. But what you are doing is going for more haste, which is instead causing you to progress slowly, you might even collapse and endanger your life as well." Feng Jinhuang lowered her eyelids, speaking quietly. "Mother, I am sorry. I have already placed Gu in your body. As punishment, you cannot cultivate for 7 days and 7 nights, and you can only move around this mountain valley. If you are hungry, you can pick up wild fruits. If you are thirsty, you can go drink from the mountain spring. Think properly over these days," Fairy Bai Qing said in a heavy voice. "Mother, don't." Feng Jinhuang was very anxious. However, Fairy Bai Qing brushed her sleeves at Feng Jinhuang's cheek. Immediately, an intense sleepiness attacked Feng Jinhuang's mind. Her eyelids were extremely heavy and she felt so exhausted that she was not able to say anything. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her daughter in a deep sleep but still frowning slightly, Fairy Bai Qing was sad and worried. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Jinhuang of Feng Juji's death. On one hand, Spirit Affinity House wanted to conceal the news for as long as possible to make arrangements more easily. Feng Jinhuang, Immortal, was not qualified to know. After all, prying information from mortals were much easier than prying information from GU immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know how she could inform her. Why was Feng Jinhuang cultivating so desperately? She was working hard to advance further, to become stronger so that she could look for her father and save him. How could Fairy Bai Qing tell the cruel truth to Feng Jinhuang? She could not bear to sigh. As she looked at her daughter's face, Fairy Bai Qing heaved a long sigh. Her normally upright posture and dignified white robe, in this dim light, looked weak and dull. She was truly tired. Only now did she remove the disguise and revealed her true emotions. Fairy Bai Qing softly caressed Feng Jinhuang's cheek. The love and affection in her gaze could even melt iron. Feng Jinhuang's appearance combined the good features of Feng Juzhe and Fairy Bai Qing. In her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Juji's image. Feng Juzhe was dead. Feng Jinhuang was now her only sustenance to keep on living. In such a silent gaze, time passed and light was already shining in from outside the cabin. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize the passing of time. She had to set out now. She stood up slowly, taking slow steps towards the outside, and closed the door carefully. She looked at the cabin in the valley deeply, murmuring to herself, "Huang wait 7 days for mother. You need to take care of yourself during this period and calm your mind." Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Jinhuang's safety. After all, this was Spirit Affinity House's central region. Even if there were internal fights in the sect, they were limited and a move would not be made against Feng Jinhuang. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on the clouds and mist, flying towards the northwest direction. Her destination was the source of Falling Heavenly River. Why was she going there? She had received the sect mission to investigate Bo Qing, the clue left behind by Feng Juzhe. Bo Qing had been a GU immortal of Spirit Affinity House and the sect had large amounts of records on him which Fairy Bai Qing had looked through. In her investigation, Fairy Bai Qing discovered Bo Qing's experiences were actually extremely similar to Feng Juji's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's lover, Mo Yao. Mo Yao had been the fairy of that generation of Spirit Affinity House, and unlike those of other generations, she was an Inkman and not a human. But even so, Bo Qing and Mo Yao had fallen in love with each other at first sight. Bo Qing might not have entered Northern Plains, but Mo Yao went to Northern Plains, even entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Could Mo Yao be involved in the plan of destroying 88 Truyong Building? Fairy Bai Qing knew the reason that Mo Yao risked entering Imperial Court Blessed Land was to help her husband, Bo Qing, pass his tribulation. Back then, the peak rank 8 Bo Qing was about to face tribulation to break through to the rank 9 level. Such a huge event had not only attracted the attention of Central Continent, but also the other 4 regions. Unfortunately, at the end, Bo Qing died, perishing in the terrifying tribulation. And Mo Yao also perished with him. In fact, all the GU immortals of Central Continent knew of this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard of this many times in the past. But now, as she recalled, she got a different feeling, as if they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even in death, she had died together with her husband. Both had not let each other down, they were a couple who were greatly in love with each other and had died worthy deaths. Fairy Bai Qing repeatedly investigated and racked her brains, but was not able to make much progress. She discovered some clues in the records of the sect, all pointing towards the same place, the source of the falling heavenly river. As there was no breakthrough in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing decisively moved towards falling heavenly river to search for more clues. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Qing had perished in the past. Spirit Affinity House was quite far away from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would take up to a year to reach there. She naturally would not do so and had already made sufficient preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's GU formations constantly on the way to transport her. In one use, she could travel over 100,000 li, saving a large amount of time. She did not directly move towards the direction of the source of falling heavenly river, instead moving towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In the range of Myriad Dragon Dock's force, she used their transportation GU formations to speed up her journey. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's GU immortals, and although she paid a high price, she was able to further save a large amount of time. She moved smoothly towards falling heavenly river. After Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into the territory of Combat Immortal sect. Just like before, she used their transportation GU formations to speed up her journey. A day and a night later, the fatigued Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. In front of her was an enormous waterfall that fell from an endless height. A boundless expanse of water heavily crashed at the riverbed. The rumbling noise of the waterfall was like the continuous crackling of thunder. Endless water vapor formed dense fog that shrouded a vast range of the surroundings. Why was it called Falling Heavenly River? Falling Heavenly River, a giant river that fell from the heavens. Compared to this enormous river, Fairy Bai Qing was minute like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had already seen Falling Heavenly River when she had traveled with Feng Zhuzhe in the past. Right now, as she looked at this enormous river again, she could not avoid thinking about Feng Zhuzhe, feeling distressed. She still remembered what Feng Zhuzhe said to her at that time. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Zhuzhe had confidently told Fairy Bai Qing that there were 2 opinions about this. One was that Falling Heavenly River itself was a form of calamity or tribulation, while the second said that when Bo Qing had resisted his tribulation, his sword light was so sharp that it instantly pierced through white heaven to black heaven. And Bo Qing had faced his tribulation during daytime. Thus this sword light had pierced a huge hole in white heaven, continuing on to black heaven, where it formed a small hole in the bottom layer of black heaven. It just so happened that above these 2 holes was a majestic heavenly river. The heavenly river followed the path between these 2 holes and crashed down to Central Continent, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river surged and opened a path, forming the first river that traversed through Central Continent's mainland. Fairy Bai Qing had asked, which was more reasonable between these 2 opinions? Feng Zhuzhe had answered with a smile, I am also not too sure. But the second opinion can explain the change in the water flow. During daytime, the falling heavenly river flows with extremely strong momentum, even rank 8 GU immortals are unable to resist this momentum. And during night, the flow of falling heavenly river slows down to the extent rank 7 GU immortals can just barely resist it. Nature's might was boundless and peerless. Even GU immortals appeared insignificant when compared to it. Ending her recollection, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze focused. She had borrowed many water path immortal GU for this trip, to help her enter falling heavenly river. However, it was clearly impossible to do that during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 GU immortal. Her only opportunity was to enter during night and search for clues. It was still daytime right now. Fairy Bai Qing reduced her speed and slowly neared falling heavenly river. She intended to wait for nightfall before she entered the riverbed. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west, red streaks of colors overlapped in the horizon and the radiance of the setting sun shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looking at the distant falling heavenly river with astonishment. Water gurgled as a giant beast stretched out its head from under the river, revealing the tips of its horns. This was an enormous bull head, the horns were curved. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing was pale as she recognized this fierce beast's identity. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Besides the majestic waterfall, there were also large amounts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts living inside. The myriad eyes clear bull was an immemorial desolate beast and one of the overlords that lived at the riverbed of falling heavenly river. Doesn't it normally stay at the riverbed and patrol its territory? Why has it suddenly come out of the river? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, but she quickly retreated, maintaining some distance with this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this giant bull. Moreover, her main objective here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing was cautious while sighing at her bad luck. With the myriad eyes clear bull's appearance, she had an ominous feeling. Right as she was about to distance herself further from the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly came out from the riverbed. Like a thunderbolt, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This sturdy and tough immemorial desolate beast was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Endless blood and internal organs splattered out, dyeing the nearby river blood red. Before Fairy Bai Qing was able to react, another sword light flew out, slashing at the river bank. The next moment, a long gash was slashed open on the ground, like it was a delicate tofu, and large amounts of water flowed towards the space rapidly. The river water overflowed, all of the surroundings were covered with water. Fairy Bai Qing was extremely shocked. What was going on? What was this situation? The sword light had such power that its terrifying might had reached an extreme. The immemorial desolate beast had been cut down as easily as a vegetable. Countless sword lights shot out from below the falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights flew everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river before rapidly disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's sight. Swords traverse Central Continent. Chapter 956, World-Shaking Might. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A terrifying chase was happening in the narrow ravine on the mountain road. Quickly run, quickly run. A miniman laid down on Hong Yi's head as it shouted anxiously. It hurts, it hurts. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi screamed in pain. The miniman did not pay attention to what he said, it subconsciously grabbed onto Hong Yi's hair and turned back to look. Damn it, it is already here, quickly leave, if you are not fast enough, we will be eaten by it. The miniman called out frantically. I also want to move faster. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to use his movement GU. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, at only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was already very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some lucky opportunities and his cultivation speed far surpassed others. But in this current moment of danger, rank 2 upper stage cultivation level was useless against the wild rank 5 golden horn centipede chasing behind him. This centipede had a huge body, it was like a large python. It had a sharp horn on its head. When it moved on the ground, its hundreds of legs stomped, its body twisted as it moved rapidly. We're finished. It is already right behind you. The miniman was pale from shock, it was terror-stricken. I'll risk it. Hong Yi could also feel the golden horn centipede getting closer. The hair over his body was standing on end from fear. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had only obtained it recently, he had not practiced with it for long enough. When he used it, the success rate and failure rate was 50% each. Killer moves required at least 2 GU worms to activate. The more GU worms there were, the more complicated the steps involved, and the greater difficulty in activating it, but the power of the move also normally increased. Hong Yi's new movement killer move was formed by nearly 10 mortal GU. It was not comparable to a GU Immortal, but for GU Masters, this was a relatively huge number of GU. Killer moves were not so easy to practice. When the activation of the killer move fails, the GU Master or the GU Worms might receive damage. Thus, normally, Hong Yi was very careful every time he practiced this killer move. But at this time, his life was in critical danger, he could not care anymore. His original speed was not enough for him to break free from the golden horn centipede, he was sure to die. Right now, there was only one way left, he had to risk it. Activate, I must succeed. Hong Yi screamed in his mind. But wishes were wonderful, reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required intense concentration, some killer moves needed special environments and could not be disturbed. Fang Yuan could easily use his killer moves because he had a huge amount of experience in the 500 years of his previous life, but Hong Yi was a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. He had to pay attention to the path in front of him as the mountain was full of rocks and pitfalls. He was running rapidly. If he fell, his life would be over. On the other hand, Hong Yi was chased by the golden horn centipede. The intense commotion behind him was ringing in his ears. He was engulfed in the aura of death. How could Hong Yi be unaffected by it? Under this situation, those who could remain calm and absolutely focused were experienced experts who had already undergone countless battles and had disregarded the fear of death. Hong Yi could reach this stage eventually, but he was too young now. It's catching up, it's catching up. The miniman on top of his head screamed in fear as it looked at the golden horn centipede, shortening the gap between them with a fierce demeanor. The centipede was heavy and had a huge body. It had hundreds of legs and a huge mouth. Saliva splattered everywhere as it bit at Hong Yi. The miniman screamed tragically. It shut its eyes in fear. Even though it had wings, they were broken already. It could not fly. It had succeeded in stealing the rank 5 GU material 100 flower dew during this exploration into the cave. But there was a price to pay for this. It had attracted the animosity of the golden horn centipede which was guarding the dew. Thus, the miniman could only escape with Hong Yi, trying to get away using his superior speed. However, the miniman did not feel any pain. It opened its eyes, showing disbelief. For some reason, Hong Yi had escaped from the golden horn centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horn centipede chased them again. The miniman was scared, but it could see clearly now. The reason was, whenever the golden horn centipede tried to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head first. This action would cause its head to go dozens of meters above the ground. Half of its body would be elevated from the ground as well, before it landed heavily. When the centipede raised its head, many of its legs would leave the ground, its speed would fall. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running without lowering his speed. Thus, Hong Yi could evade the golden horn centipede every time it attacked. This fool, the miniman laughed heartily. It felt an intense joy in escaping from mortal danger. Man is the spirit of all beings. While GU worms had limited intelligence, their movements were decided by instincts. I was kind enough to escape with you, but you call me a fool. Hong Yi was displeased. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden horn centipede, you fool. The miniman shouted. Hong Yi was still nursing displeasure. You are the fool, I said the centipede was sleeping. You should not have been afraid and simply should have stolen the 100 flower dew and escaped, but you had to scream for no reason. The miniman's cheeks puffed up. Guilt flashed across its eyes as it showed an embarrassed expression. It wanted to rebuke him, but at the next moment, its eyes opened wide in shock. It turned out, the golden horn centipede behind saw that it could not bite Hong Yi. It changed its attack method, using its golden horn. Of course, it had not become smarter. The reason was, during its long life, the golden horn centipede had encountered some large prey that it could not swallow. In that situation, the golden horn centipede would use its horn to slice the prey up into pieces. Opening its mouth to bite was the golden horn centipede's instinct. Using the golden horn was also an instinct. The golden horn centipede pounced harshly, lowering its head and stabbing its horn forward, soon approaching Hong Yi's butt. This was unavoidable because of its size. Fool, run! The miniman saw this dangerous situation and shuddered in fear. It could not even grab onto the hair firmly. You still are calling me a fool? Oh! Hong Yi shouted, but suddenly, his pitch became higher, like a rooster who was grabbed by the neck. There was shock, unpreparedness, and intense pain in his voice. The golden horn had already stabbed into Hong Yi's buttocks. The miniman was full of despair. It thought that this was it. But at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a huge amount. He shot out like a cannonball. The reason was, when he was screaming, the intense pain gave him a moment of inspiration and he successfully used the killer move in an instant. Hong Yi escaped as a result. Bleeding, you are bleeding. The miniman screamed loudly to Hong Yi. It turned out that the golden horn centipede had already stabbed Hong Yi's buttocks, but because Hong Yi burst out in an instant, the two sides had been separated by a distance again. It was as if a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's buttocks, the wound was unstopped and started bleeding. My butt hurts. Ah, it's so painful. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with an intense thought. He subconsciously grabbed his butt, applying pressure on the wound. However, naturally because he was feeling pain from his injury, his mind was distracted again. The killer move that he had activated earlier fell apart, and his speed dropped again. But the golden horn centipede was still chasing him. The golden horn stabbed into his other butt cheek. Ah! Hong Yi screamed again. But the same thing happened again. The powerful attack, the sudden pain, Hong Yi's focus reached another peak. He used the killer move again. He sprinted again. You're bleeding, you're bleeding. The miniman screamed. There was no choice, the two wounds were very deep. Because of Hong Yi's intense movement, it was no wonder that blood spewed out. Hong Yi grabbed his buttocks as the golden horn centipede chased relentlessly. He was in such a helpless situation. Oh no, my primeval essence is running out. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression paled. GU masters had little primeval essence in the first place, it was easily used up. Activating killer moves meant using many GU worms, the expenditure was great. After running for such a long time, Hong Yi reached his limits. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a desperate situation. There was no way to live. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. I am so small, I have little meat, eat him, eat that fool. The miniman was muttering senselessly while grabbing Hong Yi's hair. At this moment, Hong Yi was feeling empty inside. He did not bother to respond to this miniman. But suddenly, sword light that shook the world flashed. In an instant, the world turned white, everything turned silent. The sudden change did not make Hong Yi stop running. He kept running for a while before he realized something amiss. Looking back, he was shocked. The rank 5 golden horn centipede GU was no longer present, it had vanished completely. Along with it, half of Centipede Valley had vanished. What was in front of him was a huge and deep trench. The sides of the trench were extremely smooth, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was lost for words, he could not believe it. Just that sword light, the miniman was completely stunned. Waves crashed, rumbling non-stop, frost energy oozed out in the surrounding area. Youngsters, we are here. This is Profound Ice Island, the place where Flying Frost Sect is located. This will be where you live from now on, the place where you change your destiny. The leading GU master pointed at the ice island and proudly introduced this. The youngsters raised their heads, looking forward. Some had shining eyes, some were extremely excited. Even though Flying Frost Sect did not have any GU immortals and was not a super force, within a huge surrounding area, it was the supreme overlord, the only force that could contest it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, when the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for participation. Because of this, the reputation of Flying Frost Sect had spread widely. This time, the children here have the highest aptitude for the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, nurture them well, they will make us stronger. The leading GU master saw these children and felt very excited. The leading GU master said loudly, "Youngsters, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you." At this time, sword light flashed, everyone was blinded momentarily, they all shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes, everyone was stunned, they opened their mouths and were still like statues with exaggerated expressions. The huge profound ice island was gone, in its place, there was a deep trench that appeared in their vision. Even the sea water was split apart. On the surface of the sea, a path of 5 to 6 li in length had been completely emptied of water. The lingering sword path Dao marks were extremely overbearing, blocking the water path Dao marks and preventing the water from filling up the gap. At once, a weird but domineering scene was formed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood below Heaven Overseeing Tower shakily. His other hand was holding Fate GU, his old wrinkled hand was gently rubbing Fate GU. This time, Fate GU was successfully repaired to a great extent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely excited and happy. The ones who had repaired it with him, Bai Kang Shui, Lian Ju Sheng, and Bai Chen Tian had already left Heavenly Court, going to the mortal world. The GU immortals in Heavenly Court mostly used sleeping as their lifespan extension method. After waking up, they had to make good use of their time, going to their sects and settling some private matters, or to take care of their blood-related descendants in the sect. Heavenly Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were also chosen from the 10 great ancient sects. In the structure of sects, Heavenly Court was like the upper-level sect, and the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sects. Not all GU Immortals had the chance to join Heavenly Court. Other than having deep attainment in their paths, great battle strength and reaching rank 8 cultivation level, there was also additional important criteria to join Heavenly Court. That was their values. What was Heavenly Court? Star constellation Immortal Venerable had described it 3 million years ago. It was following the will of heaven, and upholding justice for heaven. After this restoration, Fate GU can use half of its might. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, we can find more people who escaped from Fate. Eliminating these people will help in repairing Fate GU. This can allow more people to be found and result in a beneficial cycle. As long as this progresses, Heaven Overseeing Tower will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with anticipation. He was about to step into Heaven Overseeing Tower again. A sword light shot over like a flash of lightning. In no time, it sliced through Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was opened wide, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His body was extremely stiff. He saw that the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilted and crashed onto the jade floor. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being stunned momentarily, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord screamed loudly. Chapter 957, Rising Commotion. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the tranquil river surface, her face pale with lingering fear. When the sword lights rampaged, she was nearest to the source and had personally witnessed this heaven-shaking scene. Right now, falling Heavenly River was filled with corpses. Large quantities of mutilated body parts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts bobbed up and down in the river. The surging white Heavenly River water was now dyed blood red. Although falling Heavenly River came from the heavens, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts lived within and propagated. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew within, and there were also countless hidden currents, whirlpools and other natural traps which even a GU Immortal could die from. Fairy Bai Qing waited for some moments. No more sword lights appeared. She ran to the river and picked up the corpses of the beasts, and the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. She had truly earned a fortune. The fortune was so huge even she could not help being joyous. But the happiness did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts began to show up. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see some faint images of ancient desolate beasts through the river water. These beasts' ferocity was stimulated by the bloodied water. The flesh and bones cut apart by the sword light were excellent delicacies to these beasts. More and more beasts were attracted over by the blood and flesh, leading to a fierce battle. They tore at each other as they battled for food, raising frightening waves. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. Over half the original quantity of corpses remained. She looked at them with much regret. These were all excellent GU refinement materials. The sword lights shot out so suddenly. What happened in falling Heavenly River? Should I enter to explore and find the reasons or not? Fairy Bai Qing was held back by the thought of Feng Jin Huang, thus she hesitated. However, she had a feeling that Bo Qing's clues should be in the riverbed of falling Heavenly River. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, turning into a white light, shooting straight into falling Heavenly River. From falling Heavenly River's source, unrivaled sword lights had shot out everywhere, their range covering the whole of Central Continent. Whether it was the Centipede Valley in Central Continent's central region, or Flying Frost Sect in the east, or even Heavenly Court which was high above, they were all affected by the sword lights. The whole of Central Continent was in a commotion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hand moved without stopping. He had immediately started restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower when he had gotten out of his shocked state. He had already sent a message to Bai Chen Tian, Bai Kang Shui and Lian Zhusheng, urgently recalling them. Right now, they were already on their way. The damage created by the sword light was extremely troublesome. Its sword path Dao marks seemed to contain a corrosive nature. The remaining parts of Heaven Overseeing Tower might be standing upright, but it would not last for long. If the sword path Dao marks were left to continue corroding, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous damage. We succeeded in our last attempt at restoring Fate Immortal GU, but when I was just about to use it, Heaven Overseeing Tower was split apart. Is this a coincidence? Or, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition? After a while, Bai Chen Tian was the first to return, then Bai Kang Shui and finally Lian Zhusheng arrived. Lien Zhusheng had stopped partway through, but was thus able to bring concrete information. I have investigated it, the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. Right now, the whole of central continent is in a ruckus. Falling heavenly river's source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Kang Shui exclaimed in shock. Speaking of Bo Qing, Heavenly Court's 4 immortals had complicated feelings on him. Back then, it was not that they did not try to recruit Bo Qing, but unfortunately, Bo Qing's ideals did not conform to theirs, and he did not join Heavenly Court. Bo Qing, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was dark. Investigate, we must investigate this clearly. Fairy Kang Shui, you are specialized in water path, I will have to trouble you to make a trip. The 3 of us will stay here to restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. For some reason, I am having a very bad feeling about this. The other 3 immortals' expressions turned serious. Bai Chen Tian spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you are in charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate GU. If you are uneasy, we cannot disregard it, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. Falling Heavenly River's source has changed all of a sudden. I suspect Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Lai Yong, you will go to investigate the truth. You can bring 2 ranked 6 GU immortals, choose whoever you want. Combat, Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in midair. GU Immortal Jin Lai Yong was sitting within fire. He was tall and well built, with golden hair and fiery eyes, and a vigorous rank 7 aura. Hearing what was said, he instead snorted, not giving any face to the first Supreme Elder. You should go find Shi Lei for this matter. He is the immortal Monkey King. With Feng Zhuzhe no longer alive, he is now the strongest among Central Continent's ranked 7 GU immortals. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Lai Yong, Shi Lei might be strong, but he is not the only person in Combat Immortal Sect. He has already made more than enough contributions in the exploration of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be that you want him to make more contributions? An idea came to Jin Lai Yong and he suddenly became convinced. He leapt out of the fire, and cupped his fists. Hey! First Supreme Elder is correct. I had thought of growing another 17 or 18 fire path Dao marks, but since that is the case, I will immediately move out. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor, First Senior Brother, you came out of seclusion. GU Immortal Hong Kai Ming immediately greeted the person in front of him with great joy. This person was clothed in a white robe and was wearing a jade belt. He was tall and thin, elegance and harmoniousness seemed to be expressed in him. He smiled and nodded. I came out because of the change in Falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed 5-finger fist heart sword. I have been asked to go investigate the truth of Falling Heavenly River, please lend me a hand. Hong Kai Ming took a deep breath and said sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. Back then, were it not for your help, I would not be around today. I will offer my full efforts. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Should we send someone to investigate the strange change in Falling Heavenly River's source? First Supreme Elder was not present, so the discussion hall was managed by Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder, you may not be aware but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore Falling Heavenly River's source a few days ago. Li Junying's will spoke. Oh, did she discover some clues? A GU Immortal unavoidably recalled the matters discussed. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has peak rank 6 cultivation, it is not enough to cope with this situation. But the sect is limited on available personnel right now, who should I send to reinforce Bai Qing at this time? Shu Hao's will laughed. Reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing has actually already advanced to rank 7, it is just that she concealed it and did not report it. Oh, is that the case? I remember there was still some time before the tribulation for her advancement to rank 7. Shu Hao calmly replied, this matter has been confirmed. Before Feng Zhuzhe left for Northern Plains, he borrowed Time Path Immortal GU to secretly help Fairy Bai Qing advance her cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder mumbled before saying, Fairy Bai Qing advancing to rank 7 is a blessing for our Spirit Affinity House. When she returns, she shall be rewarded heavily. Also, open the storage and let her choose a rank 7 Immortal GU. As for this matter of Falling Heavenly River, there is no need to send reinforcements anymore, just message her regarding the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's command. This sword light, Bo Qing, the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. It was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Maybe this is the appearance of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Immortal Jian Sheng gazed into the horizon with excitement and yearning. Such a huge change. Falling Heavenly River will definitely be a gathering point for Gu Immortals. Maybe there will be an opportunity to fish for profits in this commotion. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are strong and can eat the meat, but I should be able to drink some soup, right? As he thought of this, Jian Sheng hardened his mind and flew out of TNT Mountain towards the northwest. Whether it was the righteous path led by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or the demonic path or lone cultivators like Jian Sheng, they all started making their moves. Countless gazes pierced through space and gathered at the source of falling Heavenly River. Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable, at the pinnacle below the venerables, this reputation that had been covered in dust resurfaced once again. The countless sword lights that wreaked havoc throughout the whole of Central Continent reminded the world of Bo Qing's power. A rumor, who knows from where, started spreading and kept on getting bigger, affecting everyone's mental states. The sword lights are the arrangements left behind by Bo Qing before he perished. He is reminding the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, and although he perished, he did not want his true inheritance to be obtained by the wrong person. He is using this chance to select the most suitable inheritor. Thereafter, the shock created from the sword light's might, gradually turned into greed and desire. Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was in a commotion. Countless Gu Immortals, even the hidden old monsters, started to move towards falling Heavenly River. A commotion occurred in Central Continent. A huge dispute that covered the whole of Central Continent was going to unfold at falling Heavenly River. But in southern border, it was calm and tranquil. The trees swayed in the lush green hills. On a mountain peak, in a stone pavilion, old man Yanxi was sitting inside the pavilion, playing chess. A giant rock was in front of him. On the smooth surface of the rock were star path Dao marks that formed either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts or diagonal cuts, forming a dazzling diagram. Below old man Yanxi was actually the famous astrolabe chessboard from history. A figure descended down from the sky, and the stone pavilion instantly filled with cold air. "Why did you call me?" Bai Ningbing coldly stared at the back of old man Yanxi. Old man Yanxi slowly turned around and faced Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued to speak in an icy tone. "Although you helped me in becoming a Gu Immortal, I am not a subordinate of yours who is at your beck and call." Old man Yanxi smiled, speaking softly. "Do you know that Fang Yuan will be returning?" Bai Ningbing's gaze turned bright. He then squinted, hiding the sharp light in his eyes. With a cold snort, he said, "Explain it clearly." Chapter 958, Pan Bai Ningbing. Looking at old man Yanxi, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he had advanced to Gu Immortal, while in the process conveniently getting rid of his female body which had been troubling him for a long time, he thoroughly realized how unfathomable old man Yanxi was. Bai Ningbing's nature was to be indifferent, but his firm attitude towards old man Yanxi was only a type of probe. Even his strong desire of wanting to fight Fang Yuan and take vicious revenge was also a disguise for himself as well as a probe towards old man Yanxi. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Being at the Gu Immortal level had broadened his horizons. He saw many more things and experienced many more wonders. What he minded was old man Yanxi in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but Shadow Sect was still deeply concealed, not revealing a trace. He did not know why old man Yanxi was helping him, but at the same time, he was also discontent at being controlled like this. He had thought of walking away from all of this. But Shadow Sect had spent so much effort on him, they certainly would not let him leave easily. In addition, Bai Ningbing cared about excitement and brilliance more than his own life. When the enemy was stronger, the process was dangerous, resistance became more difficult. It instead made him feel like he had not lived in vain, taking it as a pleasure of life. Competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy was endless. There was one thing that Bai Ningbing had never done in his life, that was, retreating in the face of danger. Facing Bai Ningbing's query, old man Yanxi leisurely took out an immortal Gu and said, "You only need to do as I say and I can guarantee Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with coldness. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts clearly. But in the past, when I was advancing to Gu Immortal, and I asked you the same question, you said you did not know. Old man Xianxia chuckled. He did not respond to Bai Ningbing's query, instead continuing, to the south of Name Peak, east of Li Chu, not far away from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountain is tall and there is a long river that passes by it, the trees on the mountain are green and lush, it is a lone mountain with no other branch peaks. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this GU. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals, any GU immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Bai Ningbing did not accept this immortal GU, his eyes still staring at old man Xianxia as he coldly said, you still haven't answered my question. I don't need to answer your question. You only need to know that when this is done, Fang Yuan will return. Back then, you signed an agreement with Shadow Sect, wasn't the agreement that only after Fang Yuan is dead, you can be free from the agreement and regain your freedom? Old man Xianxia smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, before taking the immortal GU. He then gave a cold snort, and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. He made haste when traveling. 2 days later, he found the mountain old man Xianxia spoke of. This mountain is ordinary and there is nothing strange, why did he choose this place? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses, even thinking of the possibility that old man Xianxia was trying to harm him. But, he has spent a huge price to raise me to GU Immortal, why would he kill me now? The chance of this is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head, there was another uncertainty which he had for a long time, why did old man Xianxia help me to become a GU Immortal? Among so many people, why did he choose me? Is it simply because of my northern dark ice soul physique? Previously, Bai Ningbing had such thoughts, but now he was increasingly feeling the truth was not as simple as that. Bai Ningbing started to carefully investigate this nameless mountain peak, but he did not find any traces of GU formations. He was filled with doubts and hesitation. If this was truly a trap, then he would be stupidly sending himself to death, wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought, old man Xianxia would not make me come here in particular and activate immortal GU for no reason. His motive is veiled in mystery, but there is no time limit, I might as well delay and probe him. If the matter was urgent, old man Xianxia would be very anxious and naturally would urge him. At that time, with the immortal GU, Bai Ningbing could obtain the initiative. Bai Ningbing bided his time and made no move. Sure enough, someone on Shadow Sect's side became anxious. A black-robed GU immortal appeared inside the stone pavilion, and spoke with a rough voice, Xianxia, Bai Ningbing has already gone for close to half a month, but there has been no word or action from him. Could it be that he ran away with the GU, or maybe encountered a problem? Old man Xianxia was at ease, looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to before, when Bai Ningbing had appeared, the numerous and disorderly lines had already reduced by little less than half. Old man Xianxia was pinching his fingers as he tried to deduce the chess moves, while saying to the black-robed GU immortal, Bai Ningbing is still there, just not making a move. He already had doubts that this trip is harmful to him, so it is normal for him to have this reaction. The black-robed GU immortal could not help but speak urgently when he saw the leisurely attitude of old man Xianxia, but we can no longer delay the matter in Central Continent. Now, not just the GU immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but even a lot of lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered to explore the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Vice Envoy Blue and the others can only hold on for 3 days at most. After 3 days, Heavenly Court will realize this is an arrangement and it might disrupt our true plan. Old man Xianxia nodded, agreeing, what you say makes sense. In fact, the present state has already diverged from the original plan, the progress is really too slow. How about you send a letter to urge Bai Ningbing to make a move quickly? If he doesn't submit, we can take away his immortal level and make him fall down back to immortal. He became a GU immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal, there is no need for us to continue letting him be so arrogant. We can take action first and remove his GU immortal strength, making him immortal again, restoring his female body. Such a junior with his head high above the clouds, if we don't make him know his place, we won't be able to use him. The black-robed GU immortal suggested. He, why do you think I am using him? Old man Xianxia chuckled, he lightly flicked his wide sleeve, immediately, a star mark was removed from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan was to see this sight, he would definitely be very shocked. Doing this with such ease, old man Xianxi's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed GU Immortal was wearing a large hood that covered his expression, but his tone was filled with heavy doubts. Yanxi, didn't you choose Bai Ningbing because you saw his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No, that is not the case. Old man Yanxi laughed. This is only what makes him special on the surface. His true special characteristic is that he is also someone who has escaped fate. What? He is also one. The black-robed GU Immortal was shocked. Old man Yanxi explained further. Our crucial plan has been devised for 100,000 years. Our true enemy is not the central continent's heavenly court, or the other 4 regions, but heaven. So I am handing this final crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is an escapee of fate. From a certain perspective, he could be said to have escaped the grasp of heaven's will as well. Only this kind of person is qualified to become our pawn. So it was like that. The black-robed GU Immortal came to a realization and had no more doubts. Old man Yanxi continued. Bai Ningbing is a fate escapee. Heaven's will is unable to control him completely, making him a potent weapon for us. We will first let him spearhead the attack, and what we will do is build up our energy, using all of our strength to cope with the fury of heaven's will. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not contact him and let him move freely, but you can rest assured, with his nature, he will not wait for much longer. Since that is the case, then I will continue sleeping. The black-robed GU Immortal cupped his fists, and took his leave. Bai Ningbing waited another 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, occasionally looking at the direction of old man Yanxi's stone pavilion. So many days have passed by, but old man Yanxi has not urged me yet. It seems he is not in a hurry about this matter. That makes sense. If he was hurried, he would emphasize the time limit for completing the task when he handed it to me. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel somewhat dejected. The probing just now was undoubtedly a failure. He looked at the mountain below him, and pondered. I have checked this mountain time and time again over these last days, but I could not find traces of any GU formations. Sigh. If this is as truly harmful to me, I can only admit defeat. I could not find out anything. I can only blame my inadequate ability. Bai Ningbing sighed and hovered in the air, looking at this ordinary mountain. Go. With a shift of his mind, his immortal essence started to be consumed as he activated the mysterious immortal GU. The immortal GU let out some radiance, but it still lay on his palm, showing no movement. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. So this immortal GU requires a lot of immortal essence. He continued to send beads of green grape immortal essence to it. The radiance of the immortal GU grew brighter and brighter, and the exquisite body of the immortal GU started to slightly tremble. After a while, Bai Ningbing's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was feeling worried. I have already used up hundreds of beads of immortal essence, why does it still not activating? So the difficulty in this task was in this. Just when he was getting very puzzled, the immortal GU in his hand suddenly buzzed. It turned into a ray of light that shot towards the sky. The light continued to grow bigger, its speed however was becoming slower. When it reached a peak in height, it charged down to the nameless mountain. It crashed onto the mountain peak. The clash produced incomparably dazzling radiance. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. He no longer needed to use his immortal essence. But whether the immortal GU succeeded in its activation, he still needed to check to be certain. Thus, he flew to a distance of 5 li away, before stopping in the air. He then saw an unbelievable and marvelous scene. Within the intense radiance, the nameless mountain peak suffered no damage. Phantom images started to appear over the woods on the mountain. This was a section of a long river. The river water billowed, rising and falling, filled with a mystical and natural wondrousness that would be difficult to portray. There was endless profundity that could not be described with words or expressed. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's eyes suddenly enlarged, filled with extreme surprise. Afterwards, he saw the river of time's phantom image gradually dissipate, becoming dimmer and dimmer. 2 human-shaped figures seemed to jump out of the river, their appearances and clothes gradually becoming clearer. These 2 people were fighting. Both sides exchanged moves one after the other. The battle's intensity shocked Bai Ningbing to the core. Among them, one was enormous with bulging muscles. He was like a mythical creature that rampaged around with an extremely fierce momentum. He was a rank 8 GU Immortal. The other person was rank 7. But he seemed to be using a killer move to disguise himself. His whole body was covered in a layer of fog that made others unable to distinguish his face or stature. The only thing that could be clearly seen was a red lotus that was drawn on his forehead. Chapter 959, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. The battle between the two shook the scenery in the image, boulders shattered and the river roared. Even if the change in the phantom image did not affect reality, it was an extremely moving scene. The battle gradually heated to the climax. The burly rank 8 GU Immortal held the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed wildly. I have rank 8 cultivation and also possess the great strength true martial physique. A mere rank 7 dreams of challenging me. That mysterious GU Immortal with a red lotus mark on his forehead chuckled and said with a plain voice, Martial duel Heavenly King, your defeat is certain. Take this move. Right after he finished speaking, the rank 7 GU Immortal flung his right hand and a high platform flew out. The next moment, the contempt on the face of the rank 8 GU Immortal, Martial duel Heavenly King, was completely gone, replaced by shock. This is an immortal GU house. What immortal GU house is this? The rank 7 GU Immortal proudly smiled. Let me teach you, this is my original creation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Bai Ningbing frowned. As far as he knew, the present southern border GU Immortal world did not have any such immortal GU house. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's might was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attacks Martial Duel Heavenly King sent, they were all absorbed and sealed. That was not all. After the attacks were sealed, they could still be used by the rank 7 GU Immortal to strike back. Martial Duel Heavenly King's attacks were mighty, but in the end, he had to bear most of his attacks himself. The images transformed continuously, and the battle situation kept on getting more heated. Finally, with the help of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, the mysterious rank 7 GU Immortal won against Martial Duel Heavenly King, accomplishing an extraordinary feat of rank 7 defeating rank 8. However, the rank 7 GU Immortal also had to pay a heavy price. As a final stand, Martial Duel Heavenly King did not hesitate to turn into a rank 8 immortal zombie, almost possessing an unkillable body. The mysterious rank 7 GU Immortal was not able to take his life, and could only let go of this Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, using it to suppress Martial Duel Heavenly King deep under the earth. To win against Martial Duel Heavenly King, the unknown rank 7 GU Immortal had to give up an immortal GU house. After the battle was over, he sighed as he gazed down at his immortal GU house that was under the earth, before flying away. There were no more images of the GU Immortals, but the phantom image still kept on transforming. The battlefield where the GU Immortals fought returned to tranquility. With good weather, grass and trees started to grow. Then there were lightning strikes and flood. Meteors crashed down and inferno raged. The plain terrain gradually began to rise, growing slowly. At first, it was a mound, then it continued to increase until it became a mountain. There were occasionally scenes of humans moving in the mountain. The movements were extremely quick, whether it was natural phenomenon or the movements of humans and beasts, they were shown like a sped-up video. This mountain also began to change rapidly. It occasionally had landslides and occasionally changed in shape. Finally, in the phantom image, this mountain gradually turned into the appearance of the nameless mountain. When the phantom image had completely disappeared, the world regained its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone strangely. He understood that the immortal GU old man Xianxia gave him was a time path investigative immortal GU. It drilled into the crevices of time and transported the scene of the past at a certain segment of the river of time towards the present. The scene of a huge battle between the two GU immortals was now this ordinary and inconspicuous mountain. This means there is an immortal GU house buried here. Bai Ningbing fixed his gaze under the mountain, his heart thumping in excitement. He naturally knew the value of an immortal GU house. Only forces with GU immortals could be considered super forces. But even among these super forces, only the powerful ones could possess one or more immortal GU houses. If I can get hold of this Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, it will definitely be a huge help to me and I can more easily deal with Shadow Sect and leave. But this is bad. The immortal GU's aura has leaked everywhere. The disturbance when I activated the immortal GU was also not small. It will definitely attract other GU immortals. Time does not wait for anyone, I must hurry up. Bai Ningbing had just thought of flying down, piercing deep into the earth and taking the immortal GU house, when he hesitated. He thought of old man Xianxia. If he went down, would it be messing up old man Xianxia's plan? Maybe old man Xianxia already calculated his reaction and wanted him to go deep into the earth, explore the depths of the earth and take graceful chaotic dual stage. If it is like this, he must have something up his sleeve. The mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I blindly move, all my efforts will be in vain and I will be used by others. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep. He decided to first probe the surrounding environment before deciding to move. However, what he had not expected was when he had just approached the nameless mountain by some distance, he felt an intense weakness. His Gu immortal aura started to quickly weaken. He could not even exert his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. He recalled old man Yanxi's words. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Bai Ningbing thought with a frown, could this be the forbidden zone for immortals? If this had truly become a forbidden zone, then how could he seize graceful chaotic dual stage? At this moment, the phantom image on the mountain peak changed again, turning into the previous scenes. Bai Ningbing patiently observed, and could not help having a thought. Could it be that there was a clue to take the immortal Gu house hidden in the transformations of these phantom images? However, after the phantom image finished showing the scenes, it disappeared again. Bai Ningbing was not able to find out any clues. He then discovered, the phantom image would reappear once in a while. Every time the phantom image played, it would show the same contents with no difference. He also discovered, the forbidden zone was expanding. At first, he could still approach within 3 li of the nameless mountain. Now, however, he was 10 li away from the mountain peak, but still felt exhausted and weak. He had a sense of warning deep within telling him that were he to forcefully charge in, he would definitely die. Looking at the huge fortune moving farther and farther away from him, Bai Ningbing was naturally uneasy. He had stayed here for 3 days, trying to hide this constantly appearing phantom image. He had already erased the immortal Gu aura, but he was not able to hide these images. Although old man Yanxi helped him ascend to immortal, he did not give him any immortal Gu. This phenomenon in front of him was created by a time path investigative immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing naturally could not cover it using mortal Gu. Of course, if he used superior mortal killer moves, there was a possibility of covering the images temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such methods. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? In the worrisome moment, Bai Ningbing recalled Fang Yuan's image. Despite him no longer being concerned with Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had made a deep impression and subconsciously influenced him. He thought and thought, before he stopped in terror. He suddenly realized, this immortal Gu was given by old man Yanxi. This should be a plan of Shadow Sect. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They did not try to seize graceful chaotic dual stage secretly and silently earn a fortune. Instead they were proclaiming this as if they wanted the whole world to know. Involving an ancient battle in the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage, probably the whole of southern border will be in an uproar. Be it righteous path Gu immortals or demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy for it. None of them would yield a step for the immortal Gu house. This will definitely cause great turbulence and incite bloodshed. Is Shadow Sect's objective to bring a calamity to southern border? But how would this benefit them? Bai Ningbing fiercely slapped his forehead. As his anxious expression vanished, clarity returned to his gaze. What was I doing these last days? I actually let myself be blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of a storm in southern border, luring almost all the Gu immortals of southern border. I am only a ranked 6 Gu immortal with limited methods. I can't stay here for long. I better leave early. Right, I should return and try to probe old man Yanxi on what he is thinking of doing. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan? Bai Ningbing hurriedly returned, but old man Yanxi was no longer in the stone pavilion. He hurried to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but he was unable to summon the blessed land's entrance to appear. He also could not contact them using information path mortal Gu. It was almost like the entirety of Shadow Sect, including old man Yanxi, had completely disappeared in an instant. The wave of doubts in Bai Ningbing's mind intensified. There was a sensation of being discarded. He vaguely felt that the last series of events was anything but a reassuring omen. Central continent, falling heavenly river. Right now, the bottom of the riverbed of the source of falling heavenly river was filled with light. Countless GU immortals of Central Continent fixed their gazes at the riverbed's only light source, their hearts filled with fervent desire. An immortal zombie with eyes closed was floating in this light. His appearance was just like before when he was alive, seemingly filled with vitality. Sharp brows, high nose, jade green hair, upright back, it was Bo Qing. Who could have thought Bo Qing would have turned into an immortal zombie? Back then, the Fairy of Spirit Affinity House at that time, Mo Yao, had also faced the tribulation with him. But there is only Bo Qing here. It seems Mo Yao had completely died. According to the sect records, that heavenly tribulation had such terrifying might that it shook the whole of Central Continent. It really is inconceivable that Bo Qing could preserve his life. How strong was he actually? The immortals discussed with each other. The corpse has been maintained for so long, who knows how many secrets it contains. As long as we can obtain it, we can decipher the profound mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation back then. Even if there is no sword path true inheritance, just this research alone would be an enormous gain. Maybe it can even add to a true inheritance in the sect. Most of these thoughts were from the GU immortals of the 10 great ancient sects. They were looking at long-term prospects, considering for the situation of their sect. While the lone immortals and demonic cultivators like Jian Yi Sheng were paying attention to the immortal GU carried by the immortal zombie Bo Qing. There are still auras of so many immortal GU on his body. This is really unimaginable for them to exist until now. These are all sword path immortal GU of the pseudo-immortal venerable. I will be satisfied with even just one. Central Continent's righteous path was very prosperous, and the demonic cultivators were fiercely suppressed, to the extent that their situation was the most miserable among the demonic cultivators in the entirety of the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any idea of taking Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, and only wanted to make a profit and run away quickly. In fact, before this, in the process of entering Falling Heavenly River, almost all the immortals had made some gains. The remains of beasts and plants cut down by the sword lights were not few. As long as one looked for them carefully, they could find them. However, Bo Qing's assets was truly too attractive. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Since they personally witnessing it, who would want to leave now? Chapter 960, Bo Qing Awakens. At this time, there were at least 30 GU immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The immortals had heated gazes. They were staring at the light lump that enveloped the immortal zombie, Bo Qing. They looked around secretly. They were very alert towards their competitors. Among these competitors, the strongest ones were the GU immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Jin Lai Yong, Hong Kai Ming, Qi Yuntian and others. And among the people from the 10 great ancient sects, the most threatening one was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing this stalemate, Qi Yuntian said slowly, "Fairy Bai Qing, this situation is very clear. Bo Qing has his immortal zombie remains, but his soul was decimated by the tribulation. However, there are some wills and emotions left in his mind. He can defend himself. Thus, whenever we get close, he will use his immortal GU and shoot out extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his animosity, we need something that contains Bo Qing's aura, or a GU worm that he refined in the past. We can also use the wills and emotions left behind by Bo Qing. As long as we take these out, we can get close to Bo Qing and gain the upper hand." Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "Why would I have these things? If I did, I would have taken action long ago, right?" She indeed did not, because she had not expected to find Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Qi Yuntian smiled lightly. "Fairy Bai Qing, why are you lying to us? You are the first person here. Why did you come here alone secretly? Is all this a coincidence?" Fairy Bai Qing's smile became more bitter. "You say I came here secretly. That is wrong. I had used the path through Myriad Dragon Dock and combat Immortal Sect. I came here openly. What do you mean by secretly?" She had come to investigate Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Zhuji's last words. But she could not expose this truth. Spirit Affinity House needed to stall the information regarding Feng Zhuji's death as much as possible, so that they could have more time to prepare. Jin Lai Yong frowned more deeply now. His voice became more shrill. "Why is Fairy Bai Qing hiding it from us? The current situation will only draw in more GU immortals. As time passes, accidents might occur. We of the 10 great ancient sects should work together to jointly control situation in Central Continent. Otherwise, if those lone cultivators obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal GU, Central Continent would undergo huge turbulence. Is your sect going to ignore Central Continent's well-being just for your own greed? Xianxia's attitude was warm. He continued urging, we of the 10 great ancient sects are of the same origin. We should work together and obtain immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance agreement with your sect. We will ensure you get your benefits in this matter. She sneered internally. Jin Liang and Qi Yuntian were working together to coerce and coax her. How could she not know that? She was secretly anxious. This had happened too suddenly, and Spirit Affinity House did not send GU Immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was ranked 7, facing these Immortals, she could not do much. No matter what Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's situation was, it was very important to take back his body and sword path Immortal GU for Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 sects knew this. Right now, in their opinion, Feng Zhuzhe was missing, he was likely dead, Spirit Affinity House was weakened now, they could not let them obtain this Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Zhuzhe, what would the 9 sects do? The situation in Falling Heavenly River was extremely dangerous. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's sword lights were extremely sharp, they shot through the entirety of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic and lone cultivators came because of it. They desired conflict, they wanted to obtain huge gains from it. As for the Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, they want to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders a chance. But at the same time, the Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were not united, thus, the 9 sects were resisting Spirit Affinity House together. Fairy Bai Qing was thought to have possession of a crucial method, she could not explain her innocence now. Just as the Immortals were in a deadlock, a vast rank 8 aura surged. All of the Immortals stand back, we of Heavenly Court are taking charge. Everyone gasped, they looked at the source of the sound and saw a female Immortal descending. It was the rank 8 water path GU Immortal by Kang Shui. The situation changed at once. Light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower, it had been rebuilt again, standing in front of the 3 Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Zhu Sheng felt the weight on their hearts easing, they sighed in relief. Ever since Heaven Overseeing Tower was slashed by the sword light, they had not rested. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding it further and destroying more GU worms, they had worked day and night to repair it without rest, they had finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 Immortals rapidly replaced the destroyed GU worms using the huge amount of immortal materials in Heavenly Court's storage, saving it in time. There was something important to note, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 Immortal GU house, it had incredible defense. Even though it was split in half by the sword light, what it truly lost was only the GU worms near the damage caused by the sword. In fact, Heaven Overseeing Tower was not gravely damaged. After looking at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a deep breath and supported himself on his walking stick as he held Fate GU, walking towards the tower. Lian Zhu Sheng could not help but ask, Tower Lord, are you not going to rest? Why are you in a rush to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it is all right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, ever since the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had been having an ominous sensation. As time passed, this ominous sensation intensified. Even after seeing the repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower, he did not feel this ominous sensation going away. Go, he willed. In his hand, Fate GU turned into a mystical light, entering the top of the tower, towards the formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord moved his aged body as he slowly walked up the stairs. Every step he took expended rank 8 immortal essence. The tower walls were shining in bright light, they appeared to be in a mess and did not give any hints or advice. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not mind it. Fate Immortal GU could only use half of its might, half of the images displayed were blurry or dark. After walking for 60 steps, the image on the wall became clear. On the nameless peak of southern border, the scene was depicted vividly in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. In the image, Martial Dual Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 GU Immortals fight entered Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's vision. This old man frowned unconsciously. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, Immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 GU Immortal's forehead, the red lotus mark was very bright red and striking. An inheritor of Red Lotus, true inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with sharpness. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Heavenly Court and the damage he dealt to Fate Immortal GU, had tormented generations after generations of Heavenly Court GU Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking deeply. Red Lotus, true inheritance, it has to be destroyed. No traces must be left behind. The great strength true martial immortal zombie is less of a concern, but that graceful chaotic dual stage should belong to Heavenly Court ideally. Even if Southern Border has the regional wall, Heavenly Court has to make an attempt now. Just that mystical immortal GU house, graceful chaotic dual stage, was worth the intervention of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Even though rank 8 GU Immortals faced much difficulty in passing the 5 regions' regional walls, and had to pay a huge price. Without concealing such a scene, Southern Border's GU Immortal world would definitely be stirred up, countless Immortals would come forward to fight for it. If Heavenly Court wants to traverse regions and compete, we have to choose appropriate people, and the number has to be precise. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought more deeply and soon shook his head, placing these troublesome thoughts aside. He continued to go up. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he got to the 83rd step, the image changed again. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes were shut as the Heavenly Court GU Immortal Bai Kang Shui led the Immortals and controlled the situation single-handedly. In the image, Bai Kang Shui smiled and spoke to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied to her, Bai Kang Shui's expression became one of deep disappointment. Soon, she concealed her expression and became calm again. She moved her fingers, setting up a GU formation, planning to seal this place. But at this moment, starlight shot over, it penetrated the incomplete GU formation and shot towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. As starlight shined brightly, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing opened his eyes. In an instant, countless flashes of sword light burst out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shut his eyes in response. At the next moment, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a bloody scene. There were bits and pieces of GU Immortal corpses everywhere. The head of the Heavenly Court GU Immortal, Bai Kang Shui, was rolling away with streams of blood. Her eyes were opened wide, she had died. How can this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, who saw this, was anguished. 3 figures landed immediately. 7-star Child was in front, followed by Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun. Azure, you are finally awake. 7-star Child laughed loudly, his body was emitting a powerful rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined with ruthlessness, sword light shot out. 7-star Child was shocked, he did not expect Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was peerlessly sharp, he was sliced in half, even his immortal zombie body was useless against it. 7-star Child's pitiful death stunned Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun. What is going on? Envoy Azure killed Vice Envoy Blue. No, he is not Envoy Azure, his mind is filled with Heaven's will, and there is another person's remnant soul living inside his body. At once, Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was expressionless, he turned around to look at them. Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun felt a strong chill, they sank into despair. They did not see any killing intent from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes. They only saw the unfeeling and impartial nature of the way of heaven. They were people who escaped from fate, they were targets of elimination of the way of heaven. An intense aura of death engulfed them. Against the famous pseudo-immortal venerable, Song Zi Xing and Yu Mu Chun could not escape or dodge, they could only await their deaths. Chapter 961, Unprecedented Contest. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period, he had exerted all of his effort into deducing this immortal killer move, he had finally obtained some results today. This new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal GU, Pulling Mountain Immortal GU and Pulling Water Immortal GU as the cores. With 330,000 supplementary Mortal GU, he formed an extravagant combination that would stun another person. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly for 2 hours, activating this set of GU worms. Then, going through 3 days and nights without rest, he could gradually transform his living body into an immortal zombie body, or transform his immortal zombie body into a living body. Even though it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had reached his limits by getting such progress. After all, Fang Yuan only had so many Strength Path Immortal GU. He could use all of them here thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, it was because he had Nirvana Fire as the blueprint. If he did not have Nirvana Fire, or the set of GU worms to research that were lent by Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain a Strength Path version in such a short time. Also, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Because of all these reasons, a minor miracle was created. Next, I have to use those Strength Path Immortal zombies and exert Strength GU to form my high-grade Life and Death Blessed Land, to revive. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After searching for so long, he had finally reached this stage. As for Luopo Valley, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan gave it a try, cultivating inside Luopo Valley. It was indeed the sole cultivation sacred land that was on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Paired with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts GU, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to revive. His soul cultivation could be placed aside now, he did not need to engage in it. Fang Yuan could almost not hold in his urge. But just as he was about to start, he received Blazing Heaven Demoness letter. The contents caused his revival plan to pause. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fang Yuan saw this line, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was regarding the nameless mountain in southern border. This matter was too big now. It concerned an immortal GU house. It had spread throughout the entirety of southern border's GU immortal world. In southern border, there was a Zombie Alliance branch as well. Thus, as the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly got hold of the news. Blazing Heaven Demoness has great ambitions. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, thus she observed the events over all 5 regions. As a higher up of Zombie Alliance, she could collect information more easily than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt his weakness in intelligence gathering once again. In his previous life, he had an organization and network. His developed blood path GU worm techniques could replace the use of most information path methods. But in this life, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories together with intelligence mainly from people like Fairy Li Shan and Langya Land Spirit. As more and more unexpected surprises occurred, Fang Yuan was starting to feel that his previous life's memories were beginning to become unreliable. The truth of history was often hidden in deep fog. What Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was only what had been exposed and was seemingly true on the surface. Even for matters that he had experienced personally, they might not have been as simple as he thought. The reasons for the occurrence of many events were complicated. In my previous life, I had a tough time. I slowly climbed up from the bottom. My network and resources were accumulated slowly, thus I had no obvious weaknesses. But after rebirth, I have obtained opportunities one after another. My strength rose rapidly, or rather, explosively. Thus, in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I have to use more information path methods to collect intelligence. For the time being, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness, but in the long run, I need to rely on myself. Lack of information meant losing many opportunities. Like just now, Fang Yuan did not know the situation. He was kept in the dark. He almost missed this fortuitous encounter completely. 3 days later, Fang Yuan went alone to southern border, approaching the nameless mountain. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She had told Fang Yuan in the letter that she was busy refining GU and setting up the immortal GU formation. She could not leave, but when necessary, she would come to take action. As for He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, they were in Northern Plains, using Luopo Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their foundation. They had an intense interest towards the immortal GU house, but their Northern Plains aura made it difficult for them to roam southern border. Fang Yuan came here to obtain intelligence. Even though he had become a GU immortal in Northern Plains, he had the concealment of vaguely familiar face. Ordinary GU immortals could not expose him. On the nameless mountain, once in a while, phantom images would reappear. Bai Ning Bing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan watched it 3 times over and pondered over it before moving, getting close to the nameless mountain. As expected, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in the letter, this place was a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the more he felt his limbs going weak. He felt that his immortal aperture was being pressured by a formless force. Fang Yuan had to stop in his tracks. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be destroyed before he took 50 or 60 steps. That would not do. He had to use his strength path immortal aperture to create the life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had to retreat. At this time, he heard a tender laughter from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he immediately turned around, only to see a beautiful woman, dressed in pink and red. Her hair was tied up and her skin was white like snow, her eyes were alluring and watery. She was standing nearby, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was oozing with GU Immortal aura, she was a rank 6 GU Immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, this beautiful woman introduced herself. I am Li Mei Hua, people call me Granny Mei Hua. Handsome lad, you look very unfamiliar, where do you cultivate? Fang Yuan smiled, he thought, so she is Granny Mei Hua. Even though Fang Yuan had never seen Granny Mei Hua personally, he had seen her granddaughter, that demonic path female GU master, who made her. To care for beauty was natural for women. There was no relation between the age and appearance of GU immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan wore a green robe and his sleeves were large and wide, the wind blew and his robe fluttered, moving like a war banner. In Fang Yuan's disguise, he had a ranked 6 GU immortal aura. He was tall and skinny, having a middle-aged appearance with a tall nose bridge, slim eyes, and his pupils radiated with faint traces of jade-green light. He gave off an eerie aura, as if he was not to be trifled with. Even though he was not good-looking, he had quite a disposition. Granny Mei Hua, I have long since heard of you. I am Sheng Ying, I am just a simple wanderer. Fang Yuan replied, Sheng Ying. Li Mei Hua memorized this name, she could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she did not find it strange. Hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew that he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, countless experts were in seclusion. Many lone cultivators never showed themselves, nobody knew about them. But because of the immortal GU house, GU immortals one after another were attracted and had come over. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Sheng Ying, was just one of them. These last days, Li Mei Hua had contacted many GU immortals similar to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slightly suspicious towards Li Mei Hua's warm attitude in approaching him. Fang Yuan was about to ask, when Li Mei Hua told him the reason. Li Mei Hua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. After thinking about it, he agreed. He followed Li Mei Hua and moved out, settling down at Headless Mountain, which was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan got there were already many demonic path or lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, many cast curious gazes, while some has grim or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no GU immortal spoke to him yet. But Granny Mei Hua was quite popular. The moment she returned, someone smiled. Li Mei Hua, you brought another one. Ha ha ha, this time, we demonic and lone cultivators have gathered to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Mei Hua has made the most contribution towards it. Oh no, I am flattered, I am just doing my best to help. Li Mei Hua smiled as she greeted and interacted with the people around here one after another. She managed the individual relationships with great ease. Let me introduce you, this is Brother Sheng Ying, he is a lone immortal. After talking to everyone, Li Mei Hua introduced Fang Yuan to them. So you are Brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path GU immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhang Hezi. I see that Sir cultivates transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tian Hong, I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a look of being poor at socializing, barely interacting with them. After some short talks, Headless Mountain returned to being peaceful like before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Mei Hua did not stay on the mountain for long, she had to return to the nameless mountain and wait for more people. She pointed at a mountain before leaving, telling Fang Yuan that Pine Tail Mountain is the base camp of the Righteous Path GU Immortals. Even without her pointing it out, the intense GU Immortal aura on that mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After separating from Li Mei Hua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out often, most of his time was spent in his cave. After all, Fang Yuan was disguised now, and vaguely familiar face was not an invincible disguise. He stayed and waited for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pine Tail Mountain welcomed GU Immortals from both righteous and demonic paths. Most of them were rank 6, whenever a rank 7 GU Immortal came, a commotion would be created. Eventually, even rank 8 GU Immortals arrived, a total of 4. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 of the righteous path. It formed a balance of power on both sides. The rank 8 GU Immortals did not involve themselves. Every day, the GU Immortals on both sides recommended one person each to engage in a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and nights of negotiation, they finally came to an agreement. The righteous and demonic paths, dozens of GU Immortals set an agreement together, all around the Nameless Mountain. They were engaging in a grand contest that was rare even in 1,000 years. The winner of the contest would obtain the opportunity on the Nameless Mountain. As for the other GU Immortals, they were not to attack the victor for the next 3 years. Chapter 962, Xiao Shan, Xiao Meng. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes moved around, looking emotionlessly at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts were jumping. They were facing immense pressure, they were drenched in sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. During his time, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person under rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he had become an immortal zombie after the tribulation and his immortal aperture was completely destroyed, he still had ample rank 8 immortal essence on him, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Thus, his battle strength was terrifying. The most crucial point were the Dao marks. The higher the GU Immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they had. Even if 2 people were using the same immortal GU, the difference in Dao marks would cause different outcomes when the immortal Gu's power was amplified. Consider Qin Bai Sheng, a soul path GU immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a single sword path Dao mark on him, but when he used 5-finger fist heart sword, he could fight Feng Ju Zhe on equal grounds. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal GU were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he could display unimaginable might. He could almost replicate the glory that he had when he was alive. Thus, Bai Kang Shui, 7-star child, and the others had no chance to resist him. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the rank of the GU Immortal, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. Between rank 6 and 7, there might be those who are evenly matched occasionally. But when rank 8 fought against rank 7, it was almost always a one-sided fight. When rank 9 fought rank 8, it would be as simple as stepping on an ant. Facing immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to die today? The two of them felt their bodies going cold. Countless thoughts were churning in their minds. Looking at this situation, they had almost no hope. Bo Qing raised his finger, pointing at Song Zixing. A thin sword light flashed. Song Zixing did not even try to escape. He faced death with a bitter smile. Because he knew that in front of Bo Qing, escaping was completely futile. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No, I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted loudly. In the moment between life and death, he took out an immortal GU. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's movements froze. His face started to show a struggling expression. Yu Mu Chun's heart was pounding loudly. He started at Bo Qing's changing face anxiously. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression turned from impassive to confused. He showed pain, hatred, and sadness. He was like a traffic light that was rapidly changing in color. Eventually, his expression turned lively. There was some intelligence shining in his eyes. It was like a person with dementia suddenly recovering his senses. He looked at his hand, and looked around at the brutal bloody scene. In the end, he looked towards Yu Mu Chun, asking hesitantly, "You are?" Yu Mu Chun's body was full of cold sweat. He replied weakly like he had lost all his strength. "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. It seems that I made the right gamble." It was so close, so close. It turned out that the remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's immortal GU awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul. It caused the heaven's will which was inside the immortal zombie's mind to be pushed out. Without the manipulation of heaven's will, immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped attacking. Yu Mu Chun took several deep breaths as he continued. "Remember our conversation back then, in order to revive Bo Qing." Bo Qing, hearing her lover's name, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She manipulated the immortal zombie body, nodding as she interrupted Yu Mu Chun. "Then what should I do now?" Yu Mu Chun looked at 7-star child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were still alive, together with Yu Mu Chun, the 3 of them could use an immortal killer move and teleport all of the immortals to Central Continent's northeast area. Heavenly Lotus sect was in control of that area. But now that 7-star child and Song Zixing were dead, Yu Mu Chun could only settle for dealing with combat immortal sect. giving up on attacking Heavenly Lotus sect. I hope that they can be stalled. Yu Mu-chun took a glance in Heavenly Court's direction, feeling deeply worried. Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was dark, he was filled with anger. He looked at the image. Yu Mu-chun cooperated with Immortal Zombie Bo Ching and was going to attack one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, combat Immortal sect. He could no longer watch idly. Even though he was a GU Immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect, combat Immortal sect was still a sect underneath Heavenly Court. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Ching had awakened, combat Immortal sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court GU Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Zhu Shengen by Chen Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bai Kang Shui is dead, Bo Ching revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking combat Immortal sect. We have to reinforce them now. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. The two immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation GU formation and appeared at combat Immortal sect's base in a moment. Looking at the northwest direction, the sky was clear as a grand sword light flew over rapidly. A battle of rank 8s was right before their eyes. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was more than 2.5 kilometers tall. The light path GU worms produced on the mountain were well known over the whole of southern border. This mountain had been in the control of a single force for the last 1,000 years. Shao Clan. Rumors had it that southern borders Shao Clan and western deserts Shao Clan were of the same origin. 1,000 years ago, there was an internal conflict within western deserts Shao Clan, resulting in the losing side leaving and moving to southern border. Southern borders Shao Clan was once a super force, but its final remaining GU Immortal, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for the last 100 years. It caused Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a large-scale force. Shao Clan's current leader, Shao Shan, stood on a mountain slope. He looked at Shao Clan's main base partway up the mountain as he showed dejection and hatred in his eyes. A figure ran up the mountain rapidly, landing beside Shao Shan, paying respects to him. Shao Zifeng greets Lord Clan leader. That Wu Wei, is he still causing trouble? Shao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Shao Zifeng lowered his head. Reporting to clan leader, Wu Wei is still screaming in the hall, requesting us to hand over the culprit that killed his son. The other elders are still holding the ground. Don't worry, clan leader. Shao Shan snorted coldly. He gritted his fists. Wu Hui's son was the one with ill intentions, trying to target Shao Kui'er. My daughter was just defending herself. This Wu Wei is actually using Wu Clan to cause a ruckus in Shao Clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, all will be fine if we endure this. Wu Wei is not a problem, but Wu Clan is very powerful, we cannot resist them. Shao Zifeng quickly urged. Shao Shan's clenched fists loosened, he sighed deeply, his face was full of fatigue and bitterness. He waved to Shao Zifeng. Forget it, I will hide at the back of the mountain for the time being. Shao Zifeng took his leave, vanishing into the forest below. Shao Shan sighed at the sky again, his mind was filled with gloominess and anger, he could not calm himself. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice, resounding in his mind. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Shao Shan was suspicious and uncertain. This voice spoke again. Come here, my descendant. This voice was very familiar to Shao Shan. He followed the voice's direction, entering deep into the region at the back of the mountain, until he reached Shao Clan's forbidden area. This is Shao Clan's forbidden area. Even as the leader of Shao Clan, I have no authority to enter it. Shao Shan stopped moving. He was very troubled. That voice rang in his mind again. My descendant, you inherited my bloodline, why are you so timid? I am Shao Clan's ancestor, a GU Immortal of Shao Clan, quickly come and receive my inheritance, the mission to strengthen our clan is yours to bear. Shao Shan's eyes shined, his body was trembling in agitation. GU Immortal, Shao Clan's ancestor, were the rumors true? My Shao Clan has had a GU Immortal before. This voice is so familiar to me. I am a rank 5 peak stage GU master, other than GU Immortals, who in this world can transmit their voices into my mind directly. But this is forbidden area in the clan. Anyone who steps into this place will be exiled from the clan, even as the leader, I am no exception. Shao Shan thought of this and clenched his fists tightly. He was engaged in an intense internal struggle. No, I must get the ancestors' inheritance. Wu Wei has caused our Shao clan to lose face, if Wu Clan voices out their support of Wu Wei, will I be able to protect my daughter? Wu Clan is so overbearing and forceful, rumors says that they have Wu Clan's GU Immortals backing them. If I can receive the inheritance and become a GU Immortal, I will definitely be able to raise Xiao Clan's reputation and change everything. Xiao Shan's face shined with determination. He hesitated no longer, he walked into the forbidden area. Under the guidance of the voice, he reached a cave, seeing an immortal GU inside the cave. Before he reacted, the immortal GU turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This GU worm's aura is preventing me from moving at all through power alone. Is this a legendary immortal GU? Xiao Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, the immortal GU was nowhere to be seen. He could not find it anywhere. And at this time, the voice in his head vanished completely. Xiao Shan felt trepidation and deep suspicion as he walked out of the mountain's forbidden area. Brother, right now, Wu Clan's elder is here to cause trouble, but you as the leader violated our rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to be the clan leader. Xiao Mang suddenly appeared, bringing with him a larger number of Xiao clan elders. Xiao Shan realized the situation was turning bad. He knew that his twin brother had great ambitions, he had been coveting his position as clan leader. This is not what you think. Xiao Shan wanted to explain himself, but he could not explain himself clearly. He was unwilling to casually mention the GU Immortal inheritance, he was afraid that other forces or experts would try to take it away by force. Your explanations are just excuses. According to the clan rules, you are no longer a member of Xiao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Mang shouted, his expression was ruthless and furious, excitement and ambition was hidden deep inside his eyes. Chapter 963, Yi Tian Mountain. The speed of the sword light was beyond belief, as it cut through the air. However, Heavenly Pool, the location of Heavenly Lotus sect, was still far away beyond the horizon. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun. The immortal zombie Bo Qing, which was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, was now frowning with a sharp gaze, as he used sword light to sweep the surroundings. The sword light was incomparably sharp, everywhere it went, space rippled and illusions shattered, revealing the true scene. However, a breath of time later, the true scenery was covered by layers and layers of illusions again. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal GU house, Illusion Garden, which is built on the foundation of Illusion Path and was created over 300 years ago by Illusion Demon Immortal Huang Shao. Yu Mu Chun immediately explained. Bo Qing's immortal zombie body nodded, sighing, every age brings forth new geniuses. It seems many geniuses have appeared in Central Continent after my main body's death. Yu Mu Chun spoke. Illusion Demon Immortal has already died. This immortal GU house could beguile and trap us so stealthily that we were only able to realize now, the person who is controlling it should have a very high cultivation. Just as he said this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a great sin. Now, you are thinking of attacking the sects under Heavenly Court, this is unpardonable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord immediately shouted. You talk too much. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious, he waved his arm, a terrifying sword light quickly slashed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian and Lian Zhusheng cried out as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable, it broke all the killer moves of the three immortals, its might had decreased for the most part in doing this but it still was able to charge towards them. The three immortals disappeared without a trace, evading this strike. Cowards! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted, extremely displeased. Yu Mu Chun's eyes shined with sharp radiance, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The three Heavenly Court Immortals were controlling the immortal GU House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s, using this to be able to trap Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Mu Chun in it. Time passed, several days later. Southern border, on the nameless mountain. 3 explosions resounded, and bright light blossomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth while in the air. A muffled sound echoed. He did not crash on the ground, but was instead caught by the elders behind him with some difficulty. Defeated, Xiao Mang's face was pale as paper, he opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Xiao Shan with hatred and anger. Behind Xiao Shan stood 2 demonic path GU masters, both rank 5 experts, one tall and fat, another short and thin. Several days ago, Xiao Shan had set foot in the forbidden area at the back of Light Mountain, breaking Xiao clan's rules, and had to be punished. Xiao Meng took this chance to seize authority and kill Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan ran as quickly as he could, while Xiao Meng hunted him down with the elders. Their chase had brought them to this nameless mountain peak. Xiao Shan was in a hopeless situation with no way out. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Meng, 2 demonic path GU masters descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Meng was filled with anger at having all his efforts go to waste at the last moment. He pushed away the hands of the elders supporting him as he stood up, shouting at Xiao Shan, sure enough, you were harboring evil intentions. As a clan leader of the righteous path, you were secretly colluding with demonic path GU masters. Xiao Shan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with grief and indignation. I really misjudged you. For power, you were actually willing to kill me. You have such a vicious heart. It is so funny that I always treated you as my only close relative in the world. You can distort the facts as you like, but I believe that others will easily be able to discern the truth. Lord Xiao Meng, the enemy's strength is great, we should retreat. Right, we have enough time. Xiao Shan is heavily injured and near death, but the 2 rank 5 demonic path GU masters behind him are in good condition. The elders tried to quietly persuade him. HMPH. Xiao Meng spat out some blood and said with disdain, those 2 are also nothing but stray dogs. Their cultivation might be high but they don't have many GU worms. What are you afraid of? Although he said this, Xiao Meng also knew that he would be unable to kill his own elder brother, Xiao Shan, today. The dark light in his eyes flickered as he internally pondered, right now, I already hold the upper hand and also have the basis of righteousness on my side. There is no need to go all out. After returning to Light Mountain, I can inherit the position of clan leader. At that time, I can use my identity in the righteous path to issue a warrant and bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is without a clan now, and with the righteous path's warrant, he can only live as a fugitive with his strength decreasing constantly. It will be wiser if I bide my time and kill him in the future. With these thoughts, Xiao Meng did not stubbornly persist. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will surely die like a dog. For now, I will spare your life, just you wait, I will come to take it in the future. Let's go. After leaving behind these vicious words, Xiao Meng and the elders cautiously retreated. He was also injured but he still had ample strength left. The 2 demonic path GU masters did not have many GU worms and so did not dare to go on a reckless chase, letting them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path GU master was called Sun Panghu. After he saw Xiao Meng had left, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. The short and thin rank 5 GU master was called Zhou Xingxing. He was supporting Xiao Shan's shoulder while activating a healing GU worm. Talk about the past later, heal brother Xiao's injuries first. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of these 2 GU masters. Xiao Shan had an ashen expression as he heaved a deep sigh. It is fortunate the 2 of you were here to help, otherwise I would have died here. But my younger brother is ruthless, he will definitely try to come after me again. He won't rest until he kills me. I can heal these injuries myself. Both of you leave, I don't want to implicate you too. What are you talking about? Back then I was saved by you. My life is yours, brother Xiao. Right, in the past, I had slaughtered an enemy's family for revenge, but was caught by brother Xiao. When you heard my story, you let me go that very night. This kindness has always been engraved in my mind. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing spoke fervently and sincerely. Neither of us will leave you. If Xiao Meng wants to battle, he can come, I will fight him to the end. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing were extremely firm in their attitude. Xiao Shan was very moved, his eyes started getting moist with tears. Sigh, over these years, I have understood this. Who says demonic path GU masters are all ungrateful and unkind? Instead, the hypocrites who put on false pretenses of kindness can be seen everywhere in the righteous path. Brother Xiao is correct, many of us in the demonic path stay true to our nature, and the righteous path go through all possible means to kill us. Since the righteous path won't accept you, we will be a team from now on, and roam the world as part of the demonic path. Sun Panghu spoke boldly. Xiao Shan fell into silence. He still had the mindset and ideals of the righteous path embedded in him, and he did not want to join the demonic path. He knew there was an immortal GU hidden in him, he still wanted to restore his position in Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing was observing his expression. Brother, you may not understand. When people hear how you were expelled out of your clan and are being hunted by an insidious relative, many good people will come to help you. Brother, you have been just, upright and have aided people in need over these years, saving others from disasters without consideration for whether they belonged in the righteous or demonic path. Everyone will be willing to help you, willing to fight for you. Xiao Shan frowned, but did not respond. At this moment, the voice appeared in his mind again, fool. Why do you need to rigidly mind the difference between righteous and demonic? Since you inherited my immortal GU, you have the ability to create your own Xiao clan and lead it to prosperity. I will give you a task now, listen carefully. Xiao Shan was excited, and listened carefully. The voice in his mind told him that only by passing this test, he could truly earn the inheritance, getting the immortal GU and obtaining the method to become a GU immortal. Gather GU masters at this mountain and create a fortified village, and fight off any invading righteous path enemies. As long as it can be maintained for 100 days, I can pass the test, obtaining the immortal GU and becoming a GU immortal. Xiao Shan's excitement was hard to describe, he clenched his fists and his eyes shined brightly. Good, then let's go all out. Let these so-called righteous path people look at our might. Xiao Shan suddenly spoke boldly. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xing were very happy. After discussing for a while more, they felt a close affinity with each other, talking and drinking harmoniously. Xiao Shan saw the timing was right and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Panghu and Zhou Xing exclaimed that this was a wonderful thing. Immediately, they chopped off a chicken's head, put drops of the blood into a single bowl of wine, before they all drank and used GU to make an oath. After they became sworn brothers, Xiao Shan's face also regained some rosiness. He stood up and faced the breeze of the mountain as he looked at the scenery in front of him. He sighed. The Xiao Shan of the righteous path from yesterday is dead, today, the one standing here is Xiao Shan of the demonic path. This place and I have a fated connection, it allowed me to run into the two of you, this is an arrangement of heaven. I want to build a new village on this mountain, we will welcome any demonic path GU masters. Let's work together and band up to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Panghu's face flushed with excitement, giving a thumbs up as he praised, Brother, you are truly a great hero with high morals, this is such a grand course of action. Zhou Xing spat out saliva, speaking with a dark and ruthless look, screw it, I have been hunted everywhere by the righteous path over these years, living a life of a fugitive, I have been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Brother, I support you, we will do it like that. My good brothers. Xiao Shan grabbed the arms of Sun Panghu and Zhou Xing, saying, the demonic path is filled with mutual suspicion, if we are to accomplish this, we need to set aside our prejudices and doubts, and believe others, abiding by a spirit of loyalty and brotherhood. Our village shall be called Yi Tian Village. This mountain shall be called Yi Tian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan sighed as he observed all these events. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal GU house, graceful chaotic dual stage, and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Yi Tian Mountain. He had already recognized it the moment he saw this mountain. It was just that he had not expected the true reason for the battle of Yi Tian Mountain in his previous life to be this. My status was too low back then, my vision was only limited to the mortal world. There are so many hidden details to history, who obtained the immortal GU house in my previous life. Fang Yuan was filled with the desire to explore this. His gaze moved down again, piercing through the soil, inspecting the immortal GU house deep under the earth. Graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie, it was extremely strong and the forbidden zone for immortals was caused by its strength seeping to the outside. Clearly, it contained the mysteries of food path, the GU worms that formed the immortal GU house were full and in excellent condition. And that rank 8 immortal zombie, although possessing the great strength true martial physique, its main cultivation was wisdom path. He naturally was not willing to be suppressed, and used a certain killer move, attempting to use his battle will to refine the immortal GU house. He did not succeed, his soul thoroughly died, only leaving behind an empty shell of a body. But he did not completely fail either. There were large quantities of his battle will in the immortal GU house, these battle wills were already purified by the immortal GU house's strength, becoming pure and ownerless battle will. When battles occurred on Yi Tian Mountain, the intentions of GU masters to fight would form battle will, and resonate with the battle will in the immortal GU house, the pure battle will would then gradually turn into the GU master's individual battle will. If someone turned all the battle will in the Immortal GU house into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 Immortal zombie, that is, refining the Immortal GU house and becoming the true owner of the Immortal GU house. The gambling contest agreed to by the southern border GU Immortals revolved around this point. First of all, the forbidden zone for Immortals had already expanded to 10,000 li. GU Immortals were unable to personally make a move, so they could only select mortals as their representatives. Afterwards, they would form a battlefield. Only continuous fierce battles could stimulate the battle will of mortal GU masters. Then, the bodies of mortal GU masters would be tampered with via a simple wisdom path technique. Finally, the pure battle will in the Immortal GU house would convert into the GU Immortals' personal battle will. In conclusion, GU Immortals would choose certain mortals and turn these mortals into tools, which the GU Immortal would use to indirectly refine graceful chaotic dual stage. Xiao Shan was the person selected by the Supreme Elder of Xiao Clan. On his body was not only the Immortal GU of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, there was also immortal essence and large amounts of the Supreme Elder's battle will. It was just that Xiao Shan was only immortal, only able to see the vague image of an immortal GU, and had no awareness of the truth. Naturally, besides Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang was similarly a pawn of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. If it were not arranged by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally run into Xiao Shan when he stepped foot in the forbidden area? These two rank 5 GU masters, standing at the peak of the world of GU masters, were both in the dark, both being played in the hands of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. Chapter 964, Gualao borrows money. Xiao Shan forced Xiao Clan's reinforcements into retreat, and after naming this mountain Yi Tian Mountain, he began to invite demonic path members from all over, building up his forces. Before he was expelled from the clan, he was known for his grand morals, his social network was extremely large and he had been popular in both the righteous and demonic path. Xiao Shan's nature was straightforward, he clearly separated kindness and hatred, and emphasized close connections and loyalty. On the other side, Xiao Clan was weakening, suppressed and pressured by Wu Clan and other forces from all sides. Sometimes, even demonic path GU masters could not be offended, especially those lone warriors with rank 4 and rank 5 cultivation. These demonic path experts were different from the righteous path experts. Demonic path experts were loners, acting without scruples, but righteous path experts were bound by morals, family, reputation and so on. Xiao Clan had established a caravan years ago to strengthen themselves. These wandering demonic path experts were treated with even more caution compared to other clans. Over these last years, Xiao Shan let these demonic path GU masters go, or rope them in if he could, but if it came down to killing, he would do it with all his strength and as fast as possible. Occasionally, he even aided some lone cultivators or demonic cultivators financially. Thus, although he was a righteous path clan leader, he had obtained the approval of many GU masters of the demonic path. All these gave Xiao Shan a strong rallying force. When the news of him creating a fortified village was spread, there were many immediate responses. A few days later, several demonic path experts traveled from far away to join Xiao Shan. Moreover, the GU Immortal of Southern Border intensified the situation in secret, so as to easily put their own pawns in the battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path GU masters and lone cultivators started joining Yi Tian village. In just 6 to 7 days, Yi Tian village already had over 30 members. Such a speed made even Xiao Shan shocked and surprised. As the number of people grew, they formed an organization. Any organization needed to have distinctions in status. In the world of GU masters, the strong were always revered. Among all these people, Xiao Shan not only had the highest strength, he also had the highest reputation. He was chosen by everyone as Yi Tian village's leader, stably placed at the highest ranking. His two sworn brothers, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, respectively were placed at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. After all, they were rank 5 experts, having the highest strength among others. As for the other people, the vast majority were rank 2 and rank 3, with few at rank 4. Their statuses were arranged simply according to their cultivation and strength. In a mountain cave, Fang Yuan was drinking wine with a GU Immortal. This demonic path rank 6 GU Immortal was short but had a large head. He was an old man and his name was Gualao. "Here, brother Sheng Ying, give it a sip. How is the taste of my melon wine?" Gualao enthusiastically urged Fang Yuan to drink. Fang Yuan knew Gualao's intention in coming. Without saying anything, he drank a mouthful and nodded, critiquing, "Not bad, not bad." Although he said, "Not bad," but Fang Yuan's expression was impassive and it was clear he had spoken only half-heartedly. Guo Lao was observing him. He chuckled and pointed outside. "I wonder what opinion Brother Sheng Ying has towards this grand contest of southern border." Fang Yuan calmly replied, "Given that it concerns who graceful chaotic duel stage will belong to, no one will yield a step. Since everyone is participating in this contest and has joined the agreement, putting forth their wagers, there should not be anyone who will cause trouble. In the past, it was always the righteous path who suppressed the demonic path. Whether it be in the mortal GU Master World or the GU Immortal World. But right now was an exception. The appearance of the Immortal GU House completely shook the world of Southern Borders GU Immortals. To seize the Immortal GU House, demonic and lone immortals emerged, forming a huge force that gave the righteous path no choice but to compromise and set up this large gambling contest. The content of the wager was to select mortals as pawns who would participate in the battle between the righteous and demonic paths in Yitian Mountain, helping the GU Immortal behind them to refine the Immortal GU House. But to participate in this huge contest, there were some conditions. Any GU Immortal that wanted to participate in this gambling contest had to make a wager. Those who made larger wagers could arrange pawns with higher cultivation and enter the battle earlier. Finally, when the gambling contest ends, all the wagers would be redistributed. Each GU Immortal would be ranked according to the amount of battle will they refined. Whoever had higher quantities of battle will in the Immortal GU House would accordingly have higher returns. Naturally, one that refined over 50% of the battle will would be the winner who could activate the Immortal GU House, obtaining the highest returns from their bet. But other GU Immortals would also be able to get some profits. They might even be able to get great returns from small bets, earning a huge fortune. This condition could be considered to be superb. It was because of this that all the GU Immortals participating in the gambling contest, be it righteous path, demonic path or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity or resentment, they all subconsciously worked together to maintain this unrivaled gambling contest. Anyone who attempted to play dirty tricks or acted shamelessly would have their wagers completely confiscated. GU Immortals who arrived later could also join in, but they had to take part in the gambling. And as the gambling contest progressed, if GU Immortals wanted to raise their bets, they could do so. And this demonic immortal Guo Lao in front of Fang Yuan was a person who wanted to raise his bet. But he lacked the capital to do so. Over these last days, he went around borrowing money, so everyone knew of it. This time, he intentionally came to find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was giving him the cold shoulder. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention the gambling contest. Fang Yuan had only given a casual analysis, but Guo Lao squinted and gave a thumbs up, exaggeratedly smiling. "Brother Sheng Ying, you are right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this contest cannot be broken by anyone. If anyone breaks them, it will be akin to making GU Immortals of the whole of Southern Border their enemies. So they need to earn capital and participate honestly in the contest. Just look at it, the contest has just started, but Shao Clan's Supreme Elder is already at the lead. Shao Shan is his pawn and from the previous battle of Shao Shan and Shao Meng, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder has become the first to refine the battle will in the Immortal GU House. As long as Shao Shan doesn't die, his lead will continue increasing." Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Shao Shan is a rank 5 GU Master and was the first to enter the mountain. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally will have a huge advantage. But, he has also paid a large price for this. Although he is only a rank 7 GU Immortal, his wagers are the highest, to the extent that even rank 8 GU Immortals cannot match it. Guo Lao nodded repeatedly, and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. "Yes, the earlier we can place our pawns in Yitian Mountain, the more beneficial it would be. Of course, the cultivation of these pawns need to be ensured. They should at least be rank 4, otherwise they will likely die there and we will just suffer losses. Brother Sheng Ying, I won't conceal it from you, I really hate not being able to put myself as a wager. I am a bit short on funds right now. Brother Sheng Ying, could you lend me some immortal materials? Wait till this is over, and I will return double the amount." Fang Yuan smiled. "Sure." Guo Lao was joyous, and was just about to say his thanks, when Fang Yuan said, "But we need to set a vow." "This is natural, and it is a must as well." Guo Lao nodded quickly. Fang Yuan continued, "Also, take out an immortal GU as collateral." Guo Lao's joyful expression immediately stiffened. Brother Sheng Ying, is this a joke? If I had an immortal GU, why would I go for this immortal GU house? Fang Yuan's expression also changed. With a face filled with coldness, he glared violently and spoke, Guo Lao, you don't even have one immortal GU, but are actually scheming for this immortal GU house. Don't you think you are indulging in a wild fantasy? Aren't you too greedy? Sheng Ying, you, Guo Lao was just about to flare up, but suddenly he sensed an aura of immortal GU from Fang Yuan's body, no longer concealed. He actually has immortal GU. Guo Lao's heart immediately sank. Many rank 6 GU immortals did not have even one immortal GU. But Fang Yuan did. This surpassed Guo Lao's expectations. As far as he was concerned, any GU immortal with immortal GU would have some reputation. But Sheng Ying clearly did not. He had taken Fang Yuan to be a weak lone immortal, cultivating bitterly in some unvisited area of the world. But Fang Yuan had immortal GU, this caused fear to emerge in Guo Lao's heart. With an immortal GU, the GU immortal's battle strength would often rise by a large extent. Sheng Ying, with immortal GU, was not someone Guo Lao could handle. Thus, he did not vent his anger and finally forced a smile as he cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. I was too abrupt and rude, Brother Sheng Ying, please don't mind it. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort, you can leave. I am leaving now, farewell. Guo Lao smiled as he retreated a few steps, before turning around and leaving, not daring to linger. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by shame and anger. His gaze was cold, as he roared in his mind, HMPH. Having immortal GU is indeed amazing. I shall remember this humiliation. Wait for the day I have an immortal GU, I will return this humiliation back to you. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan was thinking. Guo Lao's matter made him aware of the gambling mentality of many bottom-tier GU immortals. Most of these people did not have immortal GU, so they had an extreme thirst for the immortal GU house. They all knew that success could not be built on small efforts, but when it concerned themselves, who did not want to soar to the sky with a step and get rich overnight? The gambling contest in front of them gave these GU immortals an extremely favorable environment to compete in. If it were a normal situation, for instance, finding wild immortal GU, the GU immortals would engage in fighting each other. These bottom-tier GU immortals with no immortal GU had low battle strength, how could they compete with other GU immortals? But what this gambling contest examined were other aspects, not the GU immortals' own battle strength. This gave hopes of success to the bottom-tier GU immortals. Examples like Guo Lao were not few in number. Fang Yuan then thought of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder. According to the news, this ranked 7 GU immortal was facing a huge problem. He had barely gotten past extreme danger in his previous tribulation, and his strength had yet to recover. The next tribulation, which would be even more powerful, was already approaching. Shao Clan only had one GU immortal remaining, that was him. Without another GU immortal's support, he would not be able to face this tribulation by himself, and his death was almost certain. However, this gamble gave him hope of surviving. If he obtained the immortal GU house, he would have huge assurance in getting through this tribulation. Thus, he brought out all he had and went all in on this gamble, placing the highest wagers. These wagers gave him the qualifications to select 2 pawns. Moreover, both the pawns had rank 5 cultivation. Among them, Xiao Shan was the first to enter the area of the contest, the other, Xiao Meng, would enter the stage after some more time. Xiao Shan belonged to the demonic path and Xiao Meng belonged to the righteous path. No matter what the result between the righteous and demonic paths was, or how the process went, Shao Clan's Supreme Elder was well prepared with having these 2 arranged. The 2 rank 5 pawns had a low likelihood of death. As time passed, the advantage of Shao Clan's Supreme Elder would continue growing larger. This time, I intentionally leaked out an immortal Gu's aura so as to let other GU immortals feel sufficiently cautious and not take me as a weakling. I need to properly participate in this gambling contest. The information exposed from the gambling contest is extremely valuable. It is a most precious opportunity for me to get close to the world of Southern Borders GU immortals and understand their structure. As for this gamble, maybe I can personally take action. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 965, Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, 1/2. A forbidden zone for immortals, that was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This zone now covered thousands of li around Yi Tian Mountain. Any GU immortal who went in would face huge suppression, if they entered deeply, their lives would be in danger. Before the gambling contest was set up, the southern border GU Immortals had probed it themselves. But even the rank 8 GU Immortals returned empty-handed. And because there was the outside pressure of having too many competitors, this shocking gambling contest was established. But Fang Yuan could keenly sense that this forbidden zone had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal GU. Immortal GU could be used in the forbidden zone, but their power was greatly reduced. Shao Clan's supreme elder placed an Immortal GU in Shao Shan's body, and left behind Immortal essence secretly to protect his life to an extent. After all, Shao Shan was a bloodline descendant of Shao Clan's supreme elder. Immortal GU can be used in the forbidden zone, but GU Immortals cannot enter. Does this forbidden zone for Immortals target only the bodies of GU Immortals? Fang Yuan thought of this conjecture. Then, what was the difference between Immortal GU and GU Immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the answer. Immortal GU were vessels containing Dao marks, while GU Immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan quickly thought of an answer: Immortal apertures. Maybe Immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal GU would not have Immortal apertures, but GU Immortals definitely had them. If the Forbidden Zone targeted Immortal apertures, then maybe Fang Yuan could make use of this loophole and attend the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain in person. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in my first, mortal, aperture. My second aperture is dead, most of my GU worms are stored inside. If I can seal my Immortal aperture and become Immortal rank 5 GU Master again, will I be able to enter the Forbidden Zone for Immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more hopeful he became. Even though he did not have the method to seal an Immortal aperture, he had the help of Wisdom GU, and with his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path, he could deduce it himself. Furthermore, I have the method to transplant Immortal apertures, and succeeded in moving star form Blessed Land. This is very helpful as reference for my deduction. Right, I also can look into Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path aperture taking method, maybe I can gain even more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. She created this fire path method after benefiting from an inheritance of old Immortal Kongju. Maybe I can get old Immortal Kongju's research gains from her directly. Fang Yuan's thoughts were churning rapidly. Old Immortal Kongju, a publicly recognized refinement path supreme grandmaster, being on par with old eccentric Tian Nan and long hair ancestor. He had the deepest research in Immortal apertures and mortal apertures. In terms of depth, it was yet to be surpassed by another. If he could obtain a portion of his inheritance, Fang Yuan's deduction of the Immortal aperture sealing method would receive substantial and crucial help. Fang Yuan did not invest much into this gambling contest. According to the terms of the gambling contest, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage GU Master, and this GU Master could only ascend Yi Tian Mountain after 3 months. He had a lot of Immortal materials and had much capital to spare, he could bet heavily. But he had just arrived. If he acted rashly, other GU Immortals might covet his wealth and place attention on him. It would be dangerous if any rank 8 GU Immortals targeted Fang Yuan. Thankfully, during the process of this gambling contest, the bet could be raised at any time. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was important for Fang Yuan's plans. Other than that, he was also enticed by Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. This was an Immortal GU house after all. Furthermore, this Immortal GU house involved secrets of food path. After so many years, not a single GU worm had died of hunger. If he could obtain these secrets of food path, perhaps Fang Yuan would be able to settle his problem of feeding Immortal GU more easily. Fang Yuan stealthily left the surroundings of Yi Tian Mountain, using fixed Immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land secretly. In the following period of time, he kept his attention on the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain while deducing the Immortal aperture sealing method enthusiastically. The deduction of the method was very rapid, as expected and worthy of a rank 9 Immortal GU. Even though Fang Yuan was only using the light of wisdom, its help towards him was immense. Over a month later, news of the righteous and demonic battle of Yi Tian Mountain had spread far and wide. The attentions of almost all experts and large forces had been drawn on this battle in southern border. The first wave of attacks since Shao Shan created Yi Tian village arrived. This was an expert sent by Wu Clan, the super force closest to Yi Tian Mountain. Wu Shentong, Wu Clan Elder, rank 4 peak stage, enslavement path GU Master. Enslavement Path GU masters excelled in fighting large numbers of enemies, but were more vulnerable if personally targeted and fought. Thus, Wu Shentong had 3 rank 4 GU masters around him in protection. 2 of these 3 rank 4 GU masters were clan leaders of villages that had submitted to Wu clan. The third was a Wu clan elder assigned to protect Wu Shentong. The beast group attacked Yitian Mountain like a tide. The demonic path's side had just created Yitian village when it got engulfed by a beast group. Many demonic path GU masters died, but relying on Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu, and Zhou Xingxing, these 3 rank 5 GU masters, Wu Shentong retreated with heavy injuries, and 2 rank 4 righteous path GU masters lost their lives. Even though Wu Shentong's attack was repelled, the newly created Yitian village suffered a huge blow because of this. Wu Shentong remaining alive caused Xiao Shan and the others to feel unrest. Just when the 3 of them were about to take a risk and go down the mountain in their injured states to kill Wu Shentong, a demonic path GU master ascended the mountain. Furthermore, he brought Wu Shentong's head with him. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was a rank 5 GU master, called the Divine Thief in Southern Border. He had a demonic path GU Immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his infiltration methods to kill Wu Shentong and settled Yitian village's crisis. The first wave of attack by the righteous path thus ended. Wu clan was unresigned. They quickly sent the second elder to battle. In fact, he was joined by 2 of Shang clan's new elders, Yantu and Zhu Kaibei. During the second battle, both sides had wins and losses. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang ascended the mountain, joining Yitian village. These 2 GU masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of Southern Border's GU masters. Yitian village thus had the upper hand, and the righteous path members were forced back. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the righteous path invited a female GU master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. But Hong Fei Yu alone could not resist the combination of 2 flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Fei Yu was at the moment between life and death. When Shang clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yong. Wei Yong had been nurtured by Shang Yanfei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank 4 initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Fei Yu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the righteous path came, as Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yong was acknowledged by both the righteous and demonic paths, joining the ranks of the flying masters. Southern Border's 3 famous flying masters became 4 famous flying masters, with Wei Yong at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as the second zombie king entered Yitian Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shentong and had no choice but to fall back. The second righteous and demonic battle came to an end. It seems that because of me, Yitian Mountain's battle has undergone some changes. Fang Yuan watched as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, during this period, Yitian Mountain should have held the upper hand firmly. This was because Wang Xiao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely powerful and had once attempted to force Xiao Shan to give up his role in leading the demonic path. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. This caused Wang Xiao to not join Yitian Mountain this time, and thus they were almost at a disadvantage against the righteous path. Thankfully for them, second zombie king arrived early and saved the demonic path's position from worsening. Second zombie king came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely the pawn of a certain Southern Border Immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage GU master. He had once left behind his inheritance on Nubei Mountain, causing the rise of an enslavement path GU master, Ding Hao. But Ding Hao had been killed by Fang Yuan in this life. In my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save the life of his master, Second Zombie King. If Second Zombie King encounters a mishap this time, who would save him? Fang Yuan was curious. Conflict in the Yitian Mountain battle continued raging, but Fang Yuan was met with difficulty in deducing the Immortal aperture sealing method. He was stuck at a certain point. He had to make use of the foundation of others to rapidly get past it. Otherwise, with just his own deductions, he would need 17 to 18 years. Fang Yuan sought help from Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness had part of an inheritance of old immortal Kongju. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get through this. But Blazing Heaven Demoness made use of the chance, asking to borrow Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lu Lan, and Fairy Li Shan all wanted to get a share of the action. But the southern border GU Immortals were working together in this gambling contest. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains GU Immortals. Once they showed up, the southern border GU Immortals would jointly assault them. Right now, in the 5 regions, southern border was the least welcoming to outsiders. Eastern Sea was the most open, followed by Central Continent. Thus, if He Lu Lan and the others wanted to interfere, they would need Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was unwilling to lend it, of course. Lending the Immortal Killer move was different from lending Immortal GU. Once the Immortal Killer move was lent out, the secrets in it would be learned by other GU Immortals. They would know its weaknesses and could easily develop ways to counter this Immortal Killer move. But Fang Yuan did not have other options and could only agree to it. He lent vaguely familiar face, but he obtained Blazing Heaven Demoness partial inheritance of old immortal Kongju. Even though he paid a huge price, he got his reward rapidly. Getting past the point he was stuck, his speed in deducing the method rose again. It was smooth sailing. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.